Hello everyone and welcome to the complete Google AdWords course Beginner to Advanced. This course is brought to you courtesy of digital marketing guru Jerry Banfield. As you can see from the course curriculum, we're going to be covering a lot of stuff here, including AdWords basics, digital marketing fundamentals, creating your first ad campaign, how to create the best ads for maximizing conversions, adjusting your campaigns based on the data you collect, scaling successful campaigns, generating a positive ROI, and much, much more. More importantly, the tutorials included in this video feature an over-the-shoulder teaching approach through detailed screen capture. This course is included in the Complete Digital Marketing course bundle on my website, where you can learn AdWords, Facebook marketing, email marketing, and YouTube promotion. And mastery of these 4 web platforms I think is essential for any digital marketer. And if you would like to support the channel, we encourage you to check out this course bundle. So if you enjoy the video, feel free to leave a like and subscribe. I will also include timestamps in the description of this video so you can better navigate through the course. I want to thank you for being here with us, and let's get started.
Thank you very much for taking this Google AdWords course with me, Jerry Banfield. I'm here today to help you learn how to use Google AdWords, whether you're just getting started, whether you're managing client accounts, or whether you're an advanced user trying to get some extra trips. No matter who you are, I think one of the most helpful things I can do for you in this course is give you the ability to get your questions answered about Google AdWords from someone who has proven experience using Google AdWords, whether that's me or whether that's someone else here with you in this course. You can, as a student in this course, click Add Discussion and post your question here. And if you want to get the best out of this course, the students who seem to be getting the most out of it are the ones who start off right away and introduce themselves. Say, hi, I'm taking this course. For this reason, I'm hoping to learn this specifically. That way, if you are looking through the hours and hours of video and aren't sure where to look, sometimes me or a fellow student can point you in the right lecture. And that way, instead of spending 10 hours in this course, you can spend 1 hour to learn exactly the reason you took this course. If, for example, I've had a lot of people that are managing clients that have taken this course, ask your question specifically about managing clients. Sometimes I might have a really good answer for you. Other times I might not. You can see I've tried to answer questions as best I can here to give a thoughtful response. So to me, that's the best part of taking a course like this, is that you can actually ask me questions. If you're reading a book on Google AdWords, you can't ask the author any questions. So that's why I love this format. Now, this is a big course, so it's got a few different things for you. At the very beginning of it, I'll show you the basics of Google AdWords. Things like keyword score, click-through rate, conversions. I'll go explain the basics for you if you've never done anything in AdWords. Now, if you've already done a lot in AdWords, you might want to skip the first section or even the first several sections sometimes, because these will be things you already know. Now, you might be able to get new insights on something you already do know. Now, one of the next sections covers what I know as a power user, things that I wish I'd learned before. So that section is going to be section 3. When you get into that section, there will be things like contacting a Google AdWords specialist that, as an advanced user in AdWords, are really helpful to me. I wish I'd done them since the very beginning. And you can jump, those might be helpful for you. Then I take you through my entire journey, starting from no ads running in Google AdWords, one thing at a time, just honestly looking at all the things I'm doing in AdWords with some of the monotonous parts cut out, like where I'm writing ad after ad after ad. And I take you through from where I start with frustrating, trying to get conversions, and I just keep going with you. And we follow along in this journey together. I know some of the courses I've loved the best are where the author honestly walks me through their beginning all the way to where they're at now. And here's where I'm at now. I have had 74,000 I've spent in Google AdWords since I've made this course. You can see I have 5,000 sales I've made on my Udemy courses at an average of $12 each. And what you'll notice is on the campaigns I actually have running, I'm averaging $8 for sale. So I've learned a ton since I first made this course. You can see in the last 30 days, I'm spending a whole lot more than I did when I first got started. I've spent $13,000 in the last 30 days on Google AdWords. I've made over 1,000 sales in the last 30 days alone. So what you can see is drastic improvement in my ads, and you can join me on this journey right here. Just go straight through this course, and you will join me on the journey as I start fresh. And the whole point of this is to motivate you, to give you the faith and confidence and practical tips that you can go in and do your own Google ads. There's no point in just watching this course by itself. When you go through and take steps along with me, then you get confidence. You know what? I can probably do a little bit better with my Google ads. You get the confidence to go through and do the best that you can in Google ads, and you will get the results out of it. Google AdWords is the most powerful online advertising system in the world. Facebook is second right now. It is not even close to as powerful as Google AdWords is right now. I teach a Facebook course also, so I've got good perspective on that. AdWords is where the sales are. AdWords is where the buyers are. AdWords has traffic everywhere. So I'm excited to teach this with you. I'd love your feedback on this course. I'm making this right now. This is February 2016, February 22nd. I'm making this right now because I've got feedback that this could be a better course. I want this to be the very best AdWords course for you possible. All you have to do to tell me how to improve, just post a suggestion. Say, hey, you should probably do this. You might want to take that out. Tell me what I can do better, and I will do it. Thank you for getting started. Let's keep going. Here are the basic Google AdWords terms you'll want to be very familiar with in order to know where you're at in the interface. First and most importantly, conversions. And I'll zoom in on some of these things for you so that you can see them a little more closely. Conversions. A conversion is a sale or a lead, however you set it up. But a conversion is whatever key action you want taken. Usually a conversion is counted by a visitor reaching a specific page on your website. So for example, with my Udemy courses, when someone reaches the success page after making a payment, then a conversion is counted. So these are 143 conversions counted, are 143 people that went through, reached the payment success page, and then a code on that page sent back information to Google AdWords that this person who'd clicked on the ad had reached that page. So that's the most critical term in Google AdWords is conversions, because the reason you're doing Google AdWords is for conversions, I would guess, if you're taking this course. I will again highlight conversions, getting started with it. Conversions are your main term to keep an eye on, because here's the thing. All these other terms are only relevant as far as you getting conversions. If you're not getting conversions, unless you're doing a branding campaign like I'm doing with this remarketing campaign, just trying to get people on my website, and I don't care if they convert immediately, you want conversions. And so then this tab is the cost per conversion. The cost per conversion is the cost of all the ads that were ran divided by the amount of conversions received. This means the cost per conversion is this cost divided by this number of conversions. I've spent this much money showing ads, and on this campaign, I've got 143 conversions. That's the cost per conversion. Then the conversion rate is the percentage of clicks that turn into conversions. So a click is when someone actually clicks on your ad and sees it in search. So the total clicks I have right now, 9,999 and 143 conversions. That's 1.43% of people that clicked on the ad went through and reached the payment page. And so if you're wondering, okay, what is a campaign? I hear you say campaign. A campaign is the basic advertising unit in Google AdWords. When you want to get started with ads, you'll click on campaign and create a campaign. I have 2 campaigns up. The main thing that happens at the campaign level, your daily budget right here is set at the campaign level. The type of campaign is set at the campaign level. So search network only. And then your data can be aggregated at either the campaign level, or I'll click on here and show you the next smaller level. That's the ad group level. The ad group level groups your ads together within a campaign. You can set a cost per click bid at the ad group level. And so the ad group just is a collection of ads. And within each ad group, you can have a different level of sale or a different URL. So what you can see, I'll show you all but my removed. You'll see I test things at the ad group level. For example, I tested the $25 sales and I tested $9 sales at the ad group level. So these are in the same campaign. And when I noticed the cost per conversion twice as much and the conversion rate much lower when the price is $25 on the course. So I went with the $9 sales. And you'll see how I get to that conclusion based on the data. You can control the bid by ad group also. And then the lowest level, I'll go back to only the ad groups I'm running. This green light shows whether it's on. You can have either enabled or paused or deleted. You want things enabled that are running, and you want things paused that you might want to run later, or you just want to keep, and then you want things removed that you never want to run again or use. And so when I click on the ad group, I go one level lower. And the ad group then is simply a collection of ads. You can see my ads in here. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see more. The ad group is simply a collection of ads, and then keywords are specific to the ad group also, and you can do audiences for remarketing specific to the ad group also. But what you'll notice on most of the settings are done at the ad group level. So I'll go back over this one more time. You've got the campaign level is the highest level. That's your default view. And then you go down into ad group. Ad group, you can have different URLs, different price points. You can change up the bid. You can change up the keywords. But you're all tied to the campaign budget and the campaign settings like location and things like that. And then when you go down into the ad group here, you have individual ads and keywords you can put in for that one ad group. So those are the basic areas on Google AdWords. And now I'll cover a couple more terms you may already be familiar with or you might not. A click in Google AdWords is when a user clicks on your ad. That might be simple enough. Well, it gets more complicated when you start interacting with other terms. So an impression is counted each time your ad is actually shown. So what that means, you need impressions in order to get clicks. Every time Google shows your ad, that's an impression. When someone actually clicks on it, that's a click. And you get your click-through rate. Your clicks divided by your impression. That gives you your click-through rate. And so the way you get cheap clicks on Google is to have a good click-through rate. This is why I'm only paying 28 cents per click on this search term, because I have a nearly 6% click-through. And Google's very happy with that as a click-through, especially on a larger term. And then what you get from your cost, you get your average cost per click. So each click has a cost, and that's how you compensate Google for showing impressions and getting you clicks. You pay every time someone clicks on the ad, and then you have your total clicks by the cost. And every click has a different cost. You can make a bid, and lots of times you will get clicks for lower than your bid, and so your average cost is what you're paying on average. And then your average position is how high your ad is showing on Google. The top position is 1, so a 1.1 ad position is excellent. On the display network, most of your ads will show pretty high, so it's not as big there. But for search, you want to be able to show in a higher position. So those are the basic terms that you want to know for Google AdWords moving forward. I will show you some more detailed terms in terms of keywords and settings shortly to help you get more comfortable in the interface here. Most of your settings in Google AdWords that are most critical for getting great results are in your campaign level settings and your bids. So your budget is right here. You can click on it to change your budget each day. And then when you're in the ad set level, so you go below this, then you can change your bid right here. Once you're in the campaign level though, you go back up to campaign. The main opportunity you have to work on getting better results are in the settings. Things like locations. You can set your locations up here and you can see by reports, but then you can also edit your settings and make changes there. So you can see your location reports here. You can see your ad schedule here, see which days your ads are working the best, and you can go into devices and see what kind of results you're getting on various devices. In your all settings, you can click on a campaign right here, and then you can start changing the actual settings. You can set the mobile bid adjustment, and you'll notice I get no conversions on mobile because Udemy has some bug going on right now. So the maximum you can do is minus 90%. Currently, Google is not allowing you a method to exclude devices, so the best you can do is just make a really low bid and take a few clicks. I've only spent $15, not a big deal. And on tablets, I've been paying on tablets. It's a lot more expensive, but again, not a lot of ad spend there, so it's not a huge problem. So I go back to the campaign level settings, and what you can see in all settings, if you don't have all settings enabled, there's an option where you can enable all settings, and you absolutely want that. If you try the simple settings where you don't have all features, if you use standard, then you won't get as many different types of features and reports. So if you don't see all these settings, switch to an all features campaign. This was one of the challenges I found in the beginning of this course even. Switch to all features so then you can see all of these settings. Your location settings are right here, and you'll see I've got a bunch of targets in the countries here based on my data, and I'll show you all that. And I've even excluded California. The data showed it wasn't working. Then you have targeting options here, and you can do people in searching for or show interest. I like to do just in my targeted location and just in my excluded. That way Google doesn't start allowing people in countries that aren't actually from where I've set to search and show ads, because this option does allow that. So you can switch your targeting there. Your languages right here. You only want to target people searching in the right language, obviously. Your bid strategy, you've got lots of different options here. I usually just do manual bid setting with enhanced cost per click. Now, you can do conversion optimizer if you have enough conversions, or you can do a flexible bid strategy if you want to have certain bids at different times of day, etc. And then the daily budget is also shown here. The delivery method, you have standard or accelerated. I usually use standard. There's often your ads will run out of budget very quickly. If you get impatient and want your ads to run during the day you've created them, you can choose accelerated, but it'll show them all at once. You usually want to get as good of results. Here's a critical thing here, ad scheduling. If you have a business or products that only are bought on certain days, or you only want to run the campaign a certain time, you can change the settings right here to do the dates and the ad schedule. Some services, like the Bitcoin one I showed you, are very much ad scheduled. So the ads are not running in the middle of the night when banks aren't open. And maybe with his new business, he can do that. But ad schedule allows you to turn your ads off at certain times of day and certain days of the week. I always work with ad rotation. Now, I like to rotate my ads evenly and then see which one actually works the best. The default setting is optimized for clicks, and this is usually bad because Google will selfishly optimize only for what gets the most clicks, not for what gets the most conversions. And Google will do a similar thing if you get conversions. Google, as soon as you get one conversion, it will start biasing the ads that way. So I like to rotate evenly 90 days, then optimize. Rotate indefinitely, not recommended necessarily. You can do that if you want. You can run experiments. I don't do that. I don't exclude IPs. I don't do dynamic search ads yet. I don't have any tracking parameters, but those options are there for you. So you've got that all set up here in your campaign settings, and that's what you can see gives you the biggest opportunity to improve usually is making location changes and changing those types of settings I just showed you in the campaign. So what I'll do next is show you specifically all about keywords. Keeping in mind that you want to focus on conversions, you might sometimes want to know even more about settings and keywords and more about how your cost per click gets calculated. But remember, the more distracted you get from the main thing of conversions, the more you're liable to make mistakes. With that said, let's go into the Udemy instructor campaign. One of the big factors that decides how much it costs for you to get a click and how high you rank on the term is what's called your keyword score. You look at it right here, you get to it by going to keywords and you go under status and you hover over it. So I've got a 10 out of 10 quality score, and if you'll notice, I did not start at a 10 out of 10 quality score. I worked up to this. And you get that by giving users a very good experience with your ads. That means ads users click on. That means a landing page users don't immediately back out of when they land on it. That means having a landing page that is very relevant to what happens. A user experience more generally on Google is the complete behavioral pattern that users show to Google. The best user experience is a click on an ad, a landing page, and no return back to the search term. So that's how Google calculates all this quality score. The expected click-through rate is based on your existing click-through rate. The ad relevance is related to whether people actually are looking for that ad or not. And that includes whether your keywords are actually in the ad that you're advertising. It can include things like the domain it's on, and it can include things like how often users are clicking on the term at all. So there's lots of things Google can put into ad relevance. The landing page experience is how often users are staying on the page versus backing out of it. So if a user clicks on an ad and backs straight out of it, Google knows they had a bad landing page experience, and that also theoretically can affect your ad relevance. So if people click on your ad but back straight out of the landing page, that's a good click-through rate, but it's low ad relevance, low landing page experience. So what you can see here, I've got a good expected click-through rate, I've got an ad that's relevant, and I've got a landing page that users are likely to spend time on. So that's how you get a good quality score in Google AdWords. And it's better, if you look at this, I had an 8 out of 10. It's better to just use one keyword that has a very high quality score than it is to try and go for a bunch of clicks. But the thing is, you can only start by doing your best with what you have. You may have to work from a low quality score and work your way up. So that's keywords. And now the second factor with keywords is the type of match it is. So if you look at the match, this is an exact match keyword. They must exactly type in Udemy. It must be spelled this way, and it must exactly be in there. The other things you can have are broad match or phrase match, but since this is one word, then I just need the word Udemy in it. If I had two words, an exact match would have to be the phrase typed out exactly. But if I had a phrase match, the phrase could be included anywhere in a bigger search term. So this exact match means people must be searching specifically for Udemy. Now, if I had it on broad match, the brackets indicate exact match. This was a broad match keyword, so people could misspell Udemy. They could have things somewhat related to Udemy. The user actually didn't even have to put the word Udemy technically in there. It could be something reasonably similar that Google figured was relevant, something even like e-learning or online learning. And so this broad match gave Google a wide opportunity to choose different keywords. And then if you choose phrase match, you have to have that exact phrase in there. So these are pretty subtle differences at phrase match and exact match. But what you should know, it's better to hit exactly on a specific thing if you want to have a relevant ad. But if you want more traffic, using a more broad match term is likely to get you more traffic. I'm currently getting the maximum amount of traffic I can on this exact match keyword. I'm showing ads on nearly every single impression possible. This broad match term has more traffic, but it also doesn't have as much relevance. What you'll notice, my average position on this is 1.0. When someone exactly searches for this, Google is almost certain to show my ad first, even if another advertiser is bidding higher than me. The reason is Google knows this is likely to provide the best user experience. Google would rather provide a user with a good experience at a lower cost than to take more money for not as good of an experience. So what you see here is that exactly my cost per click was higher and my average position was lower. So knowing these different types of keyword, you can make the best types of ads. And now you'll find lots of frustration more than likely in messing with keywords though, because if you're trying to get traffic and you use an exact match keyword, lots of times you'll find you don't get very much traffic from that keyword. Again, sometimes you can just get lucky and things will work out right. But now that you know the different types of keyword matches on here, you have the ability to create your ads with different types of keyword matching in mind. If you want to have a great keyword score on Google AdWords, like this 10 out of 10 I have here, or even just an 8 out of 10, the key to doing that is having a trustworthy landing page, and especially for conversions. You see this cost per conversion on these ads I've made with you. The cost per conversion, I'll zoom in a little bit, is where it is because of the landing page. The landing page is absolutely critical in the sense of having a trustworthy, relevant landing page. So what do I mean by trustworthy? One of the main things you can do to be trustworthy is to have a domain name that's recognizable. Udemy.com is one of the top 1,000 websites in the entire world. I'm banking on the fact that if someone's searching for Udemy, when they go see that my ad goes to a udemy.com landing page, that's very trustworthy. That promotes a high click-through rate, as you can see, and then it promotes a good cost per conversion here. And so when you see all of it work together, it's incredibly important to have a trustworthy landing page. So if you're not having success, usually the problem is the landing page. Now, you could have picked the wrong keywords. You could have picked the wrong product. If you know your product's already selling, for example, I know this Udemy course is already selling, then it's just a matter of matching my ads up and making the landing page perfect. These Google ads I had encouraged me to make a better landing page because I could see that my conversion rate, you can see the conversion rate over here, the conversion rate plummeted anytime I did something people didn't like on this landing page. That includes having a title people didn't like, having the subtitle down here not clearly explain that you should take the course and what reason. If the reviews weren't good, if the promo video wasn't good, if the description and all of the materials all the way down the page, if all of that didn't come out good, the conversion rate instantly plummeted. With a conversion page like this, everything on the page is all about conversion. And if you have a video, I find video tends to be very helpful. And in the video, I show people taking the call to action right here. I show them clicking take this course and enrolling in the course. That helps to get the conversion rate up. When I had problems with my Google ads, when things weren't running as good, changes I made to the landing page made the most notable and significant increases in the conversion rate. So you might feel kind of helpless lots of times in the actual Google AdWords interface, looking at it saying, why aren't my ads working? Most of the work you can do to get your ads working better, to get a higher keyword score, is on the landing page. A few things that will make it harder. If you use a domain that is not recognizable, which often could be your own domain, it's harder to have a trustworthy landing page. The simple fact that people have never been there before. Udemy.com works good because it's trustworthy. If you don't have a domain name that's recognizable, sometimes doing things like putting it on a recognizable domain somewhere can help you get a lot better result. And this goes all the way back to the product too. This is on Udemy. So I'm doing ads for a Udemy audience, and then the product's on Udemy. Lots of times you won't be able to have a good keyword score, you won't be able to have a good conversion rate if your ads don't send to a trustworthy, relevant domain. Now, here's another example. These are Rob's ads, and as you can see, the cost per conversion is very low. It's much less than mine is on the Buy Bitcoin. And if you go look at the keyword score, I click on the campaign, and I go to the keyword score, what you'll see is that Rob's keyword scores are in the area of mine and a little lower actually. And you'll notice the average position is a bit lower. There's more competition on those terms. And I'll take you to the actual landing page. So if I go to Wall of Coins/orders, this is where the landing page goes to. Now, here's a different thing that's very helpful for a landing page. What you'll notice is it's a very simple landing page. There's not a lot of flair here. It's very simple. And what you've noticed now is that they have chat. And the chat on the page is where you can really make up for having a landing page that's not recognizable. So wallofcoins.com, most of the people searching have likely never been there. But when you have something like chat, it encourages people to talk with you, especially if they look at this and say, I'm not sure. Or when you have something like this that is minimal interference. There's one clear purpose here. You're here to talk about buying Bitcoin. That's obviously what you're here for. And you can go through and supply an address, and you can start messing around. Let's say if you want to buy $1,000 of Bitcoin, you can start immediately messing around with what there is to do without having to even put your information in to start. So even though this is not on a recognizable domain, at least outside of the Bitcoin world, you can see it's a very simple landing page that allows the user to interact with chat, and it allows the user to experience everything except actually getting the Bitcoin immediately without even having an account. You can see the actual price, how much you can get, and bank options available. What you'll notice is that these bank options being available, that promotes trust a lot. Regions, Chase, Bank of America, and these are all different based on where you search and how much you put in. You've got trustworthy elements here built in, and you have simplicity. So if you don't have, say, a recognizable URL, you can make your website simple and interactive, and when there's appropriate context, you have the chance to do things like have recognizable names up there. Now, at the same time, doing it in an environment where it's deceptive, such as throwing CNN or Fox News, depending on which your preference, on your website when you've never actually been featured there, that's not a good thing for trust. So if it's relevant, go through and put trustworthy things on in the right place. Simple, trustworthy, and chat. I know that Rob has a lot of success grabbing people in the chat. They land here, they're not sure what to do, but they do know they can chat here. They do know they can talk to someone. So these are two different examples of campaigns with good keyword scores that are converting, that are using different types of landing pages with different types of trust elements and good quality scores. So if you want to succeed on Google AdWords, those things are very helpful to keep in mind. I appreciate you watching this and hope this has been useful. Sometimes you can get really lucky on your Google ads. And so all you need to do in that case is follow through the beginning of this course, Get your ads and your conversion tracking set up. The conversion tracking is absolutely essential for success. Non-negotiable. Conversion tracking is exactly how all of these good things have happened in Rob's ads. So my friend Rob, he has a startup called Wall of Coins, and they've done really well, especially because of these Google ads. And so I'll show you right now. It wasn't completely easy. I'll look and show you all but removed. So these are all the ad groups I've made and all the campaigns I've made. I'll show you all but removed on those. So this will give you an idea of how much work it took. You can see there's a standard ad campaign, this one that worked, there's another one that was tested, a few more that were tested. And so several campaigns were tested. And out of those, only one has worked really well. Now a newer one up for selling Bitcoin. But one worked really well out of those campaigns. So that ended up taking several $100s of testing and time to get to this one. Now this is about as easy as I've ever seen a Google AdWords campaign work. All I had to do, go through, I made all these ads for Rob, and you can get through this in the first about 2 hours of the course. I made these ads for Rob, very standard, explaining exactly what you can do with his service. It's a cash to Bitcoin service, buy Bitcoin with cash. And so I created these ads using what I show you in the beginning of the course. I put the settings were fairly easy because he has exact states that he wanted to target. So the states are all set up, and you can see all of the US and then some specific states targeted also, which is a bit unnecessary, but and then AdWords setting the bids automatically, enhance CPC to try and bid higher. That means when Google really thinks a conversion is going to come out, it can bid and go straight for that conversion. And then keywords were pretty easy also. Tested several different keywords. These ones work the best. Bitcoin Cash, buy Bitcoin and get Bitcoins. You can see the keyword scores are all functioning 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10, which is good. And that's about average of what you'll get. So these ads were exceptionally easy, so to speak, to get these conversions going. It was lucky. The keywords, not that competitive, although you can see the average position is 3.4 and 87 cents per click. But what's amazing, the conversion rate, Google seems to know who's likely to convert based on the data that Google has now. So Google does a good job grabbing the clicks out of the impressions that are likely to convert. And that helps with enhanced CPC. The ads didn't take a lot of different work. You can see there's a few ads that were paused, but not that many ads that were paused. And so if I show you all enabled, these are all the ads running on all the campaigns. Not a ton of ads running. So it wasn't that challenging. It was just fairly straightforward setting it up. But please note one thing. This is largely determined by the product. Rob has a service to convert Bitcoin to cash. Very trendy product. Lots of available search term traffic. You can see 300,000 impressions. If I compare that to mine, only 166,000 impressions on mine. So you can see there's lots of traffic on this. And here's the thing though. This is all determined by what Rob's company has to offer. So if you pick the right product, your ads are liable to be very easy. So what I'm saying is, great ad campaigns are almost totally determined by the product, not by the work you do in Google AdWords. And what you'll notice, I try a lot of my different Udemy courses in order to get the best one that converts. And so if you have multiple products, trying multiple products is the easiest way to find which ones convert for you and to make a great Google AdWords campaign. One of the main things I see people struggling with, they're determined a product is going to sell. And I hope by showing you this, it makes the point very clear. If the product's good, it will sell with very little work. If the product's bad, it doesn't matter how much work you put into it, it will not sell. So I hope by showing you this is useful for getting started, and I appreciate you being here with me in the course. It usually takes faith and consistent effort to get great results. The rest of this course walks you through how I've made all of my ads in every step of the way, taking you from here. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see this better. Taking you from right here, March 9th, where I had no ads running, and then I start making the ads here, March 16th, March 23rd, and I take you through this journey of making all these ads. And so what you can see is this takes patience and faith and consistent effort. What I did is the first few weeks here, I worked almost every day on my Google ads. Then around here, I started working every other day, every third day, and even here then about once a week. And then you can see all of that progress throughout the course. So the main thing that gets me, at least in my past, in trouble doing ads was impatience. So from the beginning, see how long this took me to get going. It took several weeks before I got up to around 800 clicks in a 1 week, as now I'm having, and now with my display ads, I'm going much past that. But in order to get up to around here where everything's going good, it took weeks of getting things worked out, waiting for feedback from Google AdWords. So if you'll work a little bit every day getting started, you'll get the best return on your time and energy. Anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour, every day, you'll give Google AdWords time to give you feedback on what you're doing. Because you'll see I start from having nothing. And what it takes, it's this constant feedback process. I do something, Google AdWords gives me feedback. I do something, Google AdWords gives me feedback. I do something, Google AdWords gives me feedback. I'm still working this same approach on my display ad campaign. I started this off, I made one ad one day to make sure the URL got approved and the basic thing got approved. Then I went along and made a bunch more ads, and now I'm continuing to make a bunch more ads in this one ad set before I scale it up and start doing more types of audiences and more types of remarketing. So I'm still doing that today. It's the one day at a time, do a little bit every day. That's fantastically powerful. And it's drastically different. When I used to do ads online for the first couple years, I wanted to do everything all at once. I was very impatient. It felt like so much of a challenge to wait for results. So what you'll see, follow along with me, work at the same pace I do, and everything will turn out as it should for your Google AdWords. You may get better results than me. You may get the same. You may not get as good of results than me. All that depends on exactly what you're doing, exactly what products you have to offer. So just do the best with what you have. Thank you for watching this and being here, and I appreciate every minute you spend with me in this course. I hope you can share the same mindset. I have faith that going forward with Google AdWords and doing the hard work, I will find a lot of successful campaigns, and that is very important getting started. So if you can take one concrete step with me right now, have faith and know that all you have to do is do what I'm doing with your own products, work hard at it, and right now all you have to have is faith. Faith that you will do it. Faith that continued effort will give you what you want. That's all you need. Follow me in this course, continued effort. If I can sit here and honestly share with you the faith I have for my ads when I don't have any running right now, when I haven't made one sale through AdWords on a Udemy course, then you can have that same faith and courage. And as you watch me go through and fail at things in this course, and watch me go through and fail at them again and again, and then you watch me find things that work, and then by the end of it, looking at it like, wow, look at all these campaigns he has running now that are making sales. Look at it that this faith in the beginning is how all of this happened, and the faith must go all the way through. I have this faith because I've done a lot of things like this. I've done things like serve clients like Rob who are getting great results on their ads. I know all I have to do is work hard at my ads and keep trying new things and focus only on conversions, and I can sell my Udemy courses on Google AdWords. So if you can take this first step with me right now is to have this faith that you will follow along with this course, you will try things on Google AdWords, you will find campaigns that give you a positive ROI, and you can run those campaigns indefinitely. So thank you for taking this step with me. You might say this is the easiest step in the course, or you might say it's the hardest step in the course. When you're looking at this kind of data, it can be hard to have faith that you're going to have exceptional things in the future. That can be really easy also if you're used to living a life on faith. So thank you for watching this. I hope this is inspirational getting started, and I will walk you through exactly what I'm doing each step to set up my own campaigns. And if you just do what I do, you can get the same results. I will intersperse it some with what's worked from Rob's campaigns to allow me to pull even more information in this course for you and then to duplicate it myself. So thank you, and I hope you're ready for an awesome experience in this course. Google AdWords gives you a lot of data to look at. And the one thing I've noticed from clients is that it's very important to focus on the data that matters. There's a lot of data in Google AdWords that does not matter, especially getting started. And even when you're doing really well, it still doesn't matter. So let me show you exactly what does matter. This is the only primary thing in Google AdWords, conversions. This number in Google AdWords is the one thing you really are looking for all the time. What's the cost per conversion? The thing people often do, if they aren't tracking conversions, then they get obsessed with the average position, the cost per click, the keyword scores, and I know I've made all these mistakes myself. The only way to really do exceptional work from the very beginning in Google AdWords is cost per conversion. And no matter what you're doing, it still comes down to a conversion. If you're an attorney, you can get call tracking conversions set up. If you're selling products, you can get conversion tracking on your thank you page after people have purchased. If you're getting email addresses, you can put the conversion tracking on the page after the email sign up. You can also put it on an upsell page. No matter what you're trying to do, this number, cost per conversions, is it. This is your number one focus point. You do not want to try and do more than go outside of these little box right here. Conversions, cost per conversion, conversion rate. But even within that, you really only need cost per conversion. Because if you keep running your data long enough, the cost per conversion will tell you everything you need. Now, the number of conversions is helpful to see whether you've got an outlier. Occasionally, you'll just get lucky in some areas and get a really cheap conversion. But especially on an overall campaign, this is the sweet spot. So this means you can ignore average position. You can ignore average cost per click. You can ignore keyword scores. You can ignore click-through. You can ignore impressions. You can ignore clicks. You can ignore everything else. And that makes it easy to be successful in Google AdWords. The human mind is very effective at focusing on one thing. When you try and focus on all these other things in AdWords, your mind can barely even function in terms of trying to process all of the data. And I'm pretty smart, and I like to think you're pretty smart. So let's use our minds the way they're wired. One thing, cost per conversion. And this sounds easy, and you're probably like, oh, why is he repeating this so much? Getting started, you've got to start with this. That's the second step to take, is a commitment to focusing only on cost per conversion. My clients often get into things like, oh, I want to be higher ranked. What about my cost per click? What about my click-through rate? And I tell them the same thing. Your cost per conversion is all that matters. It doesn't matter about any of the other data, because within all of these other little numbers, all they do is add up to cost per conversion. So it's easier to understand the exact outcome than it is to try and dig into the details. And with what I know about Google AdWords, it's very important for me to get this right with you at the very beginning of the course. The reason is Google AdWords gets really complicated. And if you try and get into all the complication, like for example, if you try and see your cost per conversion at different positions and you try and get into position bidding, if you get in over your head too fast, Google AdWords will drown you. So your cost per conversion is your lifeboat. Your cost per conversion, when you start getting into making all these campaigns with me, when you start seeing all of what I'm doing, your cost per conversion is the only thing you've got to notice. So I've got these very beginning of this course with two things: faith and a relentless emphasis on all that matters. The utter simplicity has a huge power. So everything you're going to see me do, if I'm not getting conversions, I will stop doing it. That's another beautiful thing with the cost per conversion. If you're getting low cost per clicks, your ads high, your click-through's good, it's easy to think this works. If you're not getting conversions, if you're just sitting there getting zero cost per conversion or really high cost conversions, nothing else matters. So thank you for sitting through this with me. Getting started with faith and understanding this one thing will make the course so much easier. If you are an 80-20 person, I've given you the 2% of the things you really need that make 98% of the difference getting started with Google AdWords. So I appreciate you watching this and hope this has been useful. You might have noticed, if you haven't set up conversion tracking already, that there are no options for conversion in your default AdWords reports. And that's okay. What you have to do first is go to Tools and set up conversions before you'll actually get this available in your reports. And then once it's up there, you can always customize your columns like this to make sure that you've got your conversion data in there. So that's in the Conversions tab, and then you can do all kinds of good things to get even deeper into the conversions. But it's just, again, you want to stick with that cost per conversion. That's the main one. So what do you need to do before you even set up your conversion tracking? What you need to do is be ready to set up your conversion tracking in your website. So for my Udemy courses, they make it pretty easy. There's a custom interface that I'll use to set up my conversion tracking in Udemy. So all I have to do are actually pull a couple of things out of the conversion tracking and put it into my Udemy course. That's easy enough. If you're using another website, what you need to do is be on your thank you page. If you have something like WordPress, where you have a landing page that people go to after they've completed an order, you want to go to that page and then pull up the code and then get into the text of the code so you can just copy and paste the conversion tracking code once you get it. If you use some other type of web hosting or web setup, what you've got to be able to do is get a hold of that thank you page, the page that shows right when the purchase has been completed. If you can't get a hold of that page, then you can't set up conversion tracking. So I'm just looking at a contact page. I don't have a thank you page on my website. Everything's through Udemy. So it's important to see, you've got to be able to get the code on that success page. If you're doing affiliate marketing, this can be tough because they won't allow you to actually put the conversion code often on the order page because it's through another party. So conversion tracking, you can do things like put it straight on the landing page, or you can put it on an option where you click on it and then the conversion tracking code comes up on the next page. The problem with doing it that way is you can optimize for your clicks at least, so you can see where you're getting genuine clicks. But the problem is it's no substitute for being able to track actual payments. So what you've got to do getting started with this course is get your actual conversion code page ready to go first. So on Udemy, this is easy, or on WordPress, this is easy. But if you've got some other setup, figure out a way where you can actually get your conversion tracking code on a page. If you're doing an email sign up, this is really easy. All you have to do is put it on the thank you page, and then your conversion tracking code's triggered. So get it in a position where you can add it, and then I'll show you exactly what to do to add it. Now that you've prepared for conversion tracking setup, let's go ahead and grab that code. So you click on Tools, you go to Conversions, and this is where you make the magic happen. You'll see I've already got a lot of conversion tracking set up on my previous Udemy courses. And it'll say unverified until I've went through and actually tracked the conversions through Google AdWords. So if you look at Rob's ads real quick here, you'll see that this is what it looks like when it's running correctly. It will say reporting. So when you're just getting it set up, like I'm showing you how to do, unverified is how it will look. So to get started, you click plus conversion, and then you pick exactly what kind of conversion you want to track. I'm going to show you how to do website conversions in this. That's the basic type of conversion that you are most likely to want to track. You may also have app downloads or phone calls, and you can easily go through and do a similar process with either of these. So I select website, and then what I need to do is cross-reference this with my Udemy course. So I'll go retargeting to just copy the name of it, and I'll preview as guest to do that. I like to keep things right so I don't misspell them. So I grab that, I'll put the exact name in here, I click done, and I'll put how much a conversion is worth to my business. Now I'm going to use $99 codes in Google AdWords, so I put done, and I count all conversions, and then I put category purchase sale. I hit done. Now this last option is definitely you want to leave it on. Google can figure out much more about what gets you a conversion than Google will actually show you. So you want Google to be able to do everything they can do to get you conversions. So I leave that on. So I click save and continue. Now Google has the code right here for me to place on the conversion page. So if you're doing email addresses, you're collecting them, this goes on the thank you page after someone has submitted their email. If you have an online store, this goes on the thank you for purchasing page. So these are the two main scenarios you're likely to have. In any other situation, you want to put it on the page that shows immediately after your desired action has been taken. If you can't get access to that page, if you're doing something like affiliate marketing, then you can put it on the page right before they take a key action for you. So what you do then is copy all of this code. If you're doing something like putting it on your WordPress website or a lead pages or similar template, you copy all of the code, and then in the text format, you paste the code directly into the page like that. And then what you can easily verify that the code's working on there. So if I click save and I click update, and then I go to view the page, I can easily verify the code's actually on there. If I go to right click, view page source, and then I go to Control F, and I go find conversion. So you can see I've got a Google Ad Services conversion right there. And here's my Google AdWords code right on this page. So if anyone visited this page as a result of the ad campaign, this would trigger a conversion back to Google. So that confirms the code's on there. So if you have your own page with your own code, it's real easy to make sure the code's on there. So I don't actually want to track conversions on my contact page. So then I can easily go back in here and modify or remove the code by just starting where it says Google code for retargeting conversion page. and I take that off, and now I save and I update. So now I've removed the code. So it's that easy to put the code on and remove the code that way. So this tag both tracks conversions and it allows retargeting. So that's a pretty sweet thing to happen. Now, if you have a click conversion tracking code, you can actually go down to the actual event here and you can track a click. So if you have something like affiliate marketing you're doing, this might be a way to go, because if you can't put a actual conversion code on the page, you can at least track people that click. But for me, I just want a page load, because that's my confirmation. I just want a page load. And what I actually want to do is put this on my Google AdWords tracking in Udemy. So this will help you understand the parts of this conversion tracking code also. So if you'll notice, it has conversion ID and then 3 different labels. So Udemy is giving me the option to put 3 different conversion tracking codes on my page. The conversion ID will be the same on all of your Google AdWords tracking. The only thing that's different is the individual label. So what you can see in the actual code here, a little better if I zoom in, I'll scroll down. You can see in the actual code that Google has a variable Google conversion ID right here, a language, format, color, and then the conversion label. So what I'm doing, I will copy the conversion ID. I will go through into the Udemy interface here and put that in. So any tracking you're using that has third-party integration for AdWords is liable to look either like this or to put the code directly in. So understanding the code is helpful for getting these things right. So the ID and the conversion label are the main parts of this code. So I just grabbed the ID. So then what I go in here and do is grab the actual conversion label. So I go put the label in here. I put the label in the success page label right there, and then I hit save. So now I've got the conversion tracking ID and the conversion label in there. And so now I've got it set up nicely so that the code is on my Udemy page. The problem with this is, and the problem if you're using third-party tracking, you may need the actual code to be triggered before you can go in and confirm that the code's on that page. So this is what happens after you hit it. You hit done, and now the code's back up here. So these are all my conversion codes. So what I'll do is do this again faster to show you another one without all the explanation. So I go through there, I click website, I type email marketing instead of copying it because I figure I can spell that. I'll go in here and put each time it happens, $99, done. All conversions, category, purchase, sale, done. Save and continue. Now I've got my code. All I need is the ID right here, which is the same as the other one. I drag my Udemy page over, throw the ID in there, and then I take this new conversion label, copy that, and then I grab my email course again, drop that on the success page, hit save. Now I've got the code on that page also. Now I could test this. I can test this by going through and actually buying my own course in AdWords. So I will actually do that to make sure my code's running once I've got my ad set up, because it's absolutely critical to make sure your code's running correctly once you've got it set up. So I appreciate you watching this, and I hope this has been useful for you. Verifying your AdWords code is very important before you start spending money trying to track conversions, because if your code's not verified, you could be getting conversions and not knowing it. So I'll show you how to verify your AdWords code. The best way is just to search for your ads, click on your ads, and go through and buy it yourself. The problem with that is that you really need to set up your ads in order to do that. and then you ultimately have to click your own ad and spend money on it. So here's a way to verify for free just by doing it on your code. So what you can do now, you can click more, learn more about verifying your code. The easiest thing to do is just to confirm the code is on the correct page. So if you put this on your WordPress page or a similar page you have access to the code for exactly, it's pretty easy to go through, view your source code like this, and then all you have to do is just find the actual Google AdWords code in it. So all I have to do that is I go over here and I find my Google code in here. So I can Control F and I can search for Google, and I can see there's a conversion tracking set up right there. This is for my entrepreneurship course, so I can cross-reference that by clicking this. I look down at the code, and then I see that that's the exact same conversion label right here. So if I scroll down, you can see this link is exactly the same, and you'll see it found the conversion ID right there. So that confirms the code is on the page. And the second thing I want to do is make sure the actual label's on the page correctly. So I can go over here and put that in, and the label's right there. So I've got the link on the page. So when this course gets purchased, I'm confirming the code's on the page. Now there's one problem. I can see there's also another conversion tracking pixel on this page from Udemy. So this is Udemy's code they've got on the page alongside of my own. So this is a non-standard implementation according to Google. Now the nice thing is it's loading an image. It should still work just fine. This is a 1-by-1 image it's loading, and what it's doing is pulling this actual page. So this should load just fine. So that's one way to verify your code, is to go to the actual page you think you put it on and view source. If this means you need to order your own product to make sure it works, then do that. And on WordPress or any other page where you control all the code, this is easy. Now what I had to do in my Udemy course, I actually had to go through and make another account and then buy access to my Udemy course so I could load this payment success page. That's what I had to do to get this. And now there's another thing you can do if you don't want to have to control find in here that can work well too. Google gives you a tag manager that will help you find your code a little bit easier. So this is called Google Tag Assistant. If you're using Google Chrome, you can easily just download and install Tag Assistant. You click on the link here, and it's called Tag Assistant by Google. It's an extension Google offers to help make what I just showed you how to do a lot easier. So what I showed you how to do required manually copying and pasting the code, and then it only involved searching for the actual one I showed you. So what I did, I added this by Chrome, and the link, I'll zoom out. So anytime you click on this, there's a link to learn more about verifying your code. On that next page, if you check for verify code snippet, then you can click the download link straight from here on Use Tag Assistant. So that's where I got it. So now what I do, I'm on the success page. So if you go to your page where your conversion code's at, then what you do is click this little tag up here in the corner. And what you'll get is a window like this, and what you have to do is click check on it. And I'll do that with you on another course. So I'll grab another one of my courses on Udemy and go through this process with you. But this is what it looks like. It shows you all of the Google code on the page. It shows the Google Analytics on the page. It shows the remarketing on the page. It shows the Google Tag Manager. And it shows every AdWords conversion tracking pixel. So you can see this one is mine. So I click on that. It gives me the conversion label and the conversion ID. I go back into my account over here, and these are the exact same numbers I've got right there. And I showed you the hard way, going through and doing it with finding it in the source code. So you can right click and view page source to do it that way. But if you've got Tag Manager set up, this is a lot easier to just find your tag right there. So what I'll do is I'll show you how to do this on another Udemy course. I'll go grab another one of my Udemy courses right now on another window and show you what it looks like to render it for the very first time. So I grabbed the success page off of Udemy. So this is the exact landing page I'm on. Now you have to be signed into Udemy to see this page. I have to be signed into my account, so you may run into things like that. So this now is a brand new page I haven't done before. You'll see the tag assistant is blue. It hasn't been ran yet. So what I do is click check this page now, and it pulls up all of these conversion tracking. You'll notice those look the same. So this one I know from looking at my previous conversions, this is mine. So I click on it and I can now go check this against my SEO course. So I go back to tools, back to conversions. I check SEO Udemy sale, and then I look at the numbers here. It starts with CIF 7, and if I go back to this one, it starts with CIF 7, ends with 1 a.m., ends with 1 a.m., same conversion ID, same label. So my code is correctly triggering on this page also. So at this point, doing this on 3 of my courses, I'm pretty comfortable that the Udemy code's working properly. So if you're using some kind of third party and you check several of your products like this, you can be comfortable the code's working properly without needing to do every one maybe. However, if you're trying to make all these kinds of sales, it's worth sitting there and doing every single one. I won't take you through doing every single one now because you don't have all year to just sit here and watch me do my own work. What I hope I've showed you through this is how to go and use this page that check your conversion tracking that Google gives you. And I've given you 2 ways to do that. You can do it with the view page source, right-click view page source when you're on the page, and you can just manually Control F and put the same label in that you found earlier. Or you can use the tag manager, which is what I use to very quickly pull up every bit of Google code on the page. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this is useful for you in confirming your conversion codes tracking properly. In Google AdWords, there's another way to track conversions that works much more powerfully than just placing a conversion tracking pixel like I've shown. Using Google Analytics can allow you to do more than just track conversions, and it makes the integration of a conversion tracking pixel seamless. Google Analytics is Google's product for tracking website traffic, and using Google Analytics integrated with AdWords produces a lot better result than just doing conversion tracking. So if you want to do your ideal conversion tracking and really get into understanding what people are doing on your website, you want to go to Google Analytics. If you don't have a Google Analytics account already, you go to google.com/analytics, you click Access Analytics, and it'll bring up your accounts like that. If you've already got an analytics account, I'm going to show you how to link that to your AdWords account. So all you have to do in your existing Google Analytics account is click on Admin, and then what you do is pick a property. So I pick, say, this entrepreneurship course. I go to Admin, and now you'll see the opportunity here to AdWords linking right down in the middle. I click AdWords linking. Now, if you've got this set up, you'll notice this is the same analytics account that I already have my AdWords account on. So you definitely want to do it that way. And there's a button in Google you'll use first to link your analytics in AdWords, and then you link them over here with each individual property in Google Analytics. So I've already linked my AdWords account to my analytics account, which is easy to do when you've got them on the same email. And then I'm in the property, it'll bring up automatically to suggest the account that's already linked. So I click continue, and then all I have to do is put in a name for it. So jerrybanfield.com AdWords. And then I put all website data to link that way, and I click link. So now this Google Analytics property is linked with my Google AdWords account. I can directly create remarketing after doing this, and I can see analytics engagement in AdWords. So it's a lot more powerful level of data. Now, what I said to start with, you don't want to get too much data getting started. So this is more appropriate if you already are using analytics, or if you consider yourself a bit of an advanced user and you want to pick up something fast here. That said, if you start out with analytics this way, it can be easier to create all your conversions this way, because then all you have is you have your AdWords linking, you have the AdWords direct link right here. So now all I have to do is go to refresh this to bring up the new Google Analytics account. And at some point, it'll allow me to bring in all my linked accounts and import them. It takes a little bit of time. I just put that in. So all you do then is import your existing conversions you've already set up in Google Analytics. So it's a beautiful thing then, because in Google Analytics, I've got goal URLs set up here. So I've set up the exact URL that I already want to track here. And so if I go to the Facebook course, you can see I've already got my goal URL set up here for my Facebook course. So in Google AdWords, I went to Google Analytics. It gave me the option to import a goal, which it can take a little bit of time to get that set up. Google will pull that in there automatically. So then when that was in there, I imported that. And now I've got verified conversion tracking from Google Analytics side for my Facebook course. So theoretically, I could pause this, but practically I want to just make sure the conversions get counted getting started. So I've got a double layer of conversion tracking set up on my Facebook Udemy course right now. So that's an ideal scenario if you already are using Google Analytics or you want to get started, to have it linked with AdWords, and then go back here and mess with the goals and set up a goal on the URL you want people to reach. So that can produce an ideal experience with you. And then what you can do, you can track all these Google Analytics data in your actual AdWords account. That will help you to really dive deep into exactly what your ads are doing. But back to what I said to start, all you need to do is have conversion tracking set up to start with. And that's all you need to do even until you get really deep into what you're doing. So once you've got some kind of conversion tracking pixel that you know is working, whether you used the Google Tag Manager up here to verify it's working, or whether you used Google Analytics to link in a pixel here, that then it has something saying no recent conversions, which is verifying it's actually working. Now you are ready to go forward and start making ad campaigns in Google AdWords in order to get yourself the best results on your ads. If you want to use Google Analytics to at least track your website and then to optimize with your AdWords conversions, I will show you how to set that up right now. So if you don't want to do that, you can just skip ahead. If you do want to do that, I'll walk you through setting it up and how to track it right now, and then you can do this yourself as soon as you've watched this. So I just finished setting it up in another one of my Udemy courses, so I'll go home, I have one more to do it on, and start over from scratch. So what I have one Udemy course to put it in, but what I will show you will work no matter where you're trying to put the code. I'll show you alternate options to put the code in. So I'm going to go create a new account. So what I need to do, I started my Google Analytics account, which you go to google.com/analytics to create. I click on admin. I gotta make sure I'm in the right account. And then what I want to do is pick and add a new property in the account. So you can see my website's in a separate account, which is good. You want your accounts grouped by what you're doing. So if you have different products you're all tracking separately, like Udemy courses, you put them in a new property. Otherwise, if you don't have an account yet or you need a new account, you can create a new account. What I do, I create new property, and what I want to track is my email marketing without asking for an email course. So what I need for this is the actual URL to start with. So I copy this exactly, and I'll put the title in, email marketing, because I know it's a Udemy course. I don't need to put anything else in because these are all Udemy courses. So I put the actual URL in, I strip off the beginning of it, and I put HTTPS because that's what I want to track. So I've got the exact URL in this format. Then I pick an industry category. This doesn't matter too much. It'll only matter for comparisons. And then I pick my time zone. You definitely want to pick your time zone correctly. And then I click Get Tracking ID. This gives me my tracking ID now, and the tracking ID is ultimately what I need to implement the code. So what I do to put the code on a third-party website is take the tracking ID and go put it within my actual course here. So I go back over to my Udemy course, and all Udemy needs is that tracking ID in that format. So I hit save. So what I don't need to do now is do anything else. Now, if you're using WordPress, there's two easy ways to do this in WordPress. I use header and footer, and I also use Google Analytics by Yoast. Because I'm using the Yoast SEO plugin, all I do is download the Google Analytics by Yoast, and I put my tracking ID in the exact way I just showed you in the last with my Udemy course. It has a section where I put my tracking ID in, and then that's all I have to do with it. That makes things a lot easier. So I'll show you the dashboard on the Yoast Google Analytics. So I have my settings right here. So all I have to do is manually enter my UA code right here, and then it tracks it. Very easy to do. And that works on WordPress. This also works on WordPress. If you use the header and footer, then this allows you to insert code into the header and footer of your website. And it's just wordpress.org/plugin/header-footer. You download it and put that in your website, and then you can insert this code into the page you want to track. Now, if you're using anything besides what I just showed you, you either need just the UA ID or you need the tracking code, which contains the UA ID. So if you're using your own code, you just put this in there. If you're doing something like lead pages where it gives you the chance to put the code in there, you just put this code in there, or if it has an ID directly in there, you put that code in there. So between these two, that's where you are able to make the actual code segment. So now once you go back here to integrate this with AdWords, then you need AdWords linking. So you set up a new AdWords link, jerrybanfield.com AdWords. You put the all website data here, you link accounts, and now you've got the accounts linked. It can take a little while for Google AdWords to import all of your analytics accounts in, so you want to get those linked ahead of time if you're set on using Google Analytics. Then you can set up goal URLs. Within your course, you can add a goal right here. So I'll click on add a goal to show you how I do it. And I put in a revenue action. I click on next step, and I put enrollment in the description. It's a destination page, so then I put begins with. And now if you've created a previous goal, there's a nice little shortcut you can use. So I've already made my other goals and I know they're working, so I just go over to admin goals on my existing enrollment goal, and all I have to do is stick this in at the end. So I put that in at the end, and then you remember the original property link I had. I just need to get this for Udemy at least. I need to get it with the beginning of the URL like that. So I put a slash there. So since this is on Udemy, I just need the URL to begin with this. I put a value, I'll just put $1 in for simplicity. And then I hit create goal. So now that easy, I've got the goal on. So eventually then I can import that into Google AdWords with my linked AdWords account. I can import that into a conversion itself. So now I've given you everything you need to get your conversion tracking set up. So I'm grateful you spent this time watching this, and I hope seeing how to get all of your conversion tracking set up in an ideal way will allow you to get started making ads tracking conversions. When you've completed all of the steps to get started with your conversion tracking and get all your AdWords accounts set up, you're probably now really excited to make your first campaign. What you are going to do after this is go ahead and make your next campaign using what I've shown you. Now, getting this started is really quick and easy because I don't know anything so far about what I'm going into. So that means I don't want to put a ton of time and effort into trying to figure it out before I have any data. This means what I want to start with is a quick, ultra simple campaign that allows me to advertise one of my new products to a very specific audience. So I'm going to try the one that's easiest to set up in terms of keywords. I can put one exact keyword on the ad. The idea is you don't want to put a bunch of work into making an ad campaign until you verify it's going to work a little bit. So what that means is I want to just make a campaign real fast and then see that my URL and everything gets approved. I figure it probably will, because I've done a lot of my Udemy courses before without much in the way of problems. However, especially advertising your own product for the first time, your own website, just do this real fast. It shouldn't take you more than 5 or 10 minutes. Make your ad campaign and sit and wait. I know at this point there's a temptation to try and dump a ton of time and energy. There's a temptation to try and do a ton of keyword research. You can't do it all right at once. But if you do a little bit all the time, you'll get something amazing. So let me show you how I make my first campaign here and what you can do to repeat it. So what I have, to begin, you need your landing page. So if you don't have your landing page in your offer, then you need that to start. So you will have to go do whatever it takes to get your landing page set up and to get your offer ready. I'm assuming for this course that you've got the knowledge to have a product online and sell it, to have it with someone else, or that you can get it. So you'll need a landing page to send your Google AdWords traffic to. You'll want to be aware of the Google AdWords policies before you start, or otherwise you may have some problems getting your ads approved. So once you've got your Google landing page ready, then all you need to do is copy that link and click on the campaign right here. And what I want to start with is search network only, because display network ads often don't work very well, although they do get cheap website clicks usually. What I want to start with is search network only, so I can do a very specific type of campaign. What I want to do is a Wireshark, and I'm just going to call this Wireshark to start. I'm going with the standard ad here. I'm going on all devices by default, but what I will do is lower my bid on mobile devices because it doesn't seem the mobile conversion is very well, and that's simple to do. So now I just use the settings it gives me. United States and Canada is good, English is good. I will use the bid strategy. Again, I'll do a basic bid. I'll let AdWords just do it. Again, this is a very first getting started campaign. I don't want to waste much time and energy figuring out how to do it. I just want to make sure it gets approved. I can then put more work in based on what I see. So you can see the potential here to waste a lot of time before you actually know anything. I don't want to do that. I'll start off with $10 a day, and that's a decent budget to get started on a $99 offer. So I put in my landing page right here, and then I'll see what Google thinks about it. So Google's going to try and make this easy for me. Google will put these keywords on here, but what I want to do is just start with something ultra simple. And I'm not even going to change any of the names right now. I'm just going to keep this ultra simple. I'm putting in just Wireshark. And you'll notice I'm actually going against what Google says to do. It says avoid one-word keywords. Start with 10 to 20. What I want to do is just do something fairly specific to start. Wireshark is a very exact term. It's not something a lot of people are searching for. So I'm putting Wireshark on there regardless of what Google says to do. So that's an important thing to know, is that you don't always really need to pay attention to what Google says. So what I'm sharing with you in here should work pretty well. Now, for Udemy specifically, Google AdWords sometimes strips off the coupon code going to Udemy. So to be safe, what I'm going to do is put a short URL here, and that way I am less concerned that Google will strip my coupon code off, because if I don't have this coupon code, the person's going to have to pay full price for the course, and then they're not going to be happy with that. So I just put my destination URL in. That's where the person will actually land. And then what I want to do is I have the website address that appears in the ad. So then I've got udemy.com/Wireshark in the ad. That's what it looks like. So that's one part. This is the actual landing page. This is what shows. So that's a good difference. Now I just want a simple headline. And I often can pull straight from my course if needed. So I can take this complete Wireshark course, and that actually fits in here. So I just keep it ultra simple for the first ad. And now I put, I just take a look over here and I will actually write the ad and then talk with you about how I wrote it. So you don't have to sit here as I go and while I try and write the ad. So I'm looking at my course and I want to pull some of the key value points into the ad. So I'll write it and then talk with you about how I wrote it. What I did here now, I went and wrote my ad. And I just asked a question because questions tend to get good engagement. So it's complete Wireshark course. And I could even start with Wireshark complete course. But the thing is, I just want to make one simple ad to get started. See what Google says about my ad and then go from there. So complete Wireshark course, it matches my course title. And then I have a question, want to learn Wireshark, because I don't need anyone to click this ad if they don't want to learn Wireshark. And then I have a clear call to action. Use this 6-hour HD video course to learn fast. And I like exclamation points, but Google's not big into exclamation points. So that's a very simple ad. I click save, and there. Now I have one ad. And what I can do is very quickly copy this ad and edit it. So it's nice to have at least 2 ads in here. So now I have Wireshark complete course. And I can quickly save that. So now I've got 2 ads and I'll make one more ad. And then I will put this in the question mark. I will put that in there instead, want to learn Wireshark. And I'll make some slight adjustments here. So now I've made some slight changes to it. So now I have 3 different ads that are all basically the same. Again, not very much work. And all I do now is click save and finish. Incredibly simple. Very little effort I put into it. And what I want to make sure at this point is that my ad URL gets approved. I want to make sure my ads and my ad URLs get approved. So these all say eligible, that's good. But what I ultimately need to do is wait. And I know you might hate waiting, but if you want to do good with AdWords, it takes a little bit of effort every day. I know when I started, I wanted to just pour energy into it all in one day. If you'll do it like I'm showing you, and just go through immediately after this, take 5-10 minutes to make your first campaign, and then come back tomorrow. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come back tomorrow after making this, look at it, and then show you what I think as I continue. I will show you exactly what I'm doing for my own AdWords account to help you see exactly how I go from having nothing to having conversions. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been inspirational and that you're ready to create your next campaign now. The key to making an exceptional AdWords campaign is how you continue to follow up, analyze, and create new campaigns, ad sets, keywords, and ads based on what your data shows you. So here's a day later after I created the first Wireshark campaign. So if you've created your campaign and you've taken a day to wait for the data, here's what you can do with the data you've got. Now, based on how the data comes out, then you will sit and make different campaigns, different ad sets, different keywords, different ads based on what you see the data saying. What I'm showing you is generally what you'll want to do anyway, no matter what the data says, unless you've already cleaned up on conversions on your very first ad set. Now, if you've done that, congratulations. The odds of doing that are really low. As you can see, I've got a couple of clicks yesterday. The click-through rate's not that great, the average position, but as we talked about, the only thing that really matters here is this 0 cost per conversion. That means it's not working. Now, I've got a $99 offer here, and I've only spent $2.48 in ad spend. and that's yesterday. If I take a look at today, I'll see I've got a click for $1.91 today, and the click-through rate's even lower. So what you'll notice, if I put it on this week, then I can see everything all together. What you'll notice here is I don't have enough data yet to see exactly what I'm working with. Well, what I do know, starting with what I do know, helps me a lot. So the first thing I know my ad got approved, I know people will click on it, and that gives me a lot of important things I can do stuff with. Now I can go on creating new ad sets. I can go on making new ads. I can try from here. If my ad would have got rejected or my landing page would have got rejected, then I would know I need to try something else. But since I've got this approved, I know I can go forward from here. So that's the main thing you want to learn on the second day of doing your Google ads is, did your ad get approved? Did any actual clicks come through? And did you get any conversions? Now, more than likely you didn't get conversions. That's okay. And what you're going to see is I'm doing this for real with myself. It tends to be hard to get conversions right away. And that's okay. So if you get anything out of this lecture, take those little wins you've got already and then build on them. So what I know, I can click on my campaign here. I go to my ads and I can see that I've got little wins already. And an interesting thing is this one ad has actually got all the clicks. Google hasn't even tried to serve these other ads that much. But again, if I'm not getting conversions, it doesn't really matter about all these other stats too much. So what I want to do now, I've got 1,000 impressions. That's not a whole lot of impressions, considering the cost per click and the bid's decently low. That probably means I don't have a whole lot more depth I can go into with the keywords. What you don't want to do is waste a whole bunch of time trying to get niche keywords where there's not enough search traffic. However, given my low click-through rate and my impressions, I probably want to try some more niche keywords. I probably want to do more than a one-word keyword. So here's how I'm going to do that. The next thing you'll often do is go into the tools and take a look at the keyword planner. So that's one thing I can do right now. There's actually an easier thing I can do immediately. What you want to do is immediately start replicating some of what you've done. So what I want to do actually is test this worldwide. I want to see how the worldwide clicks are. So what I've done is copy this campaign and I'm going to paste it. And now what I want to see is what my worldwide clicks look like versus just US and Canada. I know there's a lot of other countries based on my data on existing sales that I can make sales on. So what I want to do is try this Wireshark Global and then make this a Wireshark US Canada. So I'll have the same campaign, even though it hasn't done anything great so far. All I'm going to do is just test out my worldwide versus not worldwide. And what I want to do now is exclude the US and Canada because I don't want to have overlap. So I've got the same campaign set up, but now this is worldwide. So I can see the difference in cost per click. I can see if the Wireshark ads work better in different locations. So that's the easiest thing I can do to try and immediately do something else. So in AdWords, you always want to do whatever is easiest first. The keyword research, as I'm going to show you next, gets deeper. It often will take a lot more effort, and you may get not as many results. But I know copying this into a global campaign immediately, I've got a very good shot at seeing some more clicks and more impressions. So that's what I want to do, is ultimately get up and see where I can get a conversion. So what I'm doing to start with is casting a broad net. Wireshark on the one keyword globally will give me much more data to work with than just trying to do a more US-Canada narrow campaign. So once you've looked at your first ad set and your first campaign and your first ads, then you just want to try and scale a little bit as easy as possible. And then you go deeper into trying to do keyword research. So that's what I'll do next. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been useful. For success on Google AdWords, Keyword research, of course, is very important. I went and made my first 2 campaigns without doing any keyword research because I ultimately need to see how much traffic can I get. I haven't even spent my full $10 a day budget on Wireshark, so doing keyword research did not make sense initially, just getting started. So what I want to do now is take a look at what kind of traffic I can get. So I go to the Tools Keyword Planner and see what my options are with the Wireshark keyword. So I type Wireshark, and I can also put my landing page URL in here, and then I can get ideas from Google based on that. So what I want to know is, what other keywords should I be using? Are there keywords I'm missing? And especially, what are the cheap keywords I can use? So as you'll notice, there are a lot of searches for Wireshark, but the suggested bid is $4.27. That's pretty high. So then I will probably want some more niche keywords. The question is then, which ones do I pick? And now if you'll notice, these bids are all very high. So it definitely will help me to try and figure out where I can do keywords. So the first thing I'll do is search by average monthly searches. And because it is in here giving me all kinds of different ideas, I get some things like social media marketing in here, which I don't need. But what I can do, if I can get lucky, I can try something like a sniffer. I might be able to use some other keyword to get clicks into the course. What I'm not seeing right now, here we go, Wireshark tutorial. That might be a really good search term to try. So what I will do is try a new campaign on the Wireshark tutorial keyword. You notice the average bid is higher, but I might get some more highly targeted search traffic then. So what I want to do, I am going to actually just put these in on my own. So what I'll do is just add this keyword, Wireshark tutorial. I click add, and then Google will allow me to copy that. And I can plan out my bid. So you'll notice it doesn't think I'm going to get very many clicks out of this. So if I go down to this kind of bid range, Google thinks I'm only going to get a click every day out of it. Well, that doesn't seem very ideal unless it gets a conversion once a week, then it's worth it. So it's still worth trying. But what I know from now is I don't want to try and go too deep into the keyword research because Google is telling me there's not likely that much traffic at all for it. I do want to try and go a little bit deeper. So I'm up here now from the Wireshark tutorial, and you notice it's not in here now. So I scroll down a little bit more, and I'll see if there's anything else that might be worth adding. Something like learn Wireshark, and I'll hit it out to 100 keywords. Now I have to scroll back up. So I keep looking and seeing if there's any keywords that might indicate people want to learn about Wireshark. There, I found one. Wireshark training, that looks good. But you'll notice, based on the traffic, Google says there's about 20 times as many searches for Wireshark tutorial as Wireshark training. So that's also a good thing to know. But putting that in there, Google thinks I'm likely to get some more clicks. So you'll notice it just takes effort, and I cut out the time I spent scrolling through. But it just takes effort to continually go through the search terms and look and see if you can find some that make potential new keyword groups. So what I'll do now is continue to look just a little bit more, and then I'll make a new campaign. I've looked through now 400 different keywords, and I've only found 4. So what I want to do now, I'll just copy these to clipboard, and what I want is to try a new campaign using these keywords. So what I can do now is I could make one straight from Google, and so I'll actually try doing that. I'll click Review Forecasts, and now what I can do is I click on Add Group, and I can click then over here, Save to Account. I can create a new campaign, or I can add to existing campaign. So the easiest thing to do, and I always advocate doing the easiest thing, for now I'm just going to start by adding these to an existing campaign. And what I'll do is add a new ad group. This will allow me to continue running the campaign I am now with 2 different ad groups. The advantage of doing this is then I don't have to use up a new campaign and more budget. Because I'm not using my existing budget up now, it's nicer to just add this as a new ad group to an existing campaign. So I put in my default bid, and I'll put in $3 default bid, and I'll hit save. And now what Google will do is put those into the new ad group, and I hit close. And now what I can do is do it for the global one also. So I'll do the same thing for the global, and I'll save it to that. And now I can go create ads for the new ad groups. I'll take you back to the interface to show you what this looks like. So I saved a new ad group, but it doesn't have any keywords in it. So I'll click on the US Canada one first, and you'll notice then it has this new ad set I made in it here. So I can click on settings, and then it has it by ad group bid. So I can click on this to change it to Wireshark tutorial. To let myself know it's on new keywords, I click here, and now you'll see I have these new keywords on it, and these are all pending approval. But I don't have to worry about approval too much because I already went through and got the other one approved. And now I can take a look at all of the ad set, and you'll notice I have no ads in it. So what I need to do now is make a new ad for this specific ad set. So what I need is my landing page URL from here. I put that in, and I delete the beginning of it. And then I put this in the display URL. And now I make a new headline that matches the keywords. So the main keyword was Wireshark tutorial. So I want to start with the main keyword, Wireshark tutorial, and I can then put HD Wireshark tutorial. And then I can go advertise the course a little bit. So I'll skip straight to where I've already done that for you. So there, I've made a very simple ad. HD Wireshark tutorial gets 6 hours of HD Wireshark video tutorials in this complete course. And I'll uncapitalize the words because that looks a bit ridiculous. So now I click Save Ad. Now here's the really sweet thing. So I went through and made this ad in here. And now I've got these keywords over here. And what I can do, I can actually copy this ad and put it in the other campaign. So I go back over to the other Wireshark campaign. So this is my original one. I go to all online campaigns. I go over to the global one. So I'll edit this name to Wireshark tutorial. And now what I do, I click on this and I go to ads and I paste the ad that I made in the other campaign. How sweet is that? So now I've got that same ad in a new campaign, and I can click on it to make sure I didn't mess anything up in it with the landing page. Okay, that works good. So now I've got this same ad in the global campaign. I don't have to do the work twice to make my ad. So that's really nice. So what I have the option to do is go through and make different ad sets and then put the ads in one without having to do the work twice. So now with just one ad, I definitely want to go through and copy this and make slight changes to it. And so I can easily put Wireshark video tutorials, and I can change the different title up. So that's an easy change. Wireshark video tutorials, and I can copy and edit this Wireshark video tutorial. And I can then copy another slight differentiation, Wireshark tutorial videos. So then I've got all of these same ads in here. You see how fast I then can make some new ads. And then I can go to the keywords to see if I'm missing anything. Well, the Wireshark tutorial is the main one. So I'm just going to go with Wireshark tutorial videos. But I can very easily just throw in Wireshark training videos and do that in there that easily. So now that I've got all these ads, what I can do is select each of these and then copy all of these. And then if I use this little bar over here, I can jump straight into the global one from here, paste these ads that fast. And now you see I've got 5 new ads in this that I copied all of them without having to actually do any of the work. So that's an easy way to do your keyword research and to quickly make some new ads that you can use. And you can see I just actually got a click on this new one or on this existing campaign while we were doing this. So that's cool. So I hope this has been useful for you in showing you how to expand your ad sets. Now this applies if your budget's not all getting used. If your budget is all getting used, then you would have wanted to do a new campaign. So I've showed you how to expand an existing campaign where the budget's not getting used with new keywords. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this is inspirational and useful. Now that I've expanded my search campaigns, what I want to try are display campaigns. Display campaigns offer cheaper clicks and a chance to reach anyone who is browsing a website with Wireshark on there. It offers a chance to reach a lot bigger audience. The problem, display clicks often aren't very high quality. Still, if you can get display ads to work, there is exceptional potential there. Search ads tend to be very competitive because they work. So if I can actually find display ads that work on Wireshark, I'm likely to have a chance to get a huge return out of them. So it's worth testing them at least. So what I will do is I'm going to make a display ad campaign for Wireshark. And the nice thing is I'll actually do this as easy as possible. So I'll show you how to do that. So I'll start with a display network only ad campaign, a new one. And then I will do sales countries, and then I'll just do worldwide, no sales countries. And what I want to do is drive action. I want people to buy on my website. So that's all I want them to do. And I'm going to call this Wireshark US. So I scroll down now, and I want to actually enter all the countries I know I'm making sales in already where the wealth is higher, I guess you could say. So these are the countries I know I'm already making sales in. So I will do a separate display ad campaign for these to start with. And I'll also add Israel in there too. So now I've got a small list of sales countries. What I'm going to do is let AdWords automatically bid, and I'm going to put a click limit for this. Let's go 78. That should be a good limit, and I'll even put it a little bit higher, 87. And then I'll do $10 a day. So what I've got creating this campaign, I've got my 6 countries here. I'm allowing AdWords to set the bids, but then I set a CPC bid limit. I can't focus on conversions until I have conversions, so I'll hit save. Now watch what I can do. I will go over here, and I will grab the ads I already have up. So I'll go into this existing campaign. I will select all of the ads here, copy, and now I'll go at this little window over here to go back to the Wireshark sales one. And what I actually have to do is make a new ad group first. So what I've done, I put my landing page in, and I'm actually going to strip the HTTPS off and strip the Udemy off. So I've done that. Now all I have to do, I have to enter my keywords now. So Wireshark automatically comes up on the keywords. And what I want to do then is enter my own keywords. and I can hit add keywords, and I can also find related keywords. So I can put Wireshark back in. I can hit find related keywords, and Google will give me a couple more ideas. Now what I don't want to do is go too specific with the display keywords, or I don't want to go too broad either. I just want Wireshark and the Wireshark Network Analyzer. Those both look good. So I look through these, and then that's fine. So that's enough. So I hit, and I also allow AdWords to automatically find new customers. So I hit save and continue, and Google thinks I'm going to get plenty of impressions. So now what I do is I click skip ad creation, and then I go into paste the ads that I had before. So I paste all the search ads I already was doing, and by default these will go under review. So I paste those in there from both of my other ad sets, and now I've got plenty of display ads for my Wireshark sales. So then, to make all of this much easier, I go back to the campaign level. So I have that, and now all I have to do is copy this whole campaign. And now I paste this whole campaign. Now I've pasted it, and you'll see the way I'm doing this, you want to have already got your ads approved before you go putting all this additional work into them. And you can see why now. If you got all your ads rejected on this, that wouldn't be very good. Now I edit this to global sales, and all I have to do to change this is go in and change the country targeting. So I'm actually going to do the opposite. I will remove all. I'm going to allow it to target all countries, and then I'm going to exclude the countries I put in the last one, because I want to be seeing the difference. So I want to see what the rest of the world versus what the countries I targeted before. So this should allow me to get a lot cheaper clicks. But the question is, can I actually make sales in this one versus the other one? So I now hit save, and I've excluded those, so it targets everything except those. And now what I can do is lower the average CPC. I want to put this thing down to like 6 or maybe even 9 cents. I want to have a lot lower bids on this one. That way, I can see if I can get some cheap global clicks. So now, the best part is, if I go into the global sales one, and I take a look, I've already got all of my ads there that I made and copied. So what you really need to do is just make one round of ads, and then you can copy them and do them over and over again. So this is how I scale up AdWords, because this allows me to separate what's working from what's not. Now, nothing's working right now, so I'm in the process of continuing to try different things. So I've now got a Wireshark Global, a Wireshark US and Canada search one, and I added in some new keywords. And now I have a Wireshark US Plus sales display ad and a Wireshark Global sales. So now I've got these different campaigns up, and what I can do now is sit back for a day or so and wait and see what kind of data these give me. There's a lot more options to try in the future, but what I ultimately need to do is see where I'm getting action. Right now, I'm barely getting enough action on this Wireshark US and Canada campaign to do much more about it. So when I have action, then I can test more things. But if I'm not getting any clicks at all, it's hard to do much. So I'm setting this up so that I can at least get some clicks, if not conversions. And then when I'm getting clicks, then I can try different things to see what I can do to get conversions out of those clicks. So I appreciate you going through this with me. I hope showing you how to set up these display campaigns quickly is useful for you. Do you have multiple products or websites you want to advertise on Google AdWords? If so, it's easiest to do one of them per day at a time, and just to start a brand new ad campaign that's real small to make sure they get approved and that the ads actually work on them. So that's exactly what I'm going to do now. What I've got so far, I made yesterday my first campaign for Wireshark. Then today I made 3 more for Wireshark. What I don't have right now are enough data to actually do anything more with the Wireshark campaigns. Sure, technically I could try and do more, but why not just let the ones I've got run, see what happens, and try to do a new product, a new course that I can advertise right now. So what I will do is test out making another ad for my Udemy success course. I want to try that especially because Udemy is a trademarked term. So what I don't want to do is just make a whole bunch of ads for that before I know that it will actually be allowed. So here's what I do, and here's what you might want to see if you have any terms you're trying to advertise on that are trademarked and what you have to do with that. So I'm going to start off with a search network only campaign, and I'm going to do this for my Udemy instructor course. And I'll just call it Udemy Instructor, and then I'm going to do this US Plus. So the same as I did the other one. So I'm going to do Google search, and then I'm going to choose the countries individually, and I'll skip ahead to this. So what I've done now, I've added 7 countries I know I'm making sales in. So that's plenty in terms of countries. So I've got New Zealand, Israel, UK, Australia, Ireland, Canada, and the US. That's enough. So now what I do, and again, I'm trying to do this as fast as possible because I just want to make sure the ads get approved and there's no problem. And especially using a trademark term both in my ads and for my keyword, I want to see what happens on this. I'll do AdWords will help me set my bids, $10 a day to start, save and continue. So the campaign's up. Now I grab my URL to go land on. I put this here, and I delete the www and HTTPS. So now I've got keyword ideas coming, and the only thing I want to do is just go with Udemy. There's a ton of searches on Udemy, so I'm just going to add that again in direct disregard to the Google tips. So now I will make this ad group, and then I go continue to ads. And now all I have to do is write a quick headline, write the ad text in here. So what I'll do is do this real quick and then skip ahead and start talking with you again. What you can see now, I have the ad set up. I have the destination URL. I have the Teach Online on Udemy as my headline. I've got the short URL that will appear on the ad. And then I've got a quick little sales pitch for it. So that's fine. So all I do now is hit save, and then I've got every part of the ad done. Now I can quickly copy a new ad to make a little bit of diversity. So I will quickly copy and change a couple of small things up to give Google a few options for this ad and to see if there are any variations of the ad that do get approved or don't get approved. So now I've tried a slightly different ad. I'm getting very generic Udemy search traffic, so this will be people just hearing about Udemy. So I try a couple of variations. I don't want to put too much work into doing this beforehand. So what I want to do is do things like copy this and then just change the title. So I can teach on Udemy full time, and then all I have to do is copy this exact ad too, and then I can mix and match the titles on them. So teach on Udemy full-time in this one, and then I can swap that out with this title, and I can do the opposite on this one. I can take this title then and swap that out on this one. So now I've got 4 unique ads, and that allows me to then save and finish this campaign. And now what I want to do, I just want to know right now if my keywords can get approved, because I have a trademarked keyword that may or may not get past review. So what I want to find out is, can I actually get this past review? I think it should be fine, but all I have to do now, I've went and made this new campaign. So I've got a new product that I just did yesterday. So you can see if you have a lot of products, just doing this one day at a time, I have almost 20 courses on Udemy. It's good for me to just do a little bit every day because you see I need data, and I'm going to continually be adding all these new campaigns together all the time. So what I want is to ultimately learn what tends to work among all the campaigns. I want to ultimately get a campaign up for all my courses and finally zoom in on exactly which course sells. Out of the 20 courses I have, more than likely I will only be able to sell 1 to 5 of them on Google AdWords. So I want to make ads for different courses, because if you noticed anything from seeing Rob's ads, he very easily, that campaign I put up worked for him immediately. Often you can have certain products, certain keywords, certain things you can put up that will work almost immediately with no effort. So after putting about 4 of these in for one product, I want to get into doing the next product at the same time. So as I continue to do this, you'll be amazed at how quickly I start building up a budget in AdWords and what I learn along the way. So I hope you're working with me doing this. I hope you are launching multiple versions of your campaigns, or you're planning for this in the future. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been useful for you in getting really good at Google AdWords. What do you think of these AdWords campaigns? There are 5 new campaigns here: 2 display, 3 search network, 4 for the Wireshark product, and 1 for the Udemy product. What do you think of these? Do you think these click-through on this one looks good? Is that exciting? That it's in the sales countries and it's only 53 cents per click? The average position on most is high? This goes back to what I said about the conversion data. There are no conversions here. Right now, I have nothing. This is all 0. There are some places to be excited about. This click-through rate with the low cost per click shows that I've got a really good potential right here, but I might have really good potential on this US display network campaign. Without conversions, I don't know anything. It doesn't matter what all these are. See, I could go in and show you in the keywords. Ooh, look, on the Udemy search keyword, I have an 8 out of 10 quality score. Ooh, that's so good. It doesn't matter without conversion rate. I could be pulling sales out of a 2 keyword score if it was getting actual conversions. So then this leads me to the question, well, what does that mean for my conversions, and what can I do about it? What can I do about it? And I'm doing this so that you can go through these same thought processes in your head when you're looking at your campaigns, because it's easy enough to train people on the technical details of what to do in Google AdWords. If I can train you on these thought processes, this will be fantastically valuable for you. So at this point, I could start blaming things. Well, Udemy's landing page. Well, I could easily start trying to blame all these other parties. Google AdWords, well, your traffic's crap. There's lots of ways I could go that would be negative right here because I've spent $77, no conversions. That's just a warm-up. So here's what we're doing now. I am thinking positive. I see good opportunities, and at the same time, I see a need to do better myself. I need to make a better offer. And this is almost never something I see either. What if it's the offer that's not converting? So let me show you what I mean by that. So on these display network campaigns, what if it's the offer? So I go through, this is my offer. I click on this. This is what I'm offering right here. A $99 coupon to a course, 50% off. I'm trying to sell a $100 product when I don't know anything about the audience on Google AdWords. Same thing, let's go to my Udemy course. And in working with clients, this is the exact thing I've noticed too. Well, let's not even talk about the offer. The offer is usually the problem. And I say the offer as in the product, the landing page. $99 I'm trying to sell right here. The problem with this is I need conversions. That's all I need right now are conversions. So if I have a $99 offer, what is not happening? People aren't buying it, so I don't have any conversions, so I don't know what's really working and what's not working. So at this point, I've had a lot of clients say, well, it's the AdWords traffic. Well, you need to make some more ads. Well, it's this. Well, optimize the landing page. The best, you might be thinking that, and I'm sharing this with you to help get to know yourself and what you're doing. So here's where my thought comes in. This is where my drive to succeed and my willingness to do whatever it takes comes in. How about this offer? What if I just put the course out there for free? What if I just do it totally free? How about that? Then I can strip the whole element of price completely out of the equation. So these 4 Wireshark campaigns now, which have collectively spent 37 plus this, most of the budget. What if I try this on a free offer? Because I know my free offers convert. On my instructor profile, I can see that 30,000+ of my students originally came in on free offers. I know those convert really well. So why screw around with this $99 offer? This is one of the most critical pivots that you can make with Google AdWords. If you just try and stick to that $99 offer or any paid offer you're doing to start, you may never see even one conversion before you give up. If you put in a free offer, and not just a crappy free offer for a squeeze page or something like that, your very best free offer. I mean, if you have a product, offer to just give it to someone. Ship it to them free, everything. Your very best free offer. An offer you couldn't stand to just give out all the time. And one you certainly won't continue to pay for forever. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch to this free offer because what I need to know is where are my conversions. If I strip the element of price out, that will be a very powerful way for me to locate my conversions. What I need are conversions right here. Because with this free offer, I will be able to tell if these display network campaigns really work or not. They are getting low-cost clicks. You'll notice $1.57 for a search click. In the same countries, it's 34 cents for a display click. $1.29 for a global click, 5 cents for a display global click. What I need to know is what actually produces conversions. So I've got the ads are acceptable right now. They may not be perfect. The click-through may not be great to start with. What I need to know is where are my conversions. So I'm going to do this free Wireshark offer, and I'm actually going to make all of my offers free to start with from now on. So this is a gigantic pivot, and this you might look at as awfully risky, like, wow, you're just going to spend this money on AdWords to give your product away. You can't possibly have a positive ROI on that. In the short term, yes, you're right. I can't make money off that to start with. Once I have these conversions, then I know where I can sell my product. Because if people will take it for free, then I can probably try and sell it to them also. If they won't take it for free, I cannot sell it to them. I cannot sell someone something they will not take for free. So that's what I need to know first is it worth something free? Is the traffic good enough to convert free traffic, especially on these display ads? So thank you very much for watching this. What I'm going to do next is show how to quickly switch the existing campaigns I have over into free offers very seamlessly and painlessly, because I don't want to suffer through trying to do all this work the hard way. I just want to very quickly switch all of these into free offers. So that's what I'm going to do. And if I'm willing to do this, when you take a look at your ads and you're not getting conversions, then maybe you'll be willing to give this a try too. And as you continue to watch through this course, wait until you see how this works out. I can say this on faith because I know in terms of the ads what I'm looking for. I'm looking for good places to fish. This free offer will give me good places to fish. And when I know where I need to aim my traffic and my effort at, then I know I can get sales too. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been especially inspirational for you. If you want conversions on Google AdWords, you've got to be willing to make your very best offer. And I don't mean a gentle or a decent, I mean the very best thing you can absolutely just give away. Whatever it takes for you to get a conversion. If that means you have a physical product you need to give away totally for free to see which people will actually have the potential to purchase it, that is what it takes. And that's what I'm doing. I am going to give these 2 courses I've made ads away that I originally made ads for $99 coupons, which are already half off. I'm giving those completely away until I find where the actual conversions are at. Because I've got just enough data right here to see I'm not getting any conversions and I need a better offer. So I'm going to show you how I quickly do that. So I'm going to start on these Wireshark ones. So what I'm going to do is go into this first campaign, this Wireshark search one that I started on. And you'll notice then I can see where I'm getting the actual clicks in here and where the clicks are coming in at. So all I need to do then are edit all of the ads in this. Now, an interesting thing. So I go to edit all of these. My ad will have to go back into approval and I'll get all the data confused with what I've already done. So what I want to do instead, I'm going to select these and I'm going to copy these ad groups. So I'm in one campaign, I'm going to copy all these ad groups. And then what I'm going to do is paste all these ad groups. And then I'm going to click pause new ad groups after pasting. So that way they'll start pause so I can tell which ones I just pasted while I edit them. Because Google doesn't like it when you try and switch things on it all at once. So now what I'll do is go down to all but removed so I can see the paused ads. Now these are my new ones. So I'm going to call this Wireshark tutorial free, and let's not capitalize the F because that's obnoxious. And then I'm going to do ad group 1. And I have to hit the back button. I didn't mean to click in there. Now, free. Now what I do is I want to go in and edit the actual ads that aren't yet approved for the new URL. They will automatically be. What I want to do though is just edit the URL. So this is kind of a little slower way to do it. So I'm just going to pace myself and show you how to do it. So now I've selected all of the individual ads from the paused ad group. So what I'm going to do is edit all of them at once. So I go to edit, and what I can do is try this, change URL options. And no, I don't actually want to do that. Just kidding, Google. What I want to do is edit the actual ad. So I will go again, I click edit, change text ads. And now this will change all of the ads. So all I really need to do is put this new little code in here, and I'll just copy it straight like this. So I put this in the final URL. It doesn't actually change anything about the rest of the ad. So I've got this final URL in there, and then the rest of the ads stay the same. So that's one way I can do it. So I'll hit make changes. And now I've got all of these new ads have a new URL. Watch, you can preview it. I'll click on it and it goes straight over here now. So that goes to the free offer. That's good. Now what I do, I go back up to ad groups and I want to swap these around. I'm going to pause this one, pause that one, start this one, and start that one. Now I do this because I don't want to confuse my data between these two. So you can see on these, I've got data already showing what I've spent, and I don't want to confuse the data. And I have not made any changes to the ads yet. I've not changed the keywords yet because I've done enough with that prior to having conversions. The idea of doing this free offer is to get these conversions. I don't need to mess around with things until I'm messing with conversions. So once I see what actually converts, then I'll put more work into it. So now I'm going to go through and do this same thing, except I can speed this up a little bit more now. Watch this. And normally something you should never say, by the way. So I click off of those ones I paused. I don't need to copy those. And I click off the free ones I've already done. So now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ad groups I've got. And one of these is on the Udemy instructor. So I'm going to hit copy. And now I go to paste. And that's why I said you should never do watch this. So you can see the way I tried to do that. You can't do it all at once if they're in different ads campaigns, because Google doesn't want you to get everything confused. So sometimes showing you what you cannot do is valuable so that you can just see how to do it right from the start. So I go into this individual ad campaign and do the same thing I just did. So I go in and paste and pause the new ad campaigns and switch the URL really quickly in these. And I edit them also to free. So if you want to really see how to do this, I'm going to actually do it and not just skip ahead, because this is a very valuable skill you can get, is changing up all of these quickly. So you'll notice I'm just in the ad group. Well, I want to do all the ads in the campaign at once. So I can go manually click these really fast, and I'll show you how to do it right the first time, this time, instead of trying to hit other things. So I've selected all those. I go straight up to change text ads. I go straight in to paste the URL right there, and I hit make changes. So you can see when you do this a bit more how fast it is. So ad groups, pause, pause, start, start. That's 2 of the ad groups done really quickly. And you notice I'm not putting the word free in any of the ads either. I don't want to artificially boost my conversions because people know it's a free offer. I want them to have the exact kind of ads they'll deal with that I could use to actually sell the course. But then I want to just see the data that I get out of having it free. So that's a very important point to make with this. You don't want to throw keywords in like free to try and artificially boost your settings. So now these display ads, there's only one ad group there, so this is real quick to just copy and paste. And then the other one has the same new thing. And I don't actually need to even pause the new ads when I run them. That just is helpful when I have more than one. So all I can do now, I can just pause the one I already had running, and I can just put ad group 1 free, and then I can go do it the opposite way. I can just select all of the ones that are not paused and then change them, because the display ads have to go under review. So the display ads go under review. So then I just select all of these, and then I go edit the actual URL, change text ads, put the new URL in here, make changes. So that's another way to do it. So the display ads will technically stop running for a little while, and that's okay. I just want to get this free offer in and see what happens. So that's 3 out of 5 I've changed. So let's go do this last display one, the Wireshark Global. And then I can quickly copy it and then paste it. And I can do the same thing on this one. Now I like to do full views on everything because I find a lot of videos don't have all the detail I want. I know you can just skip through a lecture if you don't need to watch me actually copy all these. But the thing is, you can't do it the other way around. So I offer you all of this. If you've seen me copy these enough, then that's okay. You're always welcome to skip ahead. I keep these set up for the people who want to actually go through and watch all these. So now you'll see I've just got, on this one, I've just got all of my ads in the actual ad set. So this is a lot faster. So all I have to do is select all of these at once. So if you didn't skip ahead, you get rewarded with this little trick. So then I hit HTTP there, I put the new URL in, and I always check the actual URL too. So there, I've got all new ads in on that display ad. So if I go up to the top and hit ad groups, you can see ad group 1 free is now alive and well. Now that's all the Wireshark ones converted to free using the existing settings. Now let's convert this one to free. Same thing. Copy it and paste it. And I'll do the same fast way I just did with you, so that all I have to do is just select all of the ads at once and quickly edit the text in them. That's a lot faster. So I go to pause, and then I call this free. And I don't bother renaming the ad groups until I really need to. So I now click on the actual ad group itself. It only shows me the ads from this ad group. I click on all the ads, I click edit, change text ads. I go get my new URL over here for this course, copy. I go put this in the final URL, make changes, and then I click on it to make sure it actually works. And there you go. So now what I've got, all of those ads I made yesterday, I just changed all of them to running free. So if you click on all the ad groups, you'll see now I've doubled the amount of ad groups I have. I paused all of the ones that have ran so far, and I've now done free ones. So I separate out all of those ones that did not drive any conversions, and I can even delete them if I want. There's no reason to do that really, because all I have to do is hit all enabled. So I change my view, and now I see only ones that I've actually got running. So all those old ones are replaced with new ones. I'll still see the overall data on here, depending on how I've got my data set up here. So now I've got that done. I appreciate you watching this with me. I hope showing you how to quickly put a new offer on all of your existing ads is helpful for giving you the chance to actually get some numbers in this conversion column. If you want to successfully scale your campaigns and you've figured out what your best offer is, then what I'm going to do, and if you're following along with me, what you can do too, is scale all of your future campaigns starting with free offers. That will allow you to immediately see for a low cost where conversions are. What I mean by this is that I'm going to make now the Udemy instructor campaigns the same as I did for the Wireshark ones, except I'm going to start with the free offer instead of trying to do any sales to begin. And what I'm going to do indefinitely for the rest of all the courses is start with the free offer and then work my way up into sales. So I'm not going to make any more Wireshark campaigns until I've got conversions, 4 different ones when you've got 2 display network and then 2 search, and those are split on location. That's plenty to get started with. And you don't want to waste all of your budget before you start finding what works. So this is how I'm scaling it up. I'm going to split these again based on location, and then I'm going to try a couple of display ad campaigns. Display ads are very powerful, and with the free offer, I can rule them out. display ads often don't work. What I want to do is just confirm that they're not going to work. I want to make sure I'm right that they won't work, rather than miss the opportunity to get conversions out of display ads. More importantly, I can see what my cost per conversion is, so I can figure out, even on the free offer, what price I can afford to offer my product for. So going forward, I'm going to make these new ads with only free offers on this and all the rest of my getting started ad campaigns. And what I hope you can see by this point is the sheer amount of consistent daily effort that goes into getting this right. I imagine I will have made hundreds of campaigns before I have a few that are consistently producing positive sales. But what I don't need to do is make hundreds of campaigns before I have some conversions, because I'm going to use a free offer. But in the meantime, I need to make more campaigns to start with, especially this Udemy instructor one with all these promising stats on it. I definitely want to try and copy it and make more exactly how it is and see what I can do if there's potential to scale that up on the free offer. So now what I've done, I've copied it, I'm pasting it, and I'm going to make this just different on location. The same as I did with the Wireshark ones. The difference is Google will also put the old one in the background. So as you'll see, I'll edit the name on this first, Udemy Instructor Global. And then I go in here, and you'll notice if I turn on all but removed, Google actually copied those paused ad groups too. So it'll be to my advantage to just start my new offers with the one ad group so that I don't have so many different ad sets in there. So now all I have to do is change this location targeting to make a nice new campaign. So I will remove these, and what I'll do is exclude them at the same time so I don't miss any. So I'll remove Australia and exclude it. Remove Canada and exclude it. The reason I'm doing this, I want to see how the ads perform to get conversions outside of the countries I know are already making sales. Similar to the display ads, I know that there's massive potential in some of these countries, but what I don't want to do is just assume that it will or won't work. So I'm going to actually test it out and see, can I get sales in these other countries? And if it doesn't work, I'm okay with that. The biggest opportunities I've found in Facebook ads and in online ads generally are the opportunities that people don't even think to try for. So that's what I'm going to do. So this is a nice little global campaign, and I'm going to put the mobile bid adjustment. I want it to just maybe be like 20% lower. But this is a search campaign, so it's not too big of a deal. But there, now I've got a brand new Udemy Instructor Global campaign down here with no existing data. And the nice thing is this is only on the free offer. So that's really cool. So now all I have to do, I can go make a nice display campaign for Udemy also. So I will do that, display network only. I'll make another new campaign right here for this one. And I'll use my free landing page, and then I'll just copy the ads from the other ones. Now you see Google didn't load very fast here, and I almost refreshed it, but I didn't. So then what you want to do is just have patience with Google, click and then go to drive action on the display campaign. And I can load settings from another campaign on here. So let's try that. I will try loading it from the Wireshark US sales. The problem is then it will wipe out my other one. So I'll just try and do that and see, look how much faster that was. I just loaded settings from the Wireshark US sales one that put all these countries in here without me having to do that. It automatically puts my bid in here and everything. A lot easier than trying to do it manually. So now I go to save and continue, and I'm able to do that because I have not made any other this is just the campaign settings level. And so what I do need to do is put a new campaign on here. So Udemy Instructor US Plus. And now I go back down to save and continue. And now I don't need to do anything else yet on the other ad group. But I will, just because it's faster this way. So what I'll do is put my landing page URL for my free in here. So I'll put ad group 1 and I'll just call it free. And then I'll go display keywords, and all I need to do is put in Udemy, because that's all I want to try to get started. So I'm going to just do Udemy and let AdWords automatically find new customers, and then save and continue. So I've got my first ad group up now. If you remember from last time, I don't need to actually make the ads again. All I have to do is skip ad creation and then go up here and copy it from my other campaign. So I go back to all online campaigns and grab the US Instructor Plus from this one. And again, I'm not doing any optimization yet. I'm not putting any effort into making the ads better. I just want to see which can actually get conversions right now. So I'll copy these existing ads, and you note it helps to use only your active ads so you don't accidentally do something like copy the last version of the ad you made. So you can always click the ad to confirm it. So now what I do, I go back to my campaigns. I go back over to the Udemy Instructor US Plus on the display network. I go into ad group, and now I can go in and paste these ads that I already made before that are set up correctly. So now I hit paste, and now I've got all my ads in there already. So it's really easy to do. So the beauty of this is now all I have to do is go through and copy this display network campaign, copy, paste. I copy this, and all I have to do is edit the countries. So you can get the value out of doing these things quickly, but you can only get the value out of it if you've got conversion tracking. Because trying to do all this split testing and not getting any conversions doesn't help. As you can see above, I've got a bunch of clicks, and it doesn't help if I'm not getting conversions. So now with this free offer, I should have the chance to at least track 1 or 2 conversions and see what happens. So another way, if you'll notice, I could have loaded this from an existing campaign instead of copying it. But it's so much easier to just copy it and then put these countries in right here. Because then I don't have to go through and make all the ads manually. It's just a lot easier that way. And I guess I don't want to exclude Ireland here because I didn't do it in that. So I've tested a little bit difference between the two of having Ireland in and not having Ireland in. Again, these are just the first few campaigns, so it's okay. You want to get something done more than have it done perfectly. You just want to get something done, have it done, and then start getting conversions and optimize from there. So that's what I did. Now I've got that Udemy one copied out. There. Now I have 8 campaigns instead of 4. Now I have all free offers instead of any paid ones. So yes, I cannot make any money directly from what I'm doing, although I can email market to the free students, which is still valuable. Still, what I need are conversions here. So I'm hoping these free offers will put some conversions in this column, and then I can start looking at what actually converts instead of just trying to guess at it. So I appreciate you watching this. I hope you can see how fast you can get going with Google AdWords and what opportunities you have to really zoom in on doing what works if you'll stick to just conversions and mostly ignore all the rest of this data. So thank you for watching, and I hope you've liked this. Once you've made your first several campaigns split tested on different products, you'll probably want to continue trying with yet another offer. So for me, what I want to try next is my SEO course. So there's a few unique things to learn from this new campaign I'm making with you. First, I'm starting this course off free. So I'm not even going to try like I did on these last two for sales. I'm going to start it off free. And second, I started both of these last ones off with one-word searches. Now, if we take a look at the keyword planner, I'm going to use this beforehand on this one because there's not quite an obvious search term I can use on this one. So if I take a look and say put in SEO, now then this is not going to just be a one-word keyword I want to throw something down on. So if you look at 550,000 monthly searches, way too much to just try and drop a one-word keyword search on. We definitely don't want to do that. And it's interesting, you can see the actual big term in this now is SEM, search engine marketing. So that's worth keeping in mind for me for the future. So here's more of what I want to try to start with. SEO tutorial, SEO tips. Now you'll note the tutorial is the lowest cost one. So what I want to do are find these lower cost keywords in here and just give them a try instead of trying to do something like just do the one word SEM or search engine optimization or something like that. So I've got SEO tutorial in here. This looks promising. And I will scroll down here. There's SEO training. Now that's a lot more expensive. So what I can do is just try out SEO tutorial to start based on that. Now let's take a look at my previous campaigns to see if I've learned anything from my existing Wireshark tutorial search terms. So if I go into the Wireshark and I take a look at the search network, now when I put in the Wireshark, and I'll have to show all but removed to see the paused ones, my Wireshark tutorial got a lot higher click-through, as you can see, 4% click-through on that. And I have Wireshark tutorial. Actually, Wireshark training got the really good click-through. Wireshark guide, Wireshark tutorials. So what I can try and do is figure out exactly the same thing I can do with the SEO one. So I'll go back up to this and I'll go to the ad groups and turn all enabled on. And now I can go back into the keyword planner. And there's a cool thing you can do, multiply your keywords together. So I can put in SEO and I can put in something like SEM. And then I can do this. I can put training, tutorial, learn, guide, help. And I can multiply all of these words in together. So then I can get search volume on all of these different combinations. So I go to keyword ideas and Google shows me all of the different ways these come out. Tutorial, training, guide, help. And I'll note that the SEO ones are what people are using. So I do want to try and do all four of these also. So what I can do is I can add all of these to a plan now. Add this, this, and that. And now I have something I can start with. So what I can do now is hit save to account. And now I can do a new campaign. I call this my SEO US Plus. And I just put a default bid of, let's say, 2 in there and a daily budget of 10. Now I've saved these keywords to a new campaign. And now I can go create ads for this new campaign. This way, my keyword research directly ports over to my effort in this area. So you'll notice Google went and made me a new ad group already. And now what I want to do before I do anything is check the settings to make sure Google didn't butcher this somehow, which happens from time to time. Now here, I do want to go put in, I want to uncheck all languages and put English in. Definitely don't want to do all languages. Now I also want Google to automatically set my bid on this, allow enhanced CPC, and I'll put, say, I don't know, $3 in to let Google try and automatically bid for me. So that's enough right there. And now what I want to do is edit my location info. There, I've got my locations done. Now all I need to do are make the ads in this campaign. So if you look at all of my ads, I've now got one SEO. I've got my keyword ideas. Now I just need to go make an ad. So I'll click on this ad group. You can see all of the keywords I've got set up here. The problem is I don't have an actual landing page yet on any of these. So now I'll click on add, and I just want to make a text ad. And now what I can do, I go grab my free code off of this other window. So I've got my free code, I copy that off, shrink, and I put this in the final URL. And then what I do is go take the beginning of it and see if it'll fit in the display URL. It will not fit in the display URL. It's 1 character short. This is why I make all of my new courses short URLs. So that means all I can do is use udemy.com as the display URL, which is fine. So now I want something that matches my keywords. And from the Wireshark, it looks like people loved the training. So I'm going to try a headline like complete SEO video course. And then I can put in something about the training. So I can say something like SEO training, and then I can put in how many hours of it is. So if I look at my SEO course, it has 6 hours. So I can say get 6 hours of HD video training. Now I've got a total ad created, complete SEO video course, get 6 hours of HD video training and SEO tutorials to help your SEO. Again, it may not be a perfect ad, it doesn't matter. All I want is something functional right now. Something that will at least give me a little bit of data on what I'm trying to do. And all I have to do then is copy and edit, and I can try a few more options with this. There, now I've made a nice new ad, similar format. And again, I will do the same thing. I will copy and edit and do another one. There, I've got a nice new title. That's good. And I have not done much to actually change it. So I will make one more ad. There, now I've got 4 different ads. That's enough. So the key thing in Google AdWords is to just do enough. I want to go through and make sure my ads actually get ranked. I want to go through and make sure there's no problems with my keywords. I just created a new landing page. It has both Google and YouTube in the landing URL. It's very important I just patiently go forward one day at a time. I try one new campaign to make sure it gets approved and everything's fine. Then as you can see, I scale up. And the more contact with Google AdWords I have, the more I learn. So if you're walking along with me now, you have the ability to gain all of this same amount of learning and knowledge and power with Google AdWords. And whether you're doing your campaigns on $1 a day, $5 a day, 10, 20, or 100 a day each, all of these same principles apply. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been another good step forward for you in your Google AdWords learning. Now we have conversions. It's a day later, and the free offers I've made are driving conversions. This is the data for the whole month of ads, so it includes both yesterday and today. And now you can see where the excitement is in Google AdWords. I can now sort by conversions, and I can start seeing where my best opportunities really are. So I can even sort by cost per conversion, and then you can see this Udemy Instructor Global campaign. I've got 6 actual conversions out of it. How cool is that? This is why the free offer is so worth it. I can now see what is really working and what isn't working. This makes a huge difference because now the offer is exactly the same, except price is controlled for. So this is a nice little experiment. Once I know the offer itself is good if it's free, then I can try different prices to see where it actually sells. But more importantly, if people won't take the free offer, I know that campaign is totally not going to sell either. So this conversion data, I'm very excited about this. And if you've just got some of your conversions doing this course, I hope you're excited too. This really gets me excited to see exactly where I'm getting some conversions at. The problem with this data I have right now is that it includes both the campaigns before I actually ran the free offer and after. So one thing I can do, I can just hit today, and now this shows my conversions just for today. So you can see these Udemy Instructor Global ones are getting cheap conversions both on the display network and on the search network. And that's really exciting because if these free offers will convert for this cheap, then that means I could theoretically offer the course pretty cheap as well. And maybe I would get less, but I still could possibly have a positive ROI. So if you know what your free cost per conversion is, then you can get an idea of how much people are willing to pay based on what kind of cost it takes to acquire them. So if the lowest cost is $284, now I'm not going to get paid offers more than likely for the same cost, but even if it costs 3 or 4 times as much, I know I can make a profit offering my course for $25. But what I don't have yet is that much data. I do want more data. Because if you'll notice, I've got this display network campaign here. I've got all these that have no conversions today. And if I go to yesterday, I have some conversions for those yesterday. So what I want is a little bit more data at this point. I want to see what is consistent, because once Google AdWords has conversions, Google AdWords can then figure out who is converting the best on its own. So Google gives me a very limited amount of data to work with compared to what it can work with. So Google has all of this data in the background, and once I show Google who's actually converting, Google can try and intentionally get more people to convert, and that's where the real power of Google AdWords can come into play. So you can see free offers, awesome to just get these conversions. Now that I have these conversions, I can ignore all of this other stuff over here. Because if I can get a conversion in for $10, it doesn't matter then all of the other data here on the Wireshark course. It just matters how many people will actually take the course. And especially when I do sales ones, that helps too. So the first step is to actually get the conversions. So whatever it takes, you've got to get those conversions. And the nice thing is when you do have conversions, then you can have the confidence that everything's actually working too. You don't want to push forward into Google AdWords if things aren't actually working in terms of the conversion tracking. So if you have your free offer, you can get a good baseline of what it actually costs to get the bare minimum conversion. And what I want to do now is get some more conversions. But at the same time, I can take a little peek at who is converted so far in terms of the ads, which ads have converted, which keywords have converted, and then I can try intentionally to do a little bit more than that. For example, if I have more than one keyword in a campaign, I can take a look and see which converted, but for most of these that are converting, there's just one keyword. So I know it's exciting just getting these conversions. At the same time, there's not a lot more I can do right now with the campaigns themselves until I have more conversions. I will show you a little bit of what I can do now that I have some more conversions. But at the same time, I'm going to need a few more sales so I can really zoom in at, okay, where am I really getting all these conversions? So thank you for watching this, and I hope showing you these very first conversions I've got, sharing my genuine excitement with you, is inspirational for you in doing your own AdWords. When you have conversions on Google AdWords, it's pretty easy to start trying to optimize the existing conversions you have to do more. What I can do at the same time is take a look at what's not working and quickly pause that. So if I sort by conversions, and first what I did, I want to include all of my conversions and nothing else. So what I've done, I've sorted right there. And so now I have custom yesterday and today. But I can actually just sort the ad groups. So then I'm only working with the free ad groups. And that way I can sort by conversions. I can see exactly which has actually got conversions. And then if there's any that aren't working, like this one, then I can pause them. Here's the thing. If I've spent $13 and not even got one conversion out of this ad group, then I know I probably don't want to bother with it. And taking a look at this one, it's costing me 48 cents per click for Udemy Instructor US Plus clicks on the display network. And if I go up here, it's only costing 32 cents to get search clicks for it, and I've got one actual conversion out of it. So what I want to do then is go back to the campaign window, and I want to pause this display network campaign. I don't want to waste my money. As much as you might think looking at this, I really don't want to waste any of my money. I just want to know exactly what will actually drive conversions. So on this Wireshark, it's a similar issue on the outset, but if I go a little deeper in and look at the actual ad group, then you can see I've spent much less on it than on the entire campaign, because this is only for the free ads. So I've spent a lot less on that Wireshark display network campaign, but still $9, if it hasn't converted yet on a free offer for $9, is probably not in that great of a place. So what I'm going to do is pause that Wireshark one too. The nice thing is, with free offers, I can have a very low tolerance for ads not converting. If you don't have good data on what's actually converting, then it's almost hopeless to try and optimize. But once I've got a free offer up, I can have very low tolerance for ads not converting. So after 47 clicks, I know I'm not looking at that great of a conversion percentage immediately. So I just paused 2 of those display network campaigns. Now these display network campaigns are actually converting. So that's really good. So I will keep them running for now and see what happens. So then I have these remaining campaigns up here that are not converting, and these are all search network ones, but they don't have very much ad spend either. So what I'm going to want is a little bit more data on those for now. What I can work with and optimize are the ones that are converting well. So what I can do, I can try and make more changes to the ones that are converting well in terms of just giving Google more to work with. Give Google some more ads that Google can choose from. So what I can do is click on this one that's actually converting the best, and Google has a good keyword score and everything like that, so that's great. Well, all I really need to do is see, okay, which ads are converting the best and how do I make more of them? So these ads are all converting pretty well. They're 9%, 11%. It's hard to say even exactly which ad is converting the best with this much data. What I can do, I can try and make even more ads. I can try a few more different ads and then give Google a chance to try and see which one will work the best. And then in the settings, what I can do, I can tell Google to run the settings by conversions. And then in the bid strategy, I can have enhanced CPC on. And then I can focus on conversions once I have enough data. So it's very important to get that conversion data. And then Google can really go to work on showing the actual ads for specifically conversions. So I hope I've shown you a good way to get started. What I'll do next is show how I quickly create a few more ads in the campaigns that are working. If I'm converting really high, then it's a little challenging to see what I can do better. But if I go over into some of these where the conversions are a little lower, on this one, there might be some more or less obvious opportunities to do some work. So if only one of these ads is converted, then I can make more ads like that. And if I see how much this ad only cost 86 cents, so what I probably want to do is make some more just like that. So this is why the conversion data is so valuable. I get to see what actually converts instead of just what seems like it works. So thank you for watching this, and I'll show a little bit more on how to maximize what I'm getting out of the existing conversions. Once I've paused the campaigns that were wasting money outright, now what I can do is try and make some more ads in the ones that are working good. What I want to do is give Google good options to get more ads. And so the display network here is the lowest working one I've got so far. But the thing is, it's using the same ads that are already working to actually drive conversions on other campaigns. So it's tricky to actually do this in a way that doesn't waste your time. So what I can do, if I'm already converting good, I can go in and take a look and see is one ad or another working better than another. So on this I can sort by conversions. I can see that this Wireshark Complete course is fine, but what I can do is zoom out more and look at all of my online campaigns, and then I can see which ads are converting in all of my campaigns. That can help me. For example, these Wireshark ones are converting in different campaigns. So I can see the ads are converting differently. So on this display network one, this one converted, but these complete Wireshark ones converted. So it's hard to say which is necessarily working better because all of them have converted in one way or another. Same thing on Udemy. These ads are working all very good. So it's difficult to say if one's working better than another. What I do notice is this HD Wireshark tutorial, none of these have actually converted down here. Do I need to pause these? Not necessarily, because Google will automatically go in and stop running ads that are not working. What I can do is try and make more of the best converting ads in each campaign. So if I go into the ad groups and I click on this one and I go to the ads, these all are converting pretty well. At this point, I'm likely to make an ad that's worse than what I'm already doing. With a 10% conversion rate, there's not a huge point in trying to make a better ad. What's worth noting on this, where the cost per conversion is lowest, is that the click-through's high with a low cost per click and the conversion rate's pretty good. Whereas some of these, the click-through's not as good, but the conversion rate's very good. This makes it obvious the problem of trying to look at more than cost per conversion. All of these are looking pretty good in terms of cost per conversion. So it's hard to say if one's better than another because the cost per conversion's all the same. So right now I'm not going to mess with that one. I want to just spend my time where my time's needed. So I'll go back out here to ad groups, and what I need to find is there somewhere I can do a little bit better job getting some conversions. So I go down to the Wireshark one and I take a look at what is converting here. And now I only have one actual ad that's converted here. But if I remember from my last ones, this one converted just fine. So at this point, it's clear I don't have quite enough conversions to do a whole lot more in terms of making ads. I could go in and make more ads in the existing campaigns, but overall it doesn't look like there's a huge opportunity yet to make a lot more ads. I could make some slight variations, but at this point, it's better to just sit back and wait for some more conversions because everything all kind of looks about the same right now. There aren't gigantic differences that Google can't handle. So if I'm getting ads that are converting, as I will click in here and you can see, when I'm getting ads that are converting, Google automatically will show those more. Google wants me to get conversions, so Google will show my ads that are converting more often. That means I don't have to do as much right now. What is worth noting is how all of the ads convert across different ad sets. When you have different split tests, I can see that these ads are working good in different campaigns. So that means I don't have enough data. So sometimes in AdWords, the thing is to just realize you need to wait before you do more work. Simply doing more work is not often the best thing to do. Often patience in AdWords is the best thing. With 7 conversions, I'm starting to stack up a pretty sweet campaign here. But I still could use more conversions before I try and optimize anything further. So this might be a little counterintuitive, but sometimes you just need more data. In terms of sampling size, in statistics, you want a couple hundred of a sample. And so if you look at each of these individual conversions as a sample, then what I'd really like is a lot more conversions before I go trying to decide what definitely is the best across the board. As I noted here, and this is one thing I very rarely hear, I could make new ads. At the same time, the conversion rate's so good on these, I actually risk messing up what I'm doing more than I potentially gain by creating new ads. So these are already converting very good. Why bother with trying to do more when I might actually make it worse? And then these are converting good also. So the thing is now, just sit back and wait a little minute. So I hope what I've shared with you here is that often the more you look around in AdWords, you'll see that sometimes you just need more data before you can do anything. The way I've set this up is to give you the ability to work a little bit every day. You've got a lot to do. You have a lot of things that you're trying to manage, I'm sure. So what I try and do, because I'm doing the same thing, I have a lot of things going on, I try and set things up so that I can spend a little bit of time on them each day, like I'm doing with you on AdWords. This is my 4th day of it, and what I've got is a great start. But at the same time, I need more days of data before I can do a lot more. So thank you for watching this, and I hope if you've got anything out of this, it's that patience, when you first start getting some success like this, patience is a big part of it. You don't want to rush in and do a whole lot more work before you've got enough data. So for me, another day or two, and I should have more data to do some better work in here. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been inspirational for your Google AdWords campaigns. Here's how I add keywords to a campaign not getting enough impressions, and then I expand it. That's the last thing I can do today, as I'm waiting for my conversions to come in. This new ad campaign I created yesterday is not doing very well so far. So what I'm going to do is expand the keywords in it. So I've got the keywords here, and I've got SEO tutorial, and it's not getting very many impressions. So what I'm actually going to do is add the big one. I'm just going to throw in SEO. And at this point you might think, oh no, oh this is horrible. I'm just going to throw it in, because what I can do then, now that this keyword's here, I've got it to copy to these global campaigns. So I've added the keyword into this campaign, and I've added a big one in, and Google says don't use one-word keywords. Well, sometimes what am I supposed to do when I can't even get enough clicks or impressions on the campaign I've got running? So I've threw SEO in there. I'll see what happens with that. And then what I will do is copy this campaign into global campaigns and display campaigns. Because if you look at the ads I've got in here, some of these might do really well in display network, but I might have a hard time getting actual search impressions for them. So as with everything I've done, I will continue to scale up in a way that makes it easy. So I will hit copy right here. So I'm grabbing that campaign that I added SEO to. I'm pasting it now. And then all I have to do is change the countries in it. So I go to close. And now I change it to SEO global. I go in here and change the countries real quick. And I will skip through changing the countries because you've already seen this a few times by now. But what I'm going to do is just exclude these and let Google target the whole world instead. So now I've made a list of countries to exclude. And I've already got my bid set up the way I want. So that's all I have to do. This campaign is the same as the other one. And it's all set up now global. And if you'll notice, I'm getting conversions very well on some of my global campaigns for the free ads at least. If you look at the way people advertise, there's so much competition in the US, Canada, and similar countries that I often can get a great value according to my data right now and according to what I know from experience on global ads. So especially if that first one doesn't run that well in your sales countries, then go to global. And now I want to do a display ad campaign because the display ads with SEO might have a chance to work really good. You don't know. If you don't know, now you know. So if you don't know, then what you've got to do is try and figure out exactly what will work by the data. And so I will load an existing campaign because this will make it much easier to get started. So that auto loads all of those countries. It loads all of my bids automatically. It makes everything really easy. So now all I have to do is call this SEO US Plus. And then I've got everything set up right there. And then all I have to do is hit save and continue. And I've just need to make this a new ad name because then it's display network only. So I'll just call it USA Plus. I'm going to skip ad group creation and see if I can just copy over the other one directly. So what I'll do is try and grab the SEO US Plus ad group I have right here. So I'll go edit, copy, and then what I want to do is go into this new display ad one I created, and then I'll see if I can just paste this in here. This will put all the ads and the keywords in automatically. So that makes it a little bit easier than what I was doing before. So now all of the ads are set up right away. And if I go to my display network, then I've got all the keywords in there right away too. So that was really easy. Now I could either copy that last campaign. Now I noticed when I'm going to make a new campaign, I made a little bit of a mistake. And what you're going to do in AdWords is make some mistakes like this. So all you have to do is catch them and make a small change. So what I did, I actually copied a global campaign and called it US. So I notice it says these are excluded instead of included. So watch how easy it is to fix that. SEO global. And then I'll just put 2 in there. So there, now I fixed it. So now I can go in here. You're going to make mistakes in Google AdWords, and mistakes are okay. So you just have to catch them. So now what I do, I will go copy the settings on my US Udemy instructor display campaign for this one. So now I copied all the countries incorrectly for this one, and now I will just call this SEO USA Plus. Since I renamed it, I can use the same campaign. So now that's real quick and easy. All I have to do is save. I skip ad group. I fast forward. I'll go straight back to that last SEO campaign. I'll go to grab it in display network only. So it's called Global 2. And now all I have to do, select this whole ad group, hit edit, copy. I can actually go straight to the menu over here into the SEO Global, minimize the menu. And that's not the right one. SEO Plus, there we go. Nope, SEO USA Plus, there it is. So it helps to get some honest navigation through this. You're not going to do this Google AdWords interface to 100% right all the time. It's useful to be okay with not doing things right in it. Because when you're okay with not doing everything perfectly, you'll find that you tolerate mistakes, and when you make a lot of mistakes, it helps to be tolerant of them. So if you notice, I'm very loving and understanding with myself. Oops, you did that wrong. It's not a big deal. I've made a lot of mistakes in AdWords before, and I've got a lot of pain behind those mistakes I've made. So it helps me now to at least not give myself a hard time when I make mistakes in Google AdWords. And you might say, well, what's the point of all that? It's not really a big deal. Well, if you want to do a really good job in your ads, it helps to have a lot of love and support for yourself. It helps to be tolerant of the mistakes you make so that you can get to a point where you're getting good conversions and then work into getting good sales out of it. So now I've turned that one campaign that wasn't doing very good into 3 more, and I might be able to even pause this original campaign with more data. So now I've got enough data. All of the ads I have now have actual conversions. I'm not running any ads on the existing campaigns that don't have conversions, and this campaign's only a day old with 1 click, so I'm giving it a little time. So I paused all these. I made some more, so you can see how this is just one step, one little progress forward every day. And I'm up to 100 a day now, but with these conversions, I can easily pause the ones that aren't working or where the cost is too high. So thank you for watching this. I'll check back in with you when I've got more data. If you want to make awesome Google AdWords campaigns, you can see right here again on my 5th day of doing this the importance of conversion tracking. I've already paused several ad groups that weren't working, and now I can see exactly which ones are working. If I'm getting conversions for under $10 each, then I've got a good chance at making a return with selling the course. Now, I'm not planning on giving these away for free forever. What I have now is enough data to try and make sales on the ones that are converting. And in the meantime, the great thing about doing free giveaways is that it's very easy to pause things that aren't working. So if I've spent $20 on these 2 display ad campaigns, the ones I made yesterday, the SEO Global and the SEO USA Plus, I've spent $20 on those display campaigns and they have not got 1 sign up even out of all these clicks. It doesn't matter then what the cost per click is. So all I have to do is pause these campaigns and I can stop wasting money on that. That's the power of conversions, because when you see this 14 cents per click or this 26 cents per click in the US, you might think, oh, that's a good deal. Well, if I'm not getting any conversions out of it, not such a good deal. With this Wireshark tutorial one, see, then this is interesting. It's not spending very much of its budget. It's not getting very many clicks, and it's not getting conversions, but I don't have enough data even to see whether it's really working or not. Meanwhile, on all of these now, I've got enough data on all of these now. What I'm going to do is try and see if I can get actual sales on these now. And what I'm going to do is not put the price so high. I started with a $99 offer. I, of course, got no sales. And now what I want to do is do it with a lower price offer and work my way up, because I know the conversion rate's really good on some of these. So you can see I'm getting genuine interest, like this one, 27% conversion rate, 20%, 31% conversion rate. There's a lot of genuine interest I'm getting on these clicks. So that means I should have the potential to make sales. Now I've got a lot of display clicks for cheap on here, but I've still gotten conversions on it, so it's worth trying on that too. The question is, if I'm pulling in free registrations for between $2 and $9 each, how much will it cost me to make a sale? Well, the only way to do it is to find out. So what I'm going to do now, I will show you after I've analyzed these. I'm going to show you how I quickly copy all of these into lower price sales campaigns, because I know there's genuine interest Google AdWords is driving. And what I want to find out, can I actually make a positive ROI making sales on these? So thank you for watching this, and that's what I'm going to do next, is go through and show you how I quickly copy the existing ad sets that are working and turn them into lower price sales campaigns. Now that my free offers have proven conversions, I'm ready to try sales again, especially on this first ad group in this campaign where I'm getting $2 per registration. That means I should have a chance to make sales. So what I'm going to do first is try the lowest price. I'm going to try $9, which originally I was using $99. So I figure if I can make sales at $9, then it might be possible to try sales at a higher price. And globally, $9 is in the range of affordability. So that's what I want to try. I've got my new coupon code now. I put that in, make sure it works, and then what I'm going to do is do the same thing I did before, but I'm going to prioritize it in order of what's working. So I'm going to go back to the ad campaign. I go to the one that's working the best, the Udemy Instructor Global. I select this ad group, I copy it, and then I paste it. I'll pause the new ad group after pasting. And then the nice thing is the way I've set this up, all I have to do is change the actual URL. I don't need to change anything else. And that's why I didn't put the word free in the actual ads, because then I want to see what works without using the word free. So what now I will call this is $9 sales. That way I know exactly what I'm doing in this group. And I'm going to click straight into it. And then I click into the ads. And I select all of them. I change text ads. I change the URL. I strip off the beginning of it. Udemy Instructor. I make changes. So now all these have been changed. So I click on it to make sure it's working. It loads up. Good. So it's working. So that one has been successfully changed. So now I go back to the top campaign level. I go to all ad groups. Now I want to pause the ad group free and put the $9 sales on. So this one worked really well. The cost per click was down to 16 cents. So the question I have, obviously people won't convert as well if they have to pay. Will they convert well enough that I can actually make a profit? So that's what I'm testing. So I want to do the same thing on all the ad groups now. And I can then just view all enabled, and I can go through and go down the conversion list in order of my conversion. So I'm putting this in order of my time. So I am doing this as fast as possible. And that way, if I don't get to one of the other campaigns, that's not a big deal. What I'm doing is allowing everything to run also. What I ultimately need to see is where I'm getting sales. Because the free offers, it's good if they convert, and you can see it's good when this converts. Google will auto-optimize what I give it. All I need to do at this point is see where I'm actually getting sales. The free offers help, but I don't need to put too much time into optimizing the free offers either, because ultimately I need to find what works for buyers. So I've done these free campaigns just long enough to prove there's genuine interest, and now I switch to sales. So I'm copying the SEO one now, and I'll do the same thing with this, $9 sales. And I'll go in and I'll change all the text ads. And I grab this URL, select all the ads. And now that one has a different setup because you see I chose the keywords. So what you want to go in and do is actually choose the ad. But you can change things on the actual keyword itself. So there, I've changed all that. I go back up to global. Pause the keyword ID as one. And then put the $9 sales on. So I'm not going to sit here and do every single one of these for you right now, because you don't want to sit here and just watch me do the same thing over and over. What I'll do is one more time, I'll show you the same thing so that you've got it down, and that if you're following along with me, you can make these same kind of changes on your ad campaigns. So So I'll do it a little different. I'll go straight into the ad group, and then I'll go up to the campaign level. I'll select on this, copy, and then I'll paste. Pause new campaign, and I'll go get the URL for this one. Close. I put all removed on, click in the ad group, select all, edit, change text ads, final landing page, make changes. Those are changed. I go back up to the ad group level, over to ad groups. I edit the name on this one, $9 sales, save, enable, pause the other one. So there. That's how you can quickly go in and turn these exact campaigns on what you know is working into actual sales. So thank you for watching this. I'm going to go through now and do all the rest of these that actually have conversions. And meanwhile, I'll give these another day or two to see if they do drive a conversion. But I'll go through and change all these that have conversions. So then I'm spending all of my Google AdWords money trying to get actual sales again now that I've got conversions on the free offers. So thank you for watching this. I appreciate your time and hope this has been inspirational for you in doing the same things with your campaigns. Now you can see I have all $9 sales ad groups running. All of the ads I have up now are all for $9 sales. And the nice thing is, once you've already got an ad approved and you copy it, it stays in the same format, so it usually will get automatically approved very quickly. So I click a couple of the links to make sure I've set them up right. And the thing I do now, all I have to do now is wait. And Google AdWords doing this requires patience, because I'd like to try and stay around $100 a day for my budget for now. So you likely have this kind of situation too, where you have a total budget to work with. So that requires patience, because what I want to do is do a survival of the fittest all the time on all of these ad sets. Now that you saw I got conversions on the free offers, these sales campaigns need to hit around $9 per conversion for it to be worth it. So that means the survival rate of these is likely to be a lot lower than with those conversion offers. So what I want to do is just see where I can make sales the easiest. It helps to have lots of different products, because some products will just be better than others. And it doesn't matter how hard you work on the ads, some products will just be easy to make sales for. And once you can make sales, then you can do more optimization. So what I want to see is, can I make a sale at all? This means I will need a bit of data to do this, because even if I can make a sale for $20 or $30, that's valuable data. An actual sale gives me a very good idea of what kind of potential I'm working with, and a very good idea of what kind of optimization I can do. So this is where patience especially comes into play. And I know this is hard. Once you've put all this work in, you want to see some results, and you want to see them right away. You're spending all this money, but patience helps a lot. And I want to see my results right now. I want to see some numbers over here and at least see which of these I can pause. So I'm not going to make any more new product ads until I do a survival of the fittest on these. What I want to try and do is cross out some of these. Maybe the Wireshark ones won't sell, or maybe the SEO ones, or even the Udemy instructor ones won't sell. Then when they won't sell, I will continue with more free offers on other products, because I want to just keep testing new products, but at the same time, I want to be able to leave some budget on these to do also. And I know as soon as I add another new product in, I'm likely to get up to $120 per day pretty quick. So I'd like to just try and see if there's more of these I can pause before I go back through and make another couple of products. So this to me is the ideal way to do it. If you can just do a little work every day like I'm doing on Google AdWords, Then you'll have data every day. Instead of trying to work for like 5 or 6 hours a day, like I used to do on Google AdWords, and then I'd get frustrated and I'd be checking it all day, I just do these campaigns, and I might check them once for a couple minutes later in the day, but like yesterday, I just made the campaigns and let them sit there and checked back with them this morning. So if you can get a healthy work routine in at this point with AdWords, you can have your best shot by looking at it that this is a marathon. I'm running a marathon with doing these ads. It might take me a year to get a lot of good sales campaigns set up. But every sales campaign I get working is gold. Because those free conversions were good, they show genuine interest. But if I can actually have a positive return on my sales, that is gold. And I want to be able to run that all the time, every day. So I'm willing to work, if it takes me a year to get 5, 10, 20 good sales campaigns running, the power of that will be phenomenal. So what I'm looking at is if I have to work on Google AdWords like this for a year, I probably better just do a little bit every day versus trying to sprint ahead. So what I'm walking with you in this course, I'm walking with you to essentially be your guide. As I do my ads, you can do your ads also, and we can kind of walk together doing this one day at a time. And then as I start to get some amazing things going, which you can tell I have a lot of faith to be saying that before there's an actual sale in here. As I get these amazing things going, when you honestly saw me start from nothing, you can have the faith, you can have the persistence to say, you know what, maybe I can keep going, keep trying my ads until I get something going too. So I appreciate you taking this time with me to experience this course, and I will check back in with you when I have more data on these sales campaigns. I am grateful. I just now am seeing my first sale of my courses in Google AdWords after spending several hundred to go through and start off and not get sales, to go back and use free offers. And now you can see right here, one tracked conversion on my Udemy instructor course. I got $9 for that on Udemy. So technically it cost me $1.72 to sell my course. That's really exciting because I already have a tracked sale, and it's the very first one on the first day. I was really sure today that I'd have to come up with something to tell you when I didn't have any sales on all these. And it's just nice to appreciate when things like this go right. It's nice to see all that effort to get a concrete result. Because if I could pay $1.72 to sell the course, I probably would, because it would boost my organic sales. So now the question is, what will happen from here? What campaigns can I start turning off? You'll notice a big difference here. Yesterday, the Udemy instructor was converting for $2 for a free student. It got no sales, at least in this first day. And none of these other ones made any sales either. So it gets really easy to start eliminating ad groups and campaigns when you're not getting sales. What of course is frustrating then is the more you make and they still don't get any sales. I would imagine that gets pretty frustrating. However, if you're just looking at it that most of the campaigns won't work, and that every campaign like this that actually makes a sale is gold, then there's potential for a lot of success. Because all you need are campaigns like this that are actually making sales, that will consistently make sales, and then you can use paid ads to consistently drive sales. And often, even if the cost is more than the actual customer, the lifetime value of the customer is likely to be a lot more than what you make on the first sale. Getting someone to actually pay me to take one of my courses is a big deal, not just because of the $9 here, but then I can sell them all of my other courses too. So that's what's really amazing about getting that first sale. And it's just exciting to see some nice positive results. it can be very disheartening if you've made all those free offers and they worked really well to then see how bad the paid offers work in comparison. But that's okay. What we're ultimately looking for are those paid offers. So now I can have a very low tolerance going forward for campaigns not making sales. Because once I've confirmed the free offer's good, then I just have to see what sells. So I'm going to let all of these run for a while until I know they're not going to make a good return. What I want to be able to do is allow Google AdWords to zoom in on what works. So there's a lot more detail available on this sale. So if I can go into my tools, I can go into conversions. I can see that I've got these conversions actually reporting. And what I can also do, I can take a look at the actual web pages where I had a conversion, and I can see these are all on the Udemy payment success. However, if you have a customized payment page, you might be able to see even more data because this page shows you exactly where the conversions came in. So another thing I can do to get more detailed, I can go back to my campaigns. So if I'm on the main campaign, then I can actually go to ad schedule. And if I add an ad schedule in, then what I can do is see exactly when my conversions come in by time of day. And another thing I can do, then I can look at devices. And this is very helpful to see. I can see which devices are converting. And what you'll notice, the conversions are all coming through on computers with the exception of 2 on the Udemy Instructor Global course and 1 on the Wireshark course. It's not surprising that the rate on mobile devices is very low because Udemy prompts people to install a mobile app. So what I can do to make sure I'm not wasting my budget on mobile devices, I can put something in like decrease the bid by 90% on mobile devices with full browsers. Now Google doesn't allow that just for tablets specifically, but I can at least minimize my activity from mobile devices by very quickly decreasing the bid on all of them. Since I see my conversions are not coming in on mobile devices, I don't want to burn my budget up on mobile devices. So I just decreased by 90% in all of those. So now I've adjusted my bid down low. It doesn't make a big difference. However, you can see in the Udemy Instructor Global, I've actually got a lot of clicks on the mobile devices. So what I can do is put in as large a number as Google will give me. And apparently 90% is as high as I can go. And that should help me reduce clicks on mobile devices. So once you start actually getting conversions, then you can try and do a lot more things to optimize the sales. I can add an ad schedule to this based on when this actual conversion came in. Now for just one conversion, that's not a very good idea. However, for a lot of conversions, like on Rob's ads, the ad schedule starts to be really cool. So if I show you the ad schedule on Rob's ads, what you'll notice on Rob's ads, Rob has different conversions based on the day and the time. You'll see his cost per conversion is actually best on Monday and Tuesday and Saturday. He's got the majority of his conversions on certain days of the week. So when you get more conversions, you can start zooming in on what really works. But for now, I have enough to be excited about. Getting one sale is enough to be excited about getting started. And I'm not going to increase my budget yet on that because I want to be able to test out more things. But what I can do, I can go in and take a look at this ad group and see which actual ad converted. And I can see then the conversion came on the Teach Online on Udemy, and I can see exactly which course ad converted. And so that's helpful because then whatever ad actually converts to a sale, then I want to do more ads just like that. Still, one sale is not enough to merit putting a whole lot of time, energy, and effort into doing better. For now, I'm really happy I've got the one sale, and I will let the rest of these run until they either get sales or don't. What I've learned from this is I definitely want to keep starting on this US Plus targeting group, because so far none of the global ones have made a sale. But with more days of data, then I will have a better understanding of that. So what I'm going to do next are set up ads for a couple more of my courses to the US Plus audience. I want to be able to try some new products because, as you can see here, some of these just sell easier than others. This one's getting the best action, it got the best free conversions, and it got the sale. So the main thing tends to be just the product. Do people want the actual product? That's been one of the hardest things for me to communicate with clients, because clients will only have a one or a limited selection of products, and if their ads don't work, they want to blame it on the ads. It's usually the product that determines whether it sells or not. So this is a good example of that. So what I want to do are try a couple more of my courses now to see if any others of them will easily make sales. So thank you for watching this. I appreciate the time you've spent here and hope this has been inspirational for you, that if I can get a conversion this quickly from an actual sale using the data I got from my free offer, then maybe you'll have the same opportunity. If you want to see how to make an ad campaign for a very competitive keyword and one with copyright issues, I'm going to do that now. I just got my first sale on my Udemy Instructor Success course, and it's becoming very obvious what I need to do is make ads for my very best products. So this is my very best product that I have, and I will have to incognito window it because I've already got that enrolled. So this is my very best course. It's on Facebook marketing and ads. So what I want to try is a free coupon first to figure out where the genuine interest is again, and especially if I can do that in the US sales countries based on that first sale. So this is my best product. Now, as you can imagine with Google AdWords, this may have some potential issues. Fortunately, I've already got an ad approved for this course on my remarketing campaign. However, it did not make any actual sales. And those were only display ads though, and those were to my YouTube viewers, so it had good potential, but again, potential doesn't matter if there aren't any sales. So what I want to do now is set up an ad campaign for this course. And what I can do is start with what I know. You always want to start with what you do know. So what I do know from my YouTube channel, these are where I'm showing up already on organic search: Facebook marketing, Facebook ads 2015, Facebook marketing for business, Facebook advertising. So I'm already getting a ton of organic search traffic on YouTube for those. Now let's check the Google organic results and see what I need. Well, I'm already ranking organically on this term. So Facebook ads 2015, if you click on that, it goes straight to my course. I'm the second organic result, which is already driving me excellent sales. The point of this is that I don't need to advertise on that exact term then, because I'm already ranking there. So why would I want to do that? Same thing on Facebook marketing 2015. I'm grateful to be the third organic result on this one. I'm in good company with Forbes and Social Media Examiner below me, so that's pretty good. That's the advantage of using Udemy for my SEO. Udemy works hard to get this ranked high. Udemy's got a huge page rank, so it's a lot easier for me to rank with a Udemy course than it is to rank on my own website or for anyone else's own website. So again, I don't need to advertise in the two terms I'm already working good on. Now, if you search for Facebook marketing, not so much. I have no organic ranking on this, And I can gather from the advertisers on here, the bids are probably pretty stiff. Salesforce, Facebook, Rutgers, Hootsuite, Odesk. These are companies who likely have gigantic online advertising budgets. I'm not likely to want to try and slug it out with them on either that or the Facebook ads term. So with that in mind, what am I supposed to do to make some ads in Google? Well, I can make ads even in those competitive terms. Even if I don't get any actual clicks out of them, I can still try and make some ads there. Now, if you can guess, if you look at this and you can see 28 clicks, 38 cents per click, 3.5% conversion, $10 per conversion. Now, if I'm trying to advertise on Facebook marketing as a search term and it cost me $10 per click, you can probably assume I'm not going to get 100% conversion. I don't get that on my organic search traffic. So that brings me back to the original point I had. What do I do? Is there a point in even making a search ad campaign on terms that are that competitive? That's a good question. And the honest answer is, I don't know. But there's only one thing I can do. I can try and find out, and I can try and look for some open-minded targeting solutions. So what I can do to get some of those, I can go to my YouTube channel traffic, and what I want to see are where I'm getting good organic search results from. So I can take this existing video, I can go to traffic sources, and then I can go to YouTube search, and then I can see, are there some little niche terms I could put ads on that might be cheaper? So for example, maybe FB ads might be worth advertising on. So I go to Google, FB ads, and see what the search term come up for that. Now you can see there's not nearly as many ads, but still Facebook's advertising on this, Google's advertising on this. There's still some bigger audiences on here. So I could try FB ads, but I want to keep looking and see what other options I have. Here's how you do some keyword research and apply a Google AdWords campaign for potentially copyrighted and competitive keywords. So what I've done is research my Udemy channel. I've put Udemy in here for comparison. I've found that Facebook ads is probably the best term I want to get started on, and possibly FB ads also. I was excited about promoted post until I saw the suggested bid on it and the low number of search results. And I looked down here at the average monthly searches, and it seems like the main option I have is to do Facebook ads as a keyword term. Now, there are some terms in Google that will get your account automatically suspended that you need prior to approval to advertise on. So Facebook ads, with having such a low suggested bid, I'm a little wary of that term itself. However, I'm going to have faith at this point that it will work out. I've already got a remarketing ad approved with Facebook marketing in the title. I've already got my exact landing page URL approved right here on my remarketing ad. So the only thing I don't know about is the actual keyword Facebook ads. So there's nothing like just going ahead and trying it. So let's do that. So I'm going to load a search network campaign. I will load an existing campaign, and if you like to be a little bit on the superstitious side, I just am going to load my settings from my one campaign that's converting. How about that? So then I call this Facebook ads US Plus. Then I know what the campaign is, and I've got everything already set up. $10 a day, save and continue. Very easy to do. So now I will grab my exact landing page URL from my incognito window, drop down here, landing page, scroll back up, and now I will call this free. I'll call it free because I'm starting with a free ad, the same as I did before. And now I'm putting in Facebook ads as my only keyword. And that's what I'll do to put that in. So Google again recommends, no, don't just put that in. Like, yes, Google, that's what I'm doing. And now I try my headline. Now I will literally just copy my ad from before. So I will copy and paste it, and I will switch to Facebook ads 2015, and then I can put something like learn Facebook ads 2015. And then I can take the same ad text I had before, learn Facebook ads in 2015, online now with Jerry Banfield. A lot of people that have been looking that way, if they've seen a YouTube video, they might recognize my name, and I can always make another ad with a slightly different text. Learn Facebook ads in 2015 online now with Jerry Banfield. So I can check the destination URL, and that looks good, but you can always double check things just to make sure. And I'll close all these other windows out. So the URL works. So now I hit save. And now what I can do is just copy this ad into another one. And I can even try something like CPC. And I can just do 01 CPC Facebook ads. Learn cheap Facebook ads in 2015 on Udemy now with Jerry Banfield. So now I've got Udemy in there. I've got the 01. I know something that works good with Facebook ads, so I'll try putting that in there also. Now I don't want to do too much work on this again before it actually gets approved. So I will just copy and make another ad or so. Facebook ads training. And then I will learn cheap Facebook ads on. Try that one. And then I will try another headline. Facebook ads course. Complete. There, 2015 Facebook ads course. And then I can copy another version of this. And I can put Facebook ads course 2015. And so all of these have my name in them because my name is well recognized, but I can copy all of these later if I want to and take my name out. So then I can hit save and finish. And so now I've made an ad campaign on a term that certainly requires AdWords specialists to review it. So the nice thing is I know the URL's fine. I've made ads that should be fine. They all go to udemy.com, so I know the URL's fine. I am pretty sure based on this existing ad that the basic ad format's good. And then I've got this created. So all I have to do now is sit and wait, like with everything else. So I've got this new free ad group, and all I need to do now is make sure that it actually gets approved. And if it doesn't get approved, well, I can do that and show you guys what I do after that from there. But for now, I went through, I did the keyword research. I found that my Facebook marketing and ads course has the lowest bids on Facebook ads. So I made 5 different ads for it on one keyword and on a free ad campaign to make sure that I can actually get some conversions before I go farther. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this training's been helpful for you. Now I really want to tempt fate and try another one of my courses on another trademark term because the trademark terms seem to be actually making sales. So I'm going to try now my Twitter marketing course. I'm a little concerned about the title because any kind of free followers or get likes or anything like that can be very problematic in Google AdWords. So I hope by this point in the course you've got to have a landing page you're very comfortable with. I'm very comfortable with the udemy.com website and landing page. It gives a lot of credibility in Google AdWords. If I tried these same things on my website, there's a good chance that Google might decide my website was not in compliance with their terms. So if you have a good website like Udemy that Google is very trustworthy with, you can have the best chance at advertising things like this. So I have a Twitter marketing course. So what I've done now is I've searched for some terms related to Twitter, and you can see the Twitter marketing term very competitive, but if I just do Twitter, or this one might be good, how to use Twitter, then I might be able to get some really cheap clicks. So on my Udemy, that's exactly what I've done. The problem is this has way more search results than just the Udemy term does, and people are looking for a lot different things on here. So if I do for average monthly searches, there's actually a lot of people searching for Twitter misspelled, which might be worth doing. And then a lot of people are just searching for things like Twitter sign up and certain people's Twitter accounts, mobile versions of Twitter. So it can be tricky in this to get down a good search term that encourages people to actually buy the course. So if you'll notice, if I just do the general Twitter search term, I'm likely to have a lot of search results I show up on that are not very good. However, what I can do negative keywords. So I'll show you how to add negative keywords to a couple of these campaigns. I probably don't want to get people going for Twitter sign in or www.twitter. I don't want to get some of these exact searches. So what I might even want to try and start with, if I scroll down farther, there's a term, people want to learn how to use Twitter. So that might even be easier to start with than the big general Twitter term. Now I like to compare with Udemy because Udemy has a lot of search terms, and I actually made sales on that. So if you'll notice, I've got Udemy up here at 200,000. That has a significantly higher amount of searches than how to use Twitter. But how to use Twitter might be an easy one to start with. So if you search for how to use Twitter, it's got a fifth of the searches that Udemy does, but it has a similar bid. At the same time, that Twitter term has 500 times as many average monthly searches as Udemy. So it's interesting as to which of those I should use. Well, my course is more about how to use Twitter, but it's more also about people who want to build their own Twitter account. So it's a good question as to what actually would work better. But the nice thing is I don't have to know for sure. What I can do is create one campaign and I can just put both keywords in there and see what happens. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to just put both of them in there, and if the how to use Twitter works better, then I'll know that works. So I'll do a search network only. Ultimately, you want to be able to get at the keywords with the highest search volume. So I will take a shot at that. So I'll load the Udemy Instructor US settings again. I've got the countries preloaded then. I've got everything preset for this. And now I'll call this Twitter and then US Plus. And now I'll scroll down and save and continue. Now I need my landing page, so I'm going to delete that one. And I need to grab my actual landing page URL from my Udemy account. So I put this in, and I want to take out the S and the WW. And now I'm going to put in Twitter, how to use Twitter. And I'll show you how to add a few negative keywords also. So I'll put continue to ads, learn how to use Twitter. And then I can try and see if I can do the whole URL. I'll copy it over here and I'll paste it, and it will work there. Now, I'm really concerned I put the Twitter free followers for organic search, but the thing is, there's so many things that could possibly go wrong. I just have to put stuff in and see what happens. So I will show in the ad what I want to communicate, the value, and to get the right people clicking on it. So I'll skip ahead to where I've already done that. So now I've written it up in the form of a question. Learn how to use Twitter, and then I have a question. How did I build a huge following on Twitter for free in just 6 months? So I'll try that, and then I'll copy and make a new ad and edit this ad. So now I've tried another type of Twitter type of learning ad. So I'm hoping people that are looking for how to use Twitter will want to learn how to use Twitter, but I'll try a different headline also. And I'll try a couple more headlines. So now I've got one related to recency. People really love something that's recent. So now I'll try that same headline. I'll try that same headline on this one, and I'll copy it over here. So I've got a different question on there, and at the same time I've got the how to use Twitter in 2015. And then I can try another strategy. I can do something like Twitter 2015 success tips. And then I've got 6 ads already. I don't want to put too much effort into this before I know it gets approved. So I'll click save and finish, because ultimately I need to know, is Google going to approve this? And I'll change this name to free. Will Google actually approve this? As you can see, Google needs to review these ads. Wow, actually Google has these as eligible right now. That's interesting. Instead of requiring approval. So maybe the Twitter term won't even need approval. So I've got, if I go back to all of my online campaigns, and then I go to ad groups, I can even take a quick look at what happened on my Facebook one. And these ads all got approved, which is very good. I would have to thank the Udemy URL. So then this has an actual trademark term on it also. So the question will be, will it actually get shown? So it just takes time. As with everything I've shown you, you've really got to work a little bit every day in Google AdWords, because Google AdWords takes time. So I've made 2 more ad campaigns for 2 of my more successful products. And now, once I make another ad campaign or 2, I will have all of my most successful products from Udemy up. Now, that doesn't mean I can't try some of my less successful products and see if they will work. But the thing is, you want to make sure to do things in steady progress stages on Google. So right now, I might like to go forward and make a couple more ad groups for a couple more courses. But I want to see what these 2 do first. I want to see what kind of conversions I keep getting. I want to do it slow and steady. I'm at 100 a day right now if you look at my campaigns. And that's the budget I'd like to try and stick to as my max. So all I have to do is wait for these ad groups to see which converts, and then I can start pausing some of these ones that don't work. Then I'll have more room to try out new ad sets to see if they do work. So thank you very much for watching this. I hope showing you how to make ads on potentially copyrighted terms and trademark terms is useful for you in being able to do your own ads. I'll check back in with you tomorrow and see what's happened on these ads. Thank you for watching so much of my Google AdWords course. As you can see, I'm tracking conversions each day with conversions yesterday and a conversion today. The problem is I'm using $9 coupons, and I've only actually tracked 4 direct coupon sales in my courses. So that means I've got 4 actual people that I can prove came straight through AdWords for a total of $36. Now, as you can see, if you look through the campaigns I've ran this week, and I'll go to ad groups, even these $9 sales ad groups alone have spent $200. So I'm not exactly going to strike it rich spending $220 on these ad groups I'm running and having made $36 back. What I can do is try and sell the course for a higher price now. I've proven people will take the course for free. I've proven people want the course in the sense that they're willing to actually go find a free coupon if they're not going to buy it directly. And I've proven people will pay at least $9 for it. Based on the Udemy sales data and my own website sales data, I know people will often purchase the course for at least $25. So what I can do now, I can switch all of these $9 coupons over to $25 coupons. What I'm ultimately trying to do is set in for the long haul and have campaigns I can run that are at least somewhat profitable. So if you look at the cost per conversion and you count that about half of these are free conversions, if I can optimize my campaigns a little farther, I can have a significant chance at having a positive ROI campaign if I can get $25 coupon sales working. So what I can do first is use the data I have to see what I can optimize before I switch and copy the new ad set over. So what I want to do first is go to settings, go to locations in all of the campaigns, and try and see where exactly I'm making my sales from and make sure I'm not spending a lot of money in other places. So one thing I see is I've spent $7 in Canada and not even got a conversion yet. Well, that's not enough quite to do anything. So in these, I'm not going to do anything just yet. I'll go back to the other campaigns. I'll go to the Udemy Instructor Global, and I will go to the campaign settings. And now I'll look at the location reports here. And you can see a more detailed picture of what I'm getting. I've gotten a lot of free conversions tracked from this campaign. The only one I know I got a sale from is Saudi Arabia. Now I've got some actual conversions tracked at least from these countries showing very good genuine interest. What I want to do is sort out any countries where I'm spending a good bit of money and especially where I'm getting a lot of clicks and a lot of interest at least on the ad, but no one's actually buying it. So in Pakistan, I've spent $10 and I've not got any sales there so far. And Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Africa, you can see a lot of countries I've spent a little bit of money in and not got any sales. Some of them have a very high click-through rate. Ecuador, Georgia, which is south of Russia, Iraq. I'm getting a lot of good click-through rates, so there's interest, at least in the ad theoretically, but no actual conversions. So if I sort by conversions, I'm getting clicks in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and I'm getting actually people signing up for the course there. Now, at this point, I could look at it and say, well, maybe I should just try and keep excluding countries that are proven not to work. The challenge with that is I've got to spend a lot of money before I find which countries are not working for sure. At the same time, I can give every country a chance equally instead of trying to assume I know which countries are the wealthiest. On the other side of that, I could just go straight in and add countries that I know the wealth is higher in and then I know I'm already getting sales in. So that's actually what I want to do, and I can do that by using either a wealth list or I can use the data I've got on my course. So that's why you want Google Analytics. So if I show you Google Analytics here, I can go into my Udemy Instructor Success course and see where people are actually enrolling from. So what I want to do are look just at conversions, overview, and then I can see where people are actually enrolling from, and then I can take a look at optimizing what I'm doing. So then I can go into behavior and I can actually go up here instead to geo. I can look at location. I can drop down here and then I can sort by goal completions. So however people have got into the course, I can see these are the places that I'm getting the most conversions. The problem is Udemy does not have a way now to distinguish from free sales versus paid. Now what I could do is just turn off all my free coupons. But the thing is I want as many students as possible, especially countries like India. I want people to take my course even if they aren't going to pay for it. And at the same time, I want to give my learning to as many students as possible. So you can see this is challenging to balance all of these objectives out at once. The question is, if someone wanted to enroll for free and couldn't find a free coupon, would they actually pay for it? They might or they might not. So what I can do is use this list here to see if there's any way to figure out exactly which of these countries are worth advertising in and which ones I'm likely only going to get free students from. Because Udemy makes a lot of global sales. That's the strength of Udemy. They make tons of global sales. And from here you can see most of my enrollments are in the US and then Australia, UK, Canada. But I'm also getting enrollments in all kinds of other countries. It is challenging with the free coupons on to not actually know who paid for it versus the sales. So what I can do is just use a wealth list. So what I've already done on my Facebook course, I already researched which countries have the actual purchasing power. So these countries have similar per capita incomes to the US and have similar purchasing power. As you'll note though, in my conversions I've tracked on the other campaign, the US brought in most of the sales on the last campaign, but at the same time I've got tracked conversions from other countries as well. So it's tricky to figure out exactly where I should go and should I just try and run through optimizing by conversions. With the countries having those free conversions enabled, it's hard to tell where I actually got a sale versus where someone searched and then found a free coupon. If people are willing to go search and find a free coupon though, and I can get sales out of it, that's ideal. Because even if someone gets a free coupon once, I got them on my email list after that. So it's really tricky to consider all of these different factors in it together. So one thing I can do after looking at all of this data and I'm running ads for all of these courses, it makes sense then to turn off my free coupons for now so that I can test out exactly what I'm doing to get the most actual Google AdWords conversions. So it's beautiful because you do things like this to push yourself to the limit. So that when you push yourself to the limit, then you have to go deeper. You have to try new things like this. So after looking at all of the data, I don't see any good solution here besides turning off the free coupons for now, because then I'll know every conversion was an actual sale in the course and not just a free coupon redemption. But it's even trickier than that. If I turn off all my free coupons across all my courses, that'd be the only way I'd really know someone didn't originally see this course and then take another course with a free coupon. So it's challenging to see what happens in Google AdWords and then try and figure out how to optimize your sales when you get to this point. So the idea is simply just to test things. Test out and see what works for yourself. When you know what works firsthand, then you have the best chance at getting good results out of it. How do you scale up your successful Google AdWords campaigns? I'm going to show you what I'm going to do on my Udemy instructor campaigns that are making sales. Now what I want to do is keep my budget close to the same. So at this point I need to start cutting some things that are not working. And in order to do that, I'm going to consider cutting these display ad campaigns. What I want to do now are look at the campaigns completely and look at them all this month to get the full picture of conversion data. So if I look at these display ads, I'm looking to cut the display ads because they have not been driving any actual sales. And so what I want to do is look at the ones that have not done well on the free offers or on the sales. So on my Wireshark ones, you can see that they have not made any sales. If I go into the ad groups, you can see the Wireshark ones have not made any sales and the display ads have not made any sales. So if I go out to the campaigns, I can see all, including the free offers. So now the Wireshark Global Search has only got 2 conversions even with free offers and no sales. Meanwhile, the other Wireshark one has got 2 conversions with no sales, both free offers. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause the Wireshark ones all completely because collectively the Wireshark ones have not made any sales. I can always go back and try more Wireshark campaigns, but for now I'm going to pause all of the Wireshark ads. So I go into ad groups and I can see now I've got no Wireshark campaigns running. That drops my daily budget, if we go back over here, down to $70 a day. What I'm trying to do is make room for new campaigns that can work better. So I go back to ad groups and see what else is not selling. Well, so far my display ads have not made a sale either. So I paused one of the Wireshark ones, but I also want to give the display ads a chance to see whether they can actually make a sale or not. The problem is I've already spent $19 on these Udemy Instructor Global display ads, and I only have to pay 50% more to get actual search clicks. So for now, I'm pausing those ads also, and what I want to do is actually leave that ad group enabled, but go ahead and pause out the entire display network campaign altogether. And so if I show all enabled campaigns in the campaign group and then show all enabled ad groups, it screens out all of the campaigns first, and then I see only ad groups that are actually working. Now I'm down to ones that have actually made sales, and then the Twitter and the Facebook US new ones, and then I've got the SEO one also that has not made any sales yet for the US. Now it's interesting because the SEO Global says it made a sale, but I don't see any actual sales in my Udemy data. So what I can do now is decide if I want to pause this SEO campaign or not. In order to do that, I can go back to the campaign level and check out my free conversions to give me an idea of how much longer I should run this one. The conversion rate was pretty high on the free ones, so what I want to do is try and run this a little bit longer. Meanwhile, in the ad groups, I've spent $19 on Twitter, and I have not even pulled in one free conversion on Twitter. That more than likely is going to need a lot more work. The click-through rate's good, but I'm not getting good clicks on it in terms of my actual quality of click where I'm getting genuine interest. I probably need to use negative keywords. There's probably going to be a lot more effort there. For now, I'm going to pause this one because I want to zoom in on what's working. So now I've got 3 different campaign ad sets that have actually said they made sales, and I've got 2 that have definitely made a sale according to my Udemy data. Now I've also got a free campaign that's working really well that I can try and put into a ad campaign for sales. And I have another 2 sales campaigns, one that says it's made a sale and another one that had good free conversions. So I've knocked my budget down by 50%. And what I can do, I can go back to those old campaigns anytime I want. What I want to be able to do is try and scale up the campaigns that are working just a little bit using the existing budget I already have available, and to keep my budget at not much more than $100 a day right now. So I'm doing a survival of the fittest, and I'm keeping it within a budget range. So to me, that's how I like to scale. So the first thing I'm going to do is now increase these budgets to $20 a day on the campaigns that are definitely working. The Udemy Instructor Global and the Udemy Instructor US Plus. I don't generally increase budgets too much too fast because usually the cost per click will go up, especially if there's not enough search results. The nice thing, it appears based on all of my data that I should have plenty of opportunities to get more clicks because my click-through rate's high, my average position's high. All I need now, more than likely, is a greater budget to go ahead and take additional clicks. You'll notice I have a good keyword score here, which is excellent. Now it's worth looking at when I'm deciding whether to raise my budget or not. On the SEO one, you'll see if I check out the keywords on here, my scores aren't quite as high on here. And the higher your keyword score, the more it makes sense to increase a budget. If your keyword score is not good, your bid's often going to go up a lot, which means your cost per click will go up a lot, which means you'll often get about the same amount of clicks, and they'll just cost more. Now, sometimes they can have better intentions with them. You can get more conversions, but at the same time, you can only know beforehand, and it's better to create more things, more products, more campaigns, and do what I've done here. Pause the ones that aren't working right away. I don't like bleeding money out the door. I do like finding campaigns that work really well. So that takes bleeding money out the door until I'm able to focus in on exactly what works. So now I'm putting 40% of my budget into the 2 campaigns that are proving to get sales. And the next step I'm going to do then is to expand the ads in these campaigns. I do this instead of copying the ads because Google doesn't have much in the way of conversion data yet. I need to give Google more conversion data so that in these campaigns then Google will know more exactly about what it's doing and how it can go ahead and get sales. So what I'm going to do next is go through and expand the ads in these 2 campaigns, and then I will expand the Facebook into the sales campaigns because it's proven that there's genuine interest on these terms. A 33% conversion is very good genuine interest. So that's how I'm scaling up the campaigns. I start by scaling down the campaigns that aren't working, and then next I move into scaling up the campaigns that are working with a greater budget like I just did. And then the next step I'll show you as I create more ads. You're probably saying, finally, you're going to create more than 3 ads. Yes, now I'm going to start putting some effort into the ads. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been helpful. Do you want to see how to quickly make a lot more ads based on what's working? In Google AdWords, I'm going to show you that now. What I usually do is show you things more live as I do them or cut out as I take the next step while I'm typing. What I've done to make this a bit easier is I've went through and created all of the ads to start with, so then you can see what I do with them. The easiest way to make a new ad is to do it this way. I look at which actual ads have converted in this campaign, and then I've hit copy and edit, and then I've made a bunch of similar ads with slightly different wording in the rest of the campaign. The phrase full-time seems to be very effective at driving actual sales. It seems to be getting the right kind of people to click on it. So I'm going to show you exactly how I make use of all these new ads I created. What you can see already is I've just taken what I already made and made slight modifications to all of the wording. So once I've got all these ads created in one campaign, what I'm going to do then is just copy them to the other ad set, because I don't see any reason to completely separate the work I've done in the one ad set from the other. So I click paste, and then I just let Google do the work, putting all these new ads into this existing campaign. So now I've got all of the ads pasted in here. So now that gives me the chance, then I can go back out and I have all the new ads set up in all of my ad groups within the Udemy Global and the Udemy Instructor US. Now there are more things I can do at this point. So what I want to do is try and see if there's anything I can help with and anything I can exclude. Well, what I will do here, I will try some negative keywords. I will try some negative keywords to help screen out some of the clicks that probably aren't converting. The problem is I don't know that they're not converting, but I can at least try some negative keywords that I can guess would not be the exact right for conversions. So what I can do are put things in like free, because if someone's searching for free Udemy courses, I probably don't want to show an ad to them. I can put in keywords like sign up, because I probably don't want to get someone who's just signing up for Udemy, or they're looking for the sign up page. However, it's possible that might be the right type of person to sell to because they've already heard about Udemy, so I don't want to go in and put that necessarily. The one thing I do know I definitely want to use is free, so I'm adding the negative keyword at the ad group level. So then I'll go back to the campaign and add that same one in to the instructor group. So I'll put in keywords, I'll put negative keywords, and I'll add this in at the ad group level, and I put the $9 sales. Now you wouldn't want to put this necessarily in your free campaign, which is why I've added it at the ad group. So now Google will not show ads where someone has searched for free. So in summary, what I've done, I've greatly expanded the amount of ads I have available on each individual ad campaign. I'm giving Google more options to use to try and show my ads, and Google will try and get me conversions. Google's first priority often is click-through because Google wants engaging ads, but if I have conversions set up, then Google will usually try and get me those. So I now have given Google more ads to actually work with, and I put in a negative keyword of free to help screen out some of the searches that aren't likely to get me any sales. So hopefully that's helpful. For my sales campaigns, I will show you how they're progressing, and I hope this is helpful for your sales campaigns, seeing how to use negative keywords and how to quickly expand and copy your ads in campaigns that are working. So I appreciate you watching this and hope you've enjoyed it. How can you get to Google AdWords advanced settings where you can be able to optimize your ads for actual conversions instead of for clicks? By default, Google optimizes for clicks. So this is a big problem when you look at my campaigns like the Udemy Instructor Global and the Udemy Instructor US. Google is optimizing all of these ads for clicks. That's bad because I want Google to optimize for conversions. So if you see this ad has a lower click-through, which in Google's mind means it's not as good. So Google has shown these ads more often. However, you can see this actually has more conversions. So what I want Google to do is optimize by conversions. The default is for clicks. So I'll show you how to change that and how to access your advanced features. In order to access advanced features, you have to use all features. This means on your search network campaign, you must use all features. Otherwise, all these settings will not appear. And I just had to figure this out myself to show you how to actually do it. So what you want to do then is have your ad settings down at the bottom. You want under ad rotation, you have ad delivery, ad rotation, and you want to set it up for conversions. What I can do also is rotate evenly, which is possible early on in a campaign to produce good results. Because if I just get one conversion right away, Google's likely to just jump to conclusions. Still, for the long-term setting, so I don't have to change it back, I want to optimize for conversions. I can also take a look at different options in here, like scheduling. I can set the ads to turn off automatically. I can use an ad schedule so to only show ads certain times of the day. If you're a local business or making ads where you know people are predictable in their behavior, this is really important. And what I can also do in my location options is turn off the option for Google who show interest in my targeted location. That way, I just show ads to people actually in my targeted location, and that way I can exclude people who are not in my targeted location. Otherwise, Google will just kind of shotgun approach, do everything however it wants to, and we don't want that to happen. So I'm going through and changing these now. These often aren't that important until you're trying to optimize and get more conversions. So I just did that in my Udemy Instructor Global. Let me show you that in this campaign now. So if I go to settings, you'll notice I have very limited settings here. Google puts this on somewhat of the easy settings mode, so you can't go through and change as many things. It's really easy to change this. All you do is hit edit, you click all features, and then you hit save, and now look, Google gives me all of the full options. So I can go in and do the same thing on location settings, and this way Google will not show my ads to people unless they are actually in my location. The way I had it set before, Google could decide someone was searching about Udemy in Canada and show them an ad in this campaign even if they weren't actually in one of these countries. Now I've forced Google to only show ads to people actually in the country. It helps keep things a little bit more under control. Now there's not any more new options I have in the bid strategy, but again the key is ad delivery. You've got to optimize for conversions. That way Google won't go optimize for clicks. Google wants the most clicks. Google wants to get paid the most. Google therefore now will optimize my ads for actual conversions. And I could rotate it to do it a different way if I wanted to. So this is very important to open this tab up and then to see these advanced settings in here so you can see where you're actually converting from. So if I go from this week, Monday to today, I can now see where my conversions are actually coming from by country versus what I'm actually spending in here. So that includes one free conversion. So what I can do, I think I did the $9 sales on Monday and it's Wednesday. So I can just do Tuesday and Wednesday. And now I can see I've got a sale from the US is where my actual tracked sale is from. Very good to know because I've spent all this money on other countries. Very powerful way to optimize. You notice I didn't bother doing this before because if I'm not getting conversions, there's no point in going this into detail. Same thing in this campaign. Now I can go back to settings, locations, and it does not actually show me countries because I'm not targeting them. So what I can do is click on this geographic report, and now I can sort by conversions. I can see I got a conversion in Saudi Arabia. So that's very valuable information because if I continue to get more data, I can start excluding countries where I'm spending money. So if I sort by money I've spent, you can see I've got 63 clicks in India and I haven't got a conversion out of that. So one thing I can do, I can decide to exclude India at some point if I want to. So in Saudi Arabia, it says I got a conversion for 35 cents. The idea with this is I can continue to optimize based on the data I have over time. So I appreciate you watching this. I hope this lecture has been really helpful with showing you how to get down into the details of figuring out more about where your conversions are coming from. And by using that conversion data to start figuring out where your really good opportunities are. I appreciate you watching this and hope this has been an awesome lecture for you. Now that you know where the Google Advanced setting is in Google AdWords, now you can go make one ad campaign and handle all of the different locations individually as they come up. So what I'm going to do now is show you how I edit my existing US campaign and change it to a global campaign and then just exclude the locations that aren't making sales. And I'll start with my existing Udemy Instructor global campaign. I will go into settings and then I look at location. And what you can see, I can go what triggered your ad, or I can go by where the users actually were. And I can see where I'm getting a lot of my clicks from, and most importantly, where I'm not getting conversions out of. So on all of these clicks in India, I've spent $9 on 62 clicks, and I have not got a sale yet out of those clicks. And the key factor with this is after 62 clicks, it might be worth it for me to just exclude India based on this $9 spent on 62 clicks. If my cost for conversion is at least $9, it's worth just screening that out altogether at this point, because Google has so many different places to test clicks from. It can use the whole world. I don't want to waste clicks in areas that aren't converting. The problem is I don't have that much data yet. So I'm going to make a campaign and set it up with the beginning in mind that I can just do this on all countries to get started. You can see Google is using this bid across all of these countries, and it's allowing me to rank first and maximize my clicks. What I want to do is try and save some budget and make room for other countries. So if you'll notice, no other country spent more than $1 except India. So India's eaten up almost half of my budget and has not used any of the conversions. So what I'm going to do now, I'll go back to all settings now that I have this information. I will edit, and I will also exclude India. So I will no longer be showing ads in India. I can always undo this later once I have more data if I want to. But for now, I'd rather exclude India because I don't have any conversions to show from India. So that way, I now have my settings so that India is excluded, and now I can just try seeing exactly what happens without India in this campaign. So if you'll notice, I'll go back to it in the campaigns. India on the Udemy Instructor Global has spent almost half the campaign and got none of the conversions. So what I'm doing now, I'm going to expand this existing Facebook ads campaign to include all locations so that I can just manually exclude them when they don't work instead of trying to create these separate campaigns. And at the same time, I'm going to take the free ad group and copy it into a paid ad group. So as you'll notice, this starts to get faster the more often you do it. So I copy, I paste. I will pause this one after pasting. And the faster you can go, the more things you can try. And it helps then, if you're doing a little bit of your ads every day, to be able to go through your ads quickly so that then you get to make the best work every single day. You can spend the same amount of time working, and very quickly you're doing more work because you know what you're doing better. And that seems kind of obvious, but if you love what you're doing, you'll keep doing it every day. If you don't like doing this, you won't keep doing it. I'm hoping I'm giving you the best chance to like this. So what I'm doing very quickly is changing my text ads like I've already shown. I'm putting the new URL in the final URL, and I'm switching it to a sales campaign from the free campaign. I know the free campaign works, so I don't need to run the free campaign anymore, and I'm going to skip straight to global sales this time, now that you and I both can see exactly how to exclude countries from the actual targeting. So all I have to do now, I'll incognito this to make sure the actual code works. I've got the actual code in correctly. So now all I have to do is go back to settings. I now need to change campaign settings like I showed you before. I change it to all features. I hit save, and then I go down and I edit all these locations. So I remove all these and allow it to target all locations now instead of just specific countries. Now I don't need to do advanced because I don't have any targeting restrictions. At the same time, I go switch ad delivery for conversions and I hit save. This is the easiest way to have your ads going because now they go all day, every day. And what I'm going to do also on this is change this to $20 per day instead of 10. So that's not going to get me a whole lot of clicks, more than likely given the bid. However, I can start to see this on a global scale now instead of just local. So now I don't have to split these campaigns on global or local. I can simply go into the campaign like I did on this one, go to settings, go to locations, view location reports, and then I can manually exclude countries. Like you see, Google now has a big red flag excluded URL, so Google wants me to know I'm not wasting any money on this. And then if I find countries that are working really well, like if Saudi Arabia gets a few more conversions, I might make a Saudi Arabia only campaign. And on this campaign, you can see then I have the same option. I will just do all enabled ad groups. I'll go to settings. And on this campaign, I have the option to exclude other countries where I'm not getting conversions. But at this point, I have the opposite going on. I have the US has spent most of the money and got most of the conversions. Meanwhile, the other countries haven't spent much, but they haven't actually got a conversion either. So this is an easier way to do it if you now know where the advanced settings are. So now I have all sales ad groups going. I have no more free ad groups going now that I've paused that one. And now that I went into the Facebook ads, I go back on all but removed, and then I turn the $9 sales on. So it's easy to miss little details like that in AdWords, but it's easy to fix it too, so no big deal. Now I have all $9 sales campaigns on, and this time I can start to add new products in single campaigns instead of having to add them in split campaigns. And this way I can test them globally for free conversions first, instead of having to go just to the US with more expensive clicks for free conversions. So I can actually edit my existing campaign now that I've started doing this. I will go to all but removed, go down to the Twitter campaign, and I will enable the campaign again. I will switch the name to just Twitter. I'm going a little fast here, but you've already done enough of this. You should be comfortable with going a little faster. I hit all features, and now what I can do, I will go remove all the countries out of this one, and now I will see if I can get some global conversions on this Twitter campaign. Finally, I will go in quickly and throw a negative keyword or two in here to help Google do a better job showing ads on this one. So I will choose the free ad group. I will put the word free, put the word sign up, and I can quickly use the keyword tool to find a couple more keywords I probably want to exclude. With a 1% click-through, I'm probably not doing a very good job excluding keywords, so I need to help Google out. So what I'm doing, I'm including all of the things together real quick in this lecture, showing you how you can start to expand out and put all of these things you've learned together to make a powerful opportunity. So what I want to do now is include all of these in the negative keywords. So I'm going to go sign in, sign up, I already put that in. Twitter apps, app. I want to hit these that are definitely not working. They are not going to want a Twitter course if they're searching for these terms. So then I search by average monthly to make sure I get the big one, and I definitely want to exclude that too. And so what I'm going to do is just pull this over on the other window, and so I can just keep copying these terms real quick. And this way, I'm taking out a big portion of my potential negative searches. And I can put in things like this, and you can start to see the advantage then I can get into of excluding all of these keywords to help me start to show better Twitter ads and to maybe give me a chance to actually get some free conversions on my Twitter ads. So I won't give up completely on it now. So I've pulled a lot of these big search terms on there. And now what I can do is go back to my campaigns, and I'll put all these negative search terms into the Twitter campaign. I'll turn all enabled on so I can see the Twitter one. I'll go into the Twitter one, and I will go straight into settings. And notice I added free on the other one, but I can go into keywords here, add negative keywords. I can delete this at the actual campaign level. So I can go in and remove that at the ad set level. And now I want to put all these in on the campaign level, because when I have a paid course, I want to exclude all of these. And on the ad group level, I actually don't want to exclude free on the free one, but I want to put it on the campaign level also. So now I'm going to add free back into this also. So now I put free in here. Now I've got all of these negative keywords. This should help Twitter show a little bit better ads. So there I just showed you several things I powered through really quick. Now I'm back up to $90 a day on my existing ads, and I can even check in and see where did most of my budget go that I didn't get any actual clicks. So you can see I paid 64 cents per click. I burned a lot of my budget up in the US and the UK, probably on bad search terms. So that's actually okay then. I haven't had enough clicks to really test this out good. But what I can tell is I probably don't want to go up to $20 a day yet on this Twitter campaign. I want to test out more negative keywords like I've done and see exactly what kind of results I can get. So thank you very much for watching this. I hope this has been helpful, showing you how I've actually reduced my budget by $10 per day while I'm taking more careful aim at the exact keywords and the exact sales I want to make. It's really exciting to have tracked conversions in Google for actual sales. It's really challenging then to figure out exactly where those sales have come from when your sales data differs from your Google AdWords conversion data. So on here it says I've made 6 sales with my Google AdWords Udemy instructor course, but on my Udemy instructor course it says I've only made 2 with the actual coupon I'm using. So the question is, what happened to those other sales? On the Facebook ads course, I'm really excited. I just made the first sale of it yesterday, and it tracked that sale correctly. I've got 1 sale there and 1 actual coupon redemption. On the Twitter course, then I've got my first free coupon redemption, and at $29 in clicks at this point, I'm about ready to give up. So what I'll show you is what I do to dive deeper into these campaigns and optimize what I've got. So the first question I have is, what's going on with these Udemy instructor global campaigns? I already checked before this to make sure I didn't leave the free URL in there by accident. So then the question becomes, what exactly is driving these random conversions? And am I getting a real sale out of those, or is something else happening? It could be the success page gets shared somewhere else. Who knows what it is? The fact is, I know I've at least made 2 sales out of these, so things are going in a positive direction. What I want to do now is figure out, are there any opportunities to see where I'm wasting my ad budget? So I click first on the global campaign, I go over to settings, I go to the campaign settings, and what I want to do is look at location, view location reports, what triggered your ad. So this is on my Udemy instructor global, and what you'll notice in here is I actually have a click from the US somehow at $4, which is quite confusing because I have the US excluded, or I had the US, I thought I had the US excluded in this campaign, and I do. So the US is excluded right there. So the question is, how did I even get that click, Google? And the interesting thing is, I may never find out. All I can do is go to locations, and I can go back to the original setting, and I can do where your users were, user location. So this shows my actual location, regardless of search intent. So now I can look at the total cost divided up this way. And now what I can see, I'll dismiss this notification here. I can see that I'm already paused an area where I was getting no conversions. I can sort by conversions and see where Google thinks my conversions came from. So what I can notice is I've gotten very few clicks in places I've actually got conversions. And then in some other countries that I've spent money on, I haven't got any conversions. So the only solution is to just keep letting this run longer. I've at least paused the country where I wasn't getting any conversions. As far as the ads go, yesterday I showed how to optimize for conversions. So now Google is more than likely trying to show the ad that's actually got a conversion more. And what it might help me to do also is rotate my ads evenly for now, because Google is showing ads not necessarily based on ones that actually have conversions. But Google should automatically rotate these, so my new ads are getting some impressions at least. So after looking at this campaign, I find there's not any action I have that makes sense looking at it at this point. So you'll find a lot of your analysis in Google AdWords will end up giving you the idea that maybe there's not really anything you need to do. So maybe in this campaign, I'll go into the US one, I can find some opportunities. It says my conversions have come through the US and one through Australia. I haven't spent that much money anywhere else though either. So on this campaign for now, there's not a lot I can do either. So then I just have to let these run longer and see how the conversions and the actual sales through my promo code end up stacking up. So you'll notice it's hard if you're using a third party at some point to match up the conversions with what actual promotion codes or analytics tracking you have. And sometimes you just have to keep letting things go, at least while you know there are sales coming in, to try and see what happens. So that's what I'm going to do on this. I'm going to let it keep running. On the SEO Global campaign, what I can do now is take a look at the location settings and see if there are any opportunities I'm missing. So I will look at where my users are and what I've spent money on. Now it says I've got a conversion in India on this one. However, I've never actually had a coupon redeemed. So it's possible someone used the ad and then went and found a free coupon. So after analyzing the campaign for this long, I've now realized what the more than likely source of these extra conversions are. People search, find the course, and then start looking for a free coupon. The free coupon will still trigger the conversion code. That means I need to start excluding countries where people are going to do that on a regular basis. And based on my data on other courses, I'm going to want to exclude India because I'm not going to want to pay to have people do that with my course. So what I'll do is exclude India from this campaign. I hit save, and that will allow my ads to start running in more countries. And I probably could exclude Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Indonesia on these also, but I could also wait and give Google more time to see exactly what results get produced. However, based on my other campaign, I am going to exclude these three right now also, because on the other campaign, they're not getting any conversions either. So I will try on this campaign to exclude them and see if they actually make any sales on the other campaigns. It's incredibly interesting to me that Google can actually track those free sales I've made through the conversion tracking. That now explains the difference between my actual coupons getting redeemed through AdWords and my actual conversion tracking in AdWords. So now that this makes sense, I've got power to do something about it. Of course, I could turn off all my free coupons, but ultimately I want the most people to enroll in my courses as possible. And it's interesting to see how many people will go find a free coupon instead of actually just taking the sale straight through AdWords. So what I know now is that I'm getting sales and that I'm pulling free conversions in, which is better than no conversion at all. That said, it's still tricky to successfully track a conversion when the free ones and the paid coupons, it's hard to separate them. I could try different promo codes at this point to just separate them between campaigns at least. But for now, what I can do is just continue daily to try and match where I get a new conversion from versus where people did not actually pay for the course. So I'm looking, it looks like I've got one conversion from each of these so far, which on $40 or $50 is not that great on a $9 coupon. It is valuable to continue going forward and see how many more conversions are possible on these at least. So you'll find so many challenges with your Google ads, and that's actually okay. That's normal. So if you've gotten anything out of this, there are always things you can do, and it is normal to be faced consistently with challenges in Google AdWords. It's more about how you keep relentlessly focusing on trying to do some good and find some good, and then see what happens. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been useful for you. Is this the end of this Google AdWords course, or is it just the beginning? I certainly feel this is just the beginning. It's only been a week since I started working on my Google AdWords continuously each day, and I've already got sales on my Udemy courses. You might have pictured something like this as the end result, where you could just run your ads and drive consistent awareness and sales. To me, this is just the beginning. This is where I have the chance to work a little bit each day, and the real advanced parts of Google AdWords start to become what I'm doing. This is where I start to laser focus, zoom in on what's actually making me sales. Continue to make little changes each day that make exceptional campaigns out of what are now decent, good, acceptable, converting campaigns. From a point of I had nothing to start with to what I have right now might seem like a miracle. What I'm doing at this point is submitting this course to Udemy and committing to you to continuously keep iterating this course. As you continue to walk with me doing your own Google ads, this is the same point of the journey you are at. When you've invested a week or a few weeks or wherever you've been just watching this course a few hours, when you've invested this much time in this course, you will get an idea that getting to your exceptional conversion campaigns might be a marathon and not just 26 days. It might be years. It might take a long time to really zoom in on what exactly will work and to have the product ready that will work. What's interesting is that you can see a little bit of the success usually pretty quick in AdWords. But in order to get those campaigns set up you can run indefinitely that will keep making sales, you are starting to see that that may take a lot of work. So my question to you, is it worth it to you in the long haul to just learn this because you want to learn it, because you just have joy in learning it, because you find this interesting? Can you figure out right this moment, are you willing to continue trying and learning Google AdWords? There are so many ways you can make money by applying these skills and helping people out that need help with Google AdWords, as well as selling all of your own products. You can continue to learn more and more, deeper and deeper out of this course. The question is, how deep do you want to go? I'm willing to go all the way with it and keep working on this course indefinitely as I continue to zoom in on these campaigns. I would love to have campaigns even that just broke even, where I could pay a certain amount of money to Google every day and get that amount of sales. For the long term, that would be exceptional. I'm willing to keep working every day to go toward that objective. And what you see here is 8 days of the seeds being planted for that. If I can do this, you can do this too. And you can look at this as the end of this course for the moment. I will continue adding new lectures consistently. And by now, I will bet you see a lot of lectures below this if the date is even a little bit out from March 26, 2015 when I originally made this lecture. What I'll do to wrap up is a couple of more simple things to tighten my budget just a little bit as I prepare to set in for the long haul. I don't want to spend $100 per day forever. What I want to do are eliminate some of these campaigns now because none of my campaigns are producing a great ROI yet. So what I'd like to do is eliminate the extra energy right now and focus on the ones that are working the best and make room to put the new ones in. So far, the Twitter course has got 108 clicks and only got one person actually sign up. That's pretty bad. I'm going to pause that one and come back to it. My SEO US has not made an actual sale, although it did get a conversion before from a free offer being claimed. I'm going to pause that. Same thing on the global, going to pause that. These 3 ad sets have actually all made a tracked sale. I've spent $120 on them and I've got $27 in sales. Not the instant millionaire you might be hoping for. What I can see from here is exceptional potential for the future. I'm actually making sales on these for a digital product nearly on autopilot. So all I need to do is do better. And the real work is in doing better. So I go in here. One quick last change with you. I'll go to location on this Facebook one. Take a look and find out where I got those actual conversions from. And what's challenging is I just need to find that one sale I got. So I'm going to go to yesterday. And it turns out I got it in the US. So that means I want to keep an eye on the other countries as their ad spend continues. You'll note my click-through rate was pretty low on the US, but I did make an actual sale where it's higher on some of the other countries. So I have $6 on this conversion. And if I go over to some of my other ad groups, you'll see I have low cost converting opportunities in the same types of place. So if I look at the location reports and I sort by conversions, you'll see Saudi Arabia did really well in conversions. These are big opportunity potentials for the future. And I think only one actual sale was made, but it looks like it was made in Saudi Arabia based on my sales data. And I have a similar setup. It looks like I made an actual sale in the US out of my other campaign. So most sales in the US so far, but I pulled the sale out of Saudi Arabia for 50 cents. That's really exciting. I will continue to do more with what I have and share the updates with you as I make them. For now, I've got my campaigns down to $60 a day. And what I actually want to do now is give a little more budget to these ones I have so I can try and zoom in more on what actually is working. So I'll put them all up to $25 a day. So I'm at $75 a day now on 3 campaigns instead of 10. And what I want to do is let these campaigns run for a while, see if I can exclude all the countries where I'm not making sales, and eventually zoom them in on exactly where I'm getting the lowest cost, best conversions. So thank you very much for going through my Google AdWords course with me up until this point. You have lifetime access to the course, which means you can count on me to consistently add more new lectures. And now it's time to take my hand and begin this journey of many marathons together as we walk through getting deep into Google AdWords. What do you do in Google AdWords when the data Google shows you is different from your sales data? What I'm going to do is give it more time. Google says now I've got 4 sales, which is really exciting. I am very lucky to have 4 sales already from my Google ads, even if the sales are above what I'm paying so far in ads. Now, the interesting thing is Google says I've had 4 sales total, but I only see 2 sales tracked directly through my coupons. That means it's possible I made 2 other sales through methods that did not directly use my coupons. In other words, someone clicked on it and then went back somewhere and put another coupon in and made a sale. That could be via follow-up from Udemy. It could be an affiliate sale. It could be any kind of other method that's not tracked directly. So what I'm going to do is just continue running the ads to get more data and see what is happening with the difference in sales. So if you get irregularities, if you get differences in reports from Google, the only good thing you can do is try and go forward and see if you can detect it happening, if you can see where the exact difference is. If your store is big enough, it's hard to track every single individual sale completely. This is challenging. If it's not, if you're tracking each individual sale, then you can go through in your analytics and try and figure out where every single sale came from. Anyway, it's not a huge problem, but the big issue is if Google is telling me I made 4 sales and I'm seeing my costs based on 4 sales, but I'm only seeing 2 actual sales in my reports, then the costs are really double what Google's saying they are. So for example, I have 1 confirmed sale right here and 1 confirmed sale here. This one's not confirmed, and I don't have 2 confirmed in this one. So sometimes the reporting might just take longer. As with everything, the key issue is always patience. I just have to wait and get more data. Meanwhile, the Facebook course is proving to be a conversion machine for getting free signups with a 33% conversion rate on just 9 clicks. That means there's very good odds people might actually want to buy the course. More importantly, I actually got the ads approved for both the Facebook course and the Twitter course. And now in the Twitter course, I'm going to want to explore some other options, because if I take a look at this Twitter ad group, you'll see I have not even got 1 conversion out of this, and it's worth double checking the ads in that case, and it's worth double checking my conversion tracking setup on the page. So the ad is working correctly, and the question is now, do I actually have the conversion tracking set up on the page correctly? And so I go over to here and I check, and it looks like I've got it done correctly, at least on the page. So what I can do also, I can take this coupon straight in Google to double check the conversion tracking code. I can use my second Udemy account. I can hit take this course, and then I can actually confirm the codes on the page with Google Tag Manager. So let's do that. You can see how putting all of this together helps you get a really good result, because it gets to be really easy to start digging into the details and make sure you've got everything working. So the conversion tracking code is working. It is on the page. And now what I don't have are any conversions in AdWords. So then I'm left trying to figure out, okay, well, what does that mean I need to do about it? So I'll go back to the actual ad groups in all of my campaigns and look over it with you. This is where the work comes in with Google AdWords, as you can see. It's not a quick thing where you set up a campaign and just get sales. No matter how well it's working or what there is to do, you want to dive in and explore all these different options, because you're going to need to based on the data you're getting. If you're just sitting there making sales right away, you'll still want to make more ads. But more than likely, your ads are going to come out like this. It's going to be a continual challenge to get sales at the best price. And so what I hope you can see working with me now is that it takes so much patience, so much day-to-day effort and commitment. And if you're willing to even make a series of videos on YouTube or on Udemy, it might help you to actually commit to doing this in this way. Because when I look at having to make these videos, it's very easy to go do a little bit every day. When I try to do my own Google Ads very frustrating to try and go through this process a little bit every day because I wanted everything to happen now, and I was so risk averse. I was so scared of spending this money and not getting anything back. You can see I'm just bleeding money out the door now. But what I'm doing, I'm learning at every stage. And what I never was able to sustain before was getting these kind of campaigns going consistently. So I've already shown you how to do that very quickly, and I will continue to get more data on these as I push forward. What I can do is what I will show you in the next lectures. So I appreciate you watching this, and I hope this has been inspirational for you in seeing how fast you can have actual sales come in from your Google ads. Now that I went and turned off all my free coupons, which are likely putting in more than half of these conversions, I know at least that people really do want the course enough to go look for a free coupon. The question is, how many sales can I make when I take a new offer at $25 and put that in exclusively for both of these courses? So I have each course here with its new $25 welcome offer, which is still a very good price. And I know it's likely to have similar levels of sales from previous experience as the $9. And what I'm going to do at the same time, I'm going to also pause the existing $9 sales for the Instructor Global group, and I'm going to manually add in the countries I want to include from my existing wealth list. So the thing is, if you want to zoom in on those conversions, you've got to be able to do anything in order to get that. So first, I'll go to the campaign settings on the Udemy Instructor Global and manually add those countries in that I know have the most purchasing power. So I will go click on targeting, and I've excluded these countries. What I want to do then are add in the rest of these countries. So I'll do that on the other monitor, and I'll add them in so that I can manually have a good list of countries where the purchasing power should be able to handle a $25 offer. At the same time, I can experiment on my other campaign using all global countries on the term Facebook ads, and I can see if I get any actual sales out of certain countries in that method of using my Google ads. And I won't manually add every single country here while I'm talking with you, so I will quickly skip ahead to where I've already done it. So I've skipped ahead. What I've got now are countries I'm specifically including. I know from previous Wikipedia research they have similar levels of wealth and purchasing power to the US. And since it's a digital product, there's no reason I can't potentially make sales in these countries. So these countries work well often with Facebook ads, and I've selected these countries to now allow me to specifically target countries I know where I'm more likely to make a sale. And you'll notice I included Saudi Arabia on there from where I made that previous sale, and several other countries in the Middle East like the United Arab Emirates and Qatar. These countries can often be a very good opportunity to make sales in places where there's lower competition. So I've added that now, and so what I will do next is go through and quickly copy my existing ad groups into another landing URL. So I will select, I can do this fast too. I can copy all of these at once and paste them, but the problem is then they need to go in a certain ad set, or campaign rather. So I will just go up to ad group and copy the individual one at a time, copy, and then I will go into the campaign that's in and go into paste. So if you get an error from Google AdWords, it's usually because you've tried to do something like what I was about to do and copy across campaigns. So it's easier sometimes to just go a little bit slower and take your time with things and make sure you do them right. So now I've got the $9 sales too. The first thing I want to do is change the name, $25 sales, edit that, and then all I have to do are go edit in this ad group all of the ads at once. So I click on $25 sales, I go to ads, I get my new URL, and I just copy the beginning. I select all the ads this way, and now that there's more of them, it makes a lot more sense to be able to do these bulk options. I click change text ads, I drop the new final URL in here with the welcome G25. I'll double check to make sure it really works, because the last thing you want to do is have it not work. So then I click make changes. So now I click on the URL to make sure it's still going there, and now it's clearly been edited successfully. So what I do is go back up to the ad group level. I then turn $25 sales on, I turn $9 sales off. So now all I need to do is make one sale per day, and I'm now breaking even in this campaign. And the best part is, with these free groups and coupons off, now if I get a conversion, it should be a genuine sale. If you're getting mix-ups with your conversion somehow, you can see the devastating results it has on your campaigns. It's hard to zoom in on what works if you're getting too much data. So now I'm going to do the exact same thing quickly on this URL. I will copy this ad group, paste it, and I will quickly change all the landing pages. So here's one way I can also do it, but I'd rather just pause and go change it to make sure I don't accidentally leave the $9 sales up, because that wouldn't make very much sense to do it that way. So now I do $25 sales, and I have the same coupon already loaded, and it's important to make sure you click the ad group. You don't want to accidentally edit all the ads, just in case you do want to change back to the last offer. So now I click make changes. You'll note I did that one a little bit faster. And here's an interesting one. Google says there's trademarked terms on this one, but not on the last one. So that's an interesting change, because that did not happen on the last set of text ads. So I'll go back in here, change text ads in the final URL. And that's strange that it's doing it on this one, but it's not doing it on the other one. And it doesn't meet the editorial guidelines, which is strange, because you'll notice I just copied that a second ago and there weren't any problems on that. So Google AdWords is full of irregularities like that. If I go take you back to my campaigns on ad groups, and you look at the $25 sales on the Udemy instructor one, you'll see I just copied all these are all under review, but it didn't show that there were any problems on that. So if I go in here, you can see it's got the exact same URL in this one. So what I can do, I can go back and actually copy those ads out of the other ad group. So I'll go into the $9 sales in the Udemy Instructor US one. I'll go to these ads, and then what I'll do is copy these ads, go back to the $25 sales in the global one. I can then delete all of these existing ads, or I can just simply make another ad group. Well, I will try first and see if I can just remove these. So that's my $25 sales. Now I go into paste those old ads, paste that ad in there, and now I go to edit all of these text ads, and now I paste my landing page URL in there, and I click make changes. And it's interesting, you can see this error is only happening in this one campaign. It didn't happen in the other campaign. Isn't that strange? So then there's a workaround for that also. So I can then just try and go edit my existing ads, because these are already clearly working. This is not quite an ideal way to do it compared to doing it the other way, but these ads have already been approved, so I can try and change these text ads, put the URL in there on the final landing page, hit make changes, And this group just simply does not want to have an issue there. And I can click request an exception on here. So then the change will be reviewed by the Udemy staff, or the AdWords staff, excuse me. This is just utterly strange in Google AdWords how you get errors like this. So you have to take it for granted these kinds of errors are actually normal. How I clearly saw, I just copied all of these and it went under review and I didn't have to put in anything for it. So here's a cool workaround for this. So Google AdWords is giving me a hard time only on the one campaign, right? Well, here's what I can do about that. I can actually just go in and then pause the Udemy instructor whole entire global campaign. Maybe I don't even need that anymore. And then I can just use the Udemy instructor one the way it is. And then I can just put in, since this $25 one is going back to approval, and it's not saying the ads actually, I didn't have to edit the ads. I didn't have to submit that warning in these ads. So what I can do in this campaign then, I can actually just add the countries I had in the other campaign back into this campaign also. So that's what I'll do. It's always better to not hit any automatic AdWords blocks if you can help it. So what I will do is just add in all of the countries back into this campaign. So now what I've done, I went in and added back all the countries I had in that global campaign. So now I'm able to completely just pause that other campaign, and then I don't have to worry about the errors I got in that campaign. So now I can click on this one, I can go to all enabled, and then the ads should have no problem going through Google's automatic process because they already went through there before. So it went through just fine in all the other forms, and now I've got just one ad campaign for all of the different countries, and now I can update the bid a little bit higher. I can put the bid up to 50 since the campaign is going out in so many different countries. So now I've got one campaign which is a little easier to work with, and then I removed the other campaign and I worked around the error I got from Google. And that could have been because of the countries targeted in that new campaign, or it could have been something else. What I do know is you usually don't want to have to work through any error Google gives you. You're likely to have a problem if you do. So now I'm going to work on the second Facebook ad campaign and do the same thing. And it'll be interesting to see if I get the same error on the Facebook ad campaign. If I just copy the entire ad set the way I did before. So I'll go to copy, and then I'll go to paste. I'll pause new ad group. Meanwhile, I'll grab the coupon code URL for this course. I'll go to all but removed. I'll change this to the $25 sale. I'll go to these ads, select all of these, change text ads. New final URL in here. And that one edited it with no problem. So there's just no telling what's going to work sometimes in Google AdWords or not. What I do know is that you do not want to have to work through Google giving you some kind of error or warning. You definitely want to try and go around that. So I just showed you a way to go around that based on what I already had working. So if you already have something working, it's usually easiest to try and go around it that way by just using whatever you have working. So that's why I usually start with more campaigns too, because weird things like that happen. So thank you for watching this. I hope this was entertaining as I push through AdWords errors and combine campaigns, do a new strategy, switch into different bid modes, and put strictly countries that I expect will have a higher wealth output based on my previous research. And what I'll do for you next, I will give you this list that I used to make this campaign change, I will give you that list right after this in a PDF lecture. For getting more sales, it's important to screen out large amounts of negative search results. And for that, if you want to add negative keywords, it's really helpful to have some organic search traffic. So here's how you use your organic search traffic to choose negative keywords. On my Webmaster Tools, you'll see I have searches up for Udemy already. I'm showing up on generic Udemy searches, which is helpful. But the thing is, I need to screen out some of these negative keywords who are not likely to actually get many sales, and especially the ones at the top. So I know, looking at this, promo code, discount, coupons, free, those are likely to all be bad keywords. So if you're not sure what keywords to add in the negative keywords, it can help a lot if you get some kind of organic traffic through your website. Now, you can even do that with a keyword tool, or you can use this keyword tool that I use, keyword.io, to try and pick out some. However, the risk is that you'll waste a lot of time putting in unnecessary negative keywords. But you can still use this keyword tool to screen out a lot of the negative ones. So for now, I know I probably want to screen out all kinds of these negative keywords. So I'll go into the ad group, and actually I'd rather do it at the campaign level. So I'll click on the campaign, and then I go to negative keywords. And you see I don't have any negative keywords except at the ad group level. So what I want to do is add keywords at the campaign level. And now what I want to do is copy those from over here. And you might ask, well, why didn't you do this earlier? Well, as long as I'm getting conversions and as long as I'm testing, it doesn't matter as much to do it earlier. What I do want to do is do it when I'm looking to have performance campaigns. So a $25 sale based on all the data I've done so far is a performance campaign. You want to try and put in your best work. And so what I've done so far is just test things out more on a general level. So now what I can do is try and screen out some more of these terms. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm screening out some of these things people might be searching for, like Udemy promo codes, Udemy affiliate. I want to screen out some of these in order to make better search results. Because ultimately, I don't want clicks out of people who are searching for free courses, the Udemy login, a Java course, a discount, or a promo code. But the thing is, I don't necessarily know this will work better. But I can guess, I can try adding more negative keywords so that I get more related searches. I want to screen out some of the bad searches, and now I've put enough effort in to make sure that I'm actually able to do that. So I've taken a look at the main keywords. I've cross-referenced that with what actual searches I'm seeing on my website. And note that these are a lot less than I'm seeing in actual total. So this is just a small picture of what Udemy actually looks like in terms of their organic search. So what I've done, I've started with adding some of the main ones. Udemy, I don't want free courses, logins, Java, discount, coupon, promo, or affiliate. I want to catch people just searching for Udemy, which is the biggest term. But these terms are likely to be not as good. So I can add a couple more, sale, promotion, and that way I can screen out a few more of these terms based on my experience with organic search. So once you've got campaigns working, once you're up to the point of having done all this work, then it makes sense to start going in further to try and isolate the actual conversions. And I am thankful after that last lecture, you'll notice all of these new ads actually got approved in the main new campaign I have. So thank you for watching this. I hope this is useful in showing you what to do and when it's time in terms of adding negative keywords to your campaign. What do you do on Google AdWords when you're getting conversions that don't match your sales? This continues to be a very tricky question So I'm going to show you how you can analyze conversions at a deeper level. If you just have one product you're trying to advertise, it's pretty simple. But if you've set up, like me, conversion tracking on all types of different courses, it starts to get very complicated as to where the conversions are actually coming from. So what I will do now, I'm looking at these new ad groups I created with you for $25 sales. You can see I have 3 conversions reported on these in the last few days, none on the new Facebook campaign. And what I want to know is, why aren't these conversions matching up with what I see on Udemy? So I'll go over to Tools and I go to Conversions. And then what I have now, I have my conversions sorted by course. And what the conversions are reporting as, they're reporting on the Wireshark Udemy course that I got a conversion out of there. So that's really strange now. Not only that, but I've got a conversion out of the Instructor Success course also, and I've gotten one out of the Facebook ads course. So these conversions include the other ad groups that were paused. So now I'm just honestly quite confused with this, because these Wireshark conversions were not seen on the original ad set group, and these are the same conversions that were reported yesterday through the Udemy course. So what apparently happened, people clicked on my Udemy ads somehow and then bought the Wireshark course. And what's strange about that is that says 3 people actually did that. So it's counting it as coming through the Udemy instructor campaign. And if I turn the ad groups on and I turn on all but removed, it's still telling me the same thing. Those didn't come through any of the other campaigns. And if I turn the campaigns on, I can turn on all but removed. Then you can see I don't have any conversions in any of the other campaigns either. So this gets really confusing now. You're wondering, how did people buy my Wireshark course when they clicked through on the Udemy instructor course? Well, it's possible that people had searched before and seen the Wireshark course, or it's possible they went to my Udemy course and then saw I had a different course available and then sold it. And it's also possible that Udemy tried to sell them the Wireshark course and they converted on that. So this is very tricky now. The situation I have, I am not sure exactly what the best course of action is, because Google is telling me I'm making sales by running these ads. At the same time, it's hard for me to see where the actual sales are coming from. I'm blessed. I have a lot of sales coming in. So if you have a large online store already, which you might have, it can be tricky to see where you're actually getting your conversions in from. And a lot of conversions that will happen are things you don't plan for exactly like this. So the question for me now, is it worth continuing to run these ads when I'm getting all these weird conversions here? Well, if you look at what I've spent in the last few days on these more expensive campaigns, I'll go up here and put a custom range on. So I've spent $97 and Google says I've tracked $32 per conversion. And I'm sure the conversions themselves weren't worth $32 in actual sales, although the lifetime value may be higher. So what I really want at this point is a little more data. A little more data might be able to help. I don't want to pause this campaign yet either, because it definitely is working somewhere. It is producing some kind of results. But what I would like to do is make room to try some more new campaigns, because this is looking especially unpredictable and strange now. So I've gotten $29 per conversion. Well, what I want to be able to do is try out some other ad campaigns. The Facebook one at $50 a day is not looking very good right now. Excuse me, it spent $50 almost and it hasn't got a conversion. So I'm going to pause that. And then what I'm going to do is turn this down to $25 per day. And so I'm going to let this run longer because I want more data. It is driving conversions, but I'd rather have more data over time than to just have more data on $50 a day. So I'm down to a $25 a day budget. And the next thing I want to do is then figure out if I can try and sell some of my other courses and see what other strategies I can use to build out my Google AdWords campaigns. So some days it's just about slowing down a little bit and waiting for inspiration to strike, like today. I'm not sure precisely what I want to do next today, so what I've done, I've turned my budget down a little bit so I can get some more data, and then on another day when I'm ready to try some new campaigns, then I will do that. So Google AdWords is a long-term battle, so I want to have a horse in the race, so to speak. I want to continue doing something based on what's working. Somehow, this is working, so I want to keep that on, but at the same time, I want to make room now for more search campaigns that can potentially make sales. And now I will try straight to the $9 coupons instead of to the free coupons, or I might even try the $25 ones. The idea is I will continue trying when the time is right, and for now, I'm just consolidating a little bit, and I'll come back to it another day and see what's up. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this is useful for you in seeing how when things get unexpected and get strange in Google AdWords, you can pull back a little bit without completely stopping, and you can keep doing a little of what's working without understanding exactly the details of how it is working. I have something very exciting to share with you today. After the work I've put in, it's April 4th now, 2015. You've been with me all the way through to this point of the course. Today, I have my first positive proven ROI right here in Google AdWords. I've sorted it from April 1st to April 4th, and I'll explain to you exactly what I did. So I haven't made any changes since I've showed you I'm running this at 25 a day. I've left it running at 25 a day to see what would happen. Here's what's happened. 4 sales tracked by Google AdWords, $18.90 per conversion. Now check this out. This is the actual code in my Udemy earnings report for April. $97 earned on $75 spent. That's a positive return. Yay! Let the clapping and celebration begin. You can see how much I've worked to get up to this point, but what you don't see is what I did before this to fix and get these changes. So here's a very big takeaway. It's not always Google. It's usually you and your product. What I did since I started the Google AdWords campaign, I made it clear that I needed to have a great offer and landing page. Well, the more I started getting all these weird conversion issues and having issues getting the conversions despite high interest, the more I realized I need to make a better landing page. What can I do to make a better landing page? Well, first, I changed my title to match what I'm offering in Google AdWords. It doesn't make sense to have a title that's different when Google AdWords users are proving to click on these ads. The click-through rate is helpful for this. They're proving to click on these ads. They like the phrase, how I teach full-time on Udemy. I switched my course name to that. I also switched this part here and created 20 courses. My course name now implies I make money, but does not state I actually make any money or income guarantees, which is ideal. So I've got that all set up. I've got a clear call to action, learn Udemy course creation and marketing strategies to make 20 courses and teach online full time. I went and matched that up with what I'm doing in my actual ads here. I went and matched that up, and then I made a better promo video. My promo video wasn't as good as it could be before. I made a better promo video, and then I took the crappy line I had out here about see how much income I made in the promo video. So this is what's awesome about Google AdWords. Your AdWords campaigns will show you where your product needs to be improved, and it's the interaction between my AdWords campaigns and my product that produces sales. Crappy product, I won't get any sales. Crappy ad campaigns, I won't get any sales. I have to have great ads, matched well to an audience, plus a great product. Now I've got a better product to sell. People are directly clicking and taking the course after watching the promo video and reading down below. Changing this one little line from some cheesy thing about how much money I make to watch the video to see how I teach full-time on Udemy. Then in the video, I'm able to go through and share my earnings without making it seem so cheesy. So there, I'm able to now have sales because I went through and fixed my product. Google AdWords showed me there was genuine interest, and what I then had to do is do conversion optimization on my actual product. So now I'm grateful. I'm really happy to have this to show you so soon. I have positive ROI for the first time tracked in Google AdWords, even with just the work you've seen in this course. Now, the key step you might want now is, what do I do next? Should I increase the budget to 50 a day? No. I don't want to do anything right now. It is working. I do not want to change anything with it right now. I want to see how long it will continue working like this. Google will get better and better conversion data as I get more conversions. I don't want to change anything right now while it's working. I want to see how long it can run positive. I don't want to throw the budget up to 50 a day and then risk having my click price go up and my cost per conversion go up. I'm going to let this thing run because what I want is a campaign that will run at a positive ROI every day. So it's best to scale it slow. So for now, I'm going to keep letting this run and see what happens with it. And if it keeps converting positive, I will probably slowly increase the budget. But I'm so excited to share this with you today. After all you've went through with me, here is proof of a positive ROI on an ad campaign after just a few weeks of working on Google AdWords. Thank you for watching this, and I hope you are inspired by watching this to continue to work at your campaigns, and especially to go in and look back at your actual offer and figure out, where can I make this better and where can I make it match my AdWords campaigns. Now what you'll see is evidence of my patience waiting to scale these campaigns up and making improvements. So you can see now I have 11 conversions, and what I'm doing is I'm tracking the month of April. And you'll notice then I've waited several weeks just letting the ads run so I can get more conversions. I've got 11 conversions now, and these have tracked with Udemy, showing that I've made $220. So now on a $376 spend, that might not sound ideal right away. But here's the thing. I'm making good money already in immediate sales. My data shows students are buying often 3 to 5 of my courses on email marketing follow-ups. So this is an awesome, sustainable campaign for me. The lifetime value of these customers is probably $50 to $100 each. So I've gotten 11 immediate sales for $25. And so this is definitely a success. Now what I want to do is try and make it even better. And you'll notice I've waited to get all of these clicks. I've waited to get some good data so that I can do this. So what I want to do now, I want to look at the settings and I want to look at the locations on this. So I'll go to the Udemy instructor, and what I want to do are look at, where are my conversions coming from. One of the biggest things you'll often see is the cost per conversion differ between countries. So what I've got here is very valuable information. You'll notice 3 conversions from the US, $60 each. I've gotten 5 conversions from Canada for $60 in ad spend. So what does this tell you? I might want to try and take the US out of this campaign right now, because I'm paying $60 per conversion in the US. Ouch. and let me dismiss these keywords, $60 per conversion. Now, where else am I getting cheap conversions? I've got one from the UAE and one from Saudi Arabia, and I don't have enough data on a lot of these other countries yet. But what I do know, the US looks like it's holding this campaign back. For some reason, people are not converting in the US, but they are converting in other places. Now, what I'd like to do is look at where your users were, because I want to see where they actually were located and make sure that works. So same thing here. The data matches exactly, so that's good. And now what I can do is actually view an even better level. So you see what I did? I selected US, and now I can view state. And you'll see, well, maybe I don't want to take the whole US out. Texas and South Carolina are actually working really good. It's just all the rest of the states that aren't working. Now look where I've spent my money. You'll see I have not got a conversion out of California yet. I have not got a conversion out of most of the other states yet either. So this makes the data even more complicated, because right now I've got 2 conversions out of Texas and 1 out of South Carolina. Well, by that standard, then I would want to keep these states in. So about the only thing I can see to do is exclude some of the states that aren't working. This is why you want data on things, because I've only got 100 clicks out of California. It just might be bad luck I didn't make an actual sale. But at this point, I could probably exclude California, because more than likely the people that are searching in California are not as likely to buy the course for one reason or another after seeing $20-some in ad spend. And you'll look at South Carolina, there must have been some factor. In South Carolina, I got $2.63. Maybe someone had actually knew me in South Carolina. So now what I can do is go back to the higher level, view location reports, and then what I want to do, I can try viewing the same data for Canada. So I go back to all countries, I click Canada, and I can actually view the territory in Canada, and well, that's not helping. So then I can try the province, and there, the province, I'm getting the actual conversions out of Ontario, which is not surprising. But I am surprised to see I've got 2 conversions out of Quebec. That's really cool. Up until this point, I thought Quebec wasn't selling. And that's the thing, data shows you the truth. So I'm actually doing well in Quebec, and I don't have enough data on any of the other provinces. So what I want to do now is try and exclude the biggest money waster. And so far what I can see, California is the biggest money waster. So what I can do is I can go into the targeting, and I can actually exclude California to the US. So now what will happen, my US budget will get spent more in other states, which is exactly what I want to happen. And what I can also do is do a little bid adjustment so that I can increase clicks out of there. So if you notice, my click cost in Canada is just about the same as the US, and yet I'm getting more conversions. So what I might want to do is try, say, a 20% budget bid increase in Canada that will allow me to now see if I can get more Canadian clicks into this campaign without having to exclude other places. Meanwhile, I haven't spent enough in most of these other countries to exclude them yet. Australia's getting up there, but I haven't spent enough yet to exclude them. So you'll notice a lot of the budget that's been wasted in this campaign is on things I can't quite exclude yet. Now that I've increased my Canada bid, and I've excluded California out of the US because it wasn't working very well, what do I do next to scale up? Well, now I'm going to go back to all campaigns, and I want to increase the budget a little bit now that I can see more of where my conversions are coming from. But what I don't want to do is increase the budget too much to boost my clicks up. So I kind of steadily want to work my budget up. So I'm going to put the budget up to 35 per day now, and this will help me scale up faster. I've only got 11 conversions right now, so I don't have a whole lot of data Google can use yet to optimize. What I do have is a good average cost per click, a good bid system set up, so I don't want to put the budget up more than it can handle. So what I can do now are find additional opportunities to optimize. So far, I've had the mobile bid really low, so I actually put the mobile bid down to minus 50% to see if I can get some low-cost mobile clicks that will convert. I will bet the mobile clicks are not going to convert very well, but I don't know that at this point. So what I want to do now are continue looking through and see if there's any places I can optimize my ads. So you can see location, but what I don't know exactly whether the search partner ads are working or not. So what I want to do is try and find out if my search partner ads are working. So what I can do to do that is hit network, and now I can look at search partners and see where my money's getting spent. And I will bet, I don't know for sure, but I'll bet you I'm wasting a lot of money, or some money certainly, on the search partners. So what you'll notice is that the search partners so far have almost completely wasted all of the budget that's been spent on them. All of the budget on search partners, and I was starting to say this before I even saw the data, the search partners have not led to one conversion, although they do have good click-through rates, and they do have lower cost per click. The search partners are not generating any actual sales so far. Now the thing is, some of the search partners haven't cost that much either, but you'll notice the cost per conversion drops on the US when you include the search partners, because $25 is spent on the search partners without getting any return on investment. So if you look down through all of these different settings, you'll see that same report. So if I go into keywords, and this is why segmenting things are really helpful, I can go by network, and I can see the search partners have cost $34 and not given me one conversion. So at this point, that's not necessarily definitive evidence, but it is enough that for now I'm going to exclude search partners on this campaign, because after $34 they haven't even got one conversion, probably not worth using. So there, I took search partners out. So now what I want to do is go into keywords, and you can see now I've excluded about 10% of the waste on search partners. And now I'll unsegment that. And now what I want to do is start playing around with other possibilities. Search terms match type, for example. So I can see exact match. I'm getting 10 conversions on that for a lot cheaper. But when I use phrase match, I'm only getting a very low conversion rate out of that. So now that shows exactly what I need to do also. I need this to be an exact match keyword. The problem is if I edit this keyword, then Google has to go in and change it. What I can do is change match type right now. So I click change match type. I change match type from broad match to exact match. The problem is, keep in mind, changing a keywords match removes the old one and creates a new one. I will lose the keyword then doing it that way. So I don't necessarily want to do it that way. What I can do is just add a new keyword and put that in the ad group. And then I put in Udemy. And then what I want is an exact match. So I can click the support angle here, and I can see and show you what exact match looks like. So there's a symbol Google uses for exact match. It's right here, exact match. So I can literally just copy that, paste that, and then put in Udemy right here and save. Now I've got an exact match keyword right here. So I've put the exact match in, So what I can do instead of replacing, because I'm not big on replacing things, because if you replace something and it stops working for any weird reason, then you lose it. So what I can see, I've wasted more, one way of putting it, I have a much lower click-through rate and a much higher cost per conversion on my phrase match. So what I want to do is pause this keyword so that then I can see only exact matches. And then I can segment and see if there's anything else I want to do also. So I can then look at, I can go to segment and then I can go click type and see if there's any others. And so these are all the same click type, nothing helpful there. And so then I can go to time and I can try day, and I can't do that, but I can download the day in the report. So what I can do, I should be able to go do day of the week. And now I can see which day of the week is actually converting the best for an ad schedule. The problem is I don't have enough data yet to make a good assumption about any of these. It could be by chance alone I'm not converting on Tuesday or Friday. But what you'll notice is Saturday is doing really well. But again, that could be chance alone, but I'm showing you these advanced looks at things so you can start getting into and seeing, okay, which of these works the best. So now I can also look at device, and you'll see so far the tablets and mobile devices have not generated a conversion, which they haven't spent that much budget, so it's okay. And now one last thing I can look at, top versus other. You'll notice I'm getting almost all of the clicks when I'm on top. But then again, Google's not spending much money when I'm in another position either. When I'm in the second position, Google's not spending much money right there. So that doesn't matter too much. You'll notice the click-through when I'm on top, 7%. The click-through down here is a lot lower. But you'll notice the clicks are cheaper down here too. So it's useful to have this data, but at the same time, it's what data can you actually take action on? I've taken action now. In summary, I've switched the keyword match from broad to exact because I have very good data showing that an exact match will work better. I've increased my budget, and I'll put the keywords to all but removed or to all enabled. So now I just have this new match in here. So now I'll go back up to all online campaigns. And what you'll see, I've increased the budget to $35 a day. I excluded California. I excluded search partners. And I switched from a broad match to exact match. So you could ask, well, shouldn't you have done these to start with? I didn't have any data to show that was a good idea to start with. Now, I've got data showing it's a good idea. So the ultimate thing I want to do is get that conversion rate up. And I don't want to waste money showing ads on the wrong keywords. And I don't want to waste money showing ads in the wrong states or the wrong places. So now, I've increased the budget after I've made these changes to zoom in on what works. And what I want to see is how much it will help to have this increased budget for getting actual sales. So I hope this is really useful for you in doing your own Google AdWords campaigns. I'm honored you've watched this, and I will keep you updated with how my sales go now that I've made these changes. The changes I made have helped me to zoom in even more on my conversions. You'll notice my conversion rate has been up from these changes I've ran. So now it's more than a week later. If you look at the last 7 days, I have 6 conversions, which is a $25 sale every single day, which is great. At this point, I'm trying to zoom in exactly on what's working. So if you notice, my cost per conversion versus the last 14 days is down to $35 per conversion. So if I do a compare, I go up here and I click compare and then apply. And then what I can do is hit plus to see the comparison in Google AdWords. So now I've got a nice comparison. What you'll notice, I've got 6 conversions this week versus only 4 last week. That's up 50%. Now that could just be due to random chance. That might not be due to the changes I made. Still, it's a good indication that things are working good. And the conversions the cost per conversions, I've said lots of times, is the main thing I want to focus on. So if I look at the cost per conversion, I hit plus on that. You'll notice $43 last week and then $35 this week. That's really good. So what I want to do is continue to zoom in on what's working, and this is how I scale my campaigns up. You notice I only took it from 25 to 35 a day, and since my cost per conversions dropped with the changes I've made, now what I want to do is bump this to 50 per day and see how it handles these changes. So now what I want to do, I want to go into this campaign and start figuring out where are my opportunities to do better. What is working and where can I do better? Well, since I only have one keyword in here, there's not a lot of opportunity to do better. It has a good keyword score. I'm getting good click-through rate, ad relevance, and landing page experience. So Google's telling me that this is working pretty good. And that means I want to just keep doing this. I don't need to go through and change the entire strategy of what I'm doing. What I can note is that last keyword, that it actually got a lower cost conversion, but you'll notice the conversion rate was lower and the cost per click was lower also. But on this one, I'm doing more targeted ads. I have a higher click-through rate, which Google likes. So I'm going to stick with this exact match for now. So what I want to do then is zoom in on things that I want to see how well are they working. So one thing I can do is check devices. How are my cost per device? Well, here's the thing. I'm not getting any sales on tablets with full browsers, and I'm not getting any sales on my mobile devices. And if I take off the compare, and I go last 14 days, I can even go deeper into this. But you'll notice most everything's being spent on computers, so I'll put it to last 7 days. It's not a huge deal. But the challenge is with it, I know that I'm not getting good conversions on tablets with full browsers. So there's no point in trying to do much in terms of the mobile device bid. I'm not spending that much on it, and it might be worth seeing if I can actually get a conversion there. So I went over to locations, and now this is likely where there's an opportunity. So what you'll notice here is one conversion in the US for $75. Ouch. 3 conversions in the UK for $7.50. Again, my conversion rate continues to be good. And now what I want to do is expand this and get a bigger picture. So now you can see the problem on this campaign. $153 spent for one conversion in the US. My ads are just not converting in the US. Meanwhile, in Canada and in the UK, they seem to be doing good. And if I go out even longer, then I can see, well, I had some conversions in the US in the last 30 days, but they still were more expensive. I had some conversions in Australia. They still were more expensive. The UK and Canada seem to be where I'm doing the best. So what I want to do is do more of that. I want to continue doing more of what I know is working. So what I'm going to do now, I've noticed my cost per click went up with this Canada bid. Well, I wanted the Canada bids to go up so Google would show them more. Now what I want to do is delete that bid change, and then based on this data, I want to exclude the US right now from my locations. It's clear the US is not doing very well in sales. I'm spending a ton of my budget there, and I'm not getting sales. So what I want to do is remove the US. So I'm going to go down here to the US and remove the US. And I don't need to exclude California anymore, so I'll remove that too. So I hit save, and now I've went and removed the US from the campaign. That way I'm not showing ads anymore in there. And I check on my bids, it looks like everything's fine here. This is good for now. So now I've taken out the biggest money waster. Now I can focus my ads through these other countries. So now you can see a better picture going forward of where I'm actually getting sales from. And if I go last 14 days, I'm guessing I probably want to remove Australia also. Because what you'll notice, the UK's got a 4% conversion rate. Canada's got 2%. on 100 clicks, Australia's not looking too good. And what I want to do is just allow this campaign to run through the places that are working. So I want to then remove any of them that get up high enough in ad spend to prove they're not working. So right now, I can afford to let this run a little longer in Australia to try and get more data, because 14 days of data may not be that great. But I want to focus on getting more data on the other countries too. So for now, I'm going to also remove Australia, because I want to see, do I have more impressions available in Canada and the UK? If I can just show ads in Canada and the UK for the majority of my budget, that'd be good to know. If I can spend some more money in these other countries and figure out if I can get any sales, for example, in Ireland or New Zealand, Saudi Arabia, that would be good to know also. I haven't spent enough to negate them yet. So what I've done to scale this, I put the budget up. I took the bid adjustment off for Canada because I don't want to inflate my cost per click. And now what I've got exactly the countries that are driving conversions, the ads showing there. And one more thing I can do, I can go segment, look at my positioning, and then I can see where exactly I actually got conversions from. So to do that, I go over into the keywords, and then I click top versus other, and I can see where I'm getting conversions, because what I want to know is, am I getting conversions only on the top? And right now, Google is pretty much only giving me conversions on the top. So that's good to know, because then I don't need to do anything. That's a good thing to know. So I'm getting conversions when I'm on the top. People are noticing my ad when I'm on the top. And I can then look at time or day of the week also and see, where am I getting conversions? Well, Saturday continues to be good. Sunday also works, and Tuesday has worked really well also. So a higher daily budget can give me a better chance to show more ads. And then you can see here in irregularity, none of the ads have shown on Thursday. So to double check that I didn't do something weird with the ad schedule, you can see I don't have an ad schedule here. So something strange just happened where none of the ads showed on Thursday. And then you can see other days of the week where I haven't got very many impressions. I didn't spend my whole budget. So what happened, I changed the keyword match type here. So if you've changed the keyword match type recently, you might see an irregularity like this. So this means I don't have enough data to really see if there's one day or another I should exclude or not. So at this point, I've made some good changes. I put the budget up. I took the biggest country in terms of wasting money out of the ads. So now it's time to see, can I actually scale up and get more sales? So I will check in with you after I've got more data from these changes. I'm honored you're here and appreciate every minute you've spent watching this tutorial in Udemy. You can see now it's been about a week. My new campaign structure that I set up with the settings is doing good, $30 per conversion. And you have to figure this is for an immediate, nearly instant sale. Some of the sales might take a day or two to actually come in. But that's $30 for what usually is a $25 sale. And then I have a customer that I can email after that. So very valuable, good low-cost clicks, 11 conversions. My conversion rate's up from before. What I want to do now is learn more about my conversions and see where I have additional optimization opportunities. So I go over to conversions, and then what I want to do is see if I can find what's actually selling. So I've done the last 7 days here, and what's really cool, you can see, I'm actually getting sales out of multiple courses, not just the instructor one, but people are also going and buying the Facebook course, my Flippa course, my Twitter course, and even my YouTube course is making sales. So that is really cool. That's cool because people are doing more than just immediately buying the one course. They're showing a genuine interest in all of the other courses also. At least the main ones I have, and some of my niche ones even, like the Flippa. So that's really good because that means I'm getting people who are so enthusiastic. As you can see, the repeat rate, some people are buying more than one course themselves, and other people are finding these ads and then actually going and buying a different course. So what you can get out of this is that if you pick the right one of your products to advertise, you'll get conversions on others of your product. People will go look at your profile and go buy other things from you. So that's really an awesome thing to see right now. So what I want to do is just figure out what I can do to keep driving that cost per conversion down. I'm very happy with $30 per conversion, and I'm happy with things like the click-through rate, 7%. The cost per clicks went up since I increased the budget and since I tried to narrow in on the Udemy exact match. So what I want to do is go into this campaign and see if I can find anything that will help me optimize on it. So I'll go into settings, and what I want to do, I can first take a look at the devices and see if I'm using a bunch of money on the devices, which I'm not. Most of that's going through all of the other ones. And Udemy's having a mobile error right now, so I want to put it down to 90%, really not be wasting money there. Now I can also click on Ad Schedule, and I can actually segment and see what day I'm getting my conversions. Now I don't have any actual schedule set up right now, but if I go into the keywords, I can go segment on time and day, and then I can see which day people are actually converting on. So what you'll notice is certain days I'm getting a lot of conversions, and certain days I'm not getting any conversions. So for now, this doesn't necessarily merit doing an ad schedule because this could just be luck. This could just be luck, but it's worth noticing that some days the conversions are a lot cheaper than others. So what I'll do is just keep this in mind for the future. And what I can do next is take a quick look at top versus other. Google's not spending much money on other positions besides top, which is probably why my clicks are costing more. And that's where I'm getting my conversions, so nothing I can optimize there. And I've already taken out the different devices from most of the equations. I can look at the ads in here and see which ads are actually getting conversions. And this one ad this week is getting all the conversions. It's also getting all of the ad spend. So Udemy, all of these other Udemy ads aren't getting much money spent on them. So not much to do there. What I can do is now go by location. That's what I want to see, is where am I spending the most money at? And what I can see right here now is a little problem. A lot of my money is getting spent through the UK, and that's costing me more per conversion there. So what I want to do, I'm going to actually try a little bid decrease on the UK, because these are 61 cents per click, 32 cents per conversion. I want more of the money going through Canada, where the clicks are cheaper, the click-throughs higher. So one thing I can do to do that is just put in this bid adjustment minus 20% for the UK to try and get it to focus more on other countries. And what I want to do here is to get a little more data. I'll go back to the last 14 days and try and see where I've got sales from and where I've spent money that I haven't got any sales. So you'll notice I got one from Singapore, which is pretty cool. And you'll notice then I've also spent a good amount of money in some places that haven't got any sales. So I can even take this back last 30 days. Now I risk getting a little too much data in some of these places with my old way of running my ads. What I can see is that Ireland and New Zealand, after 20 some dollars each, have not actually produced any conversions. So it might be worth excluding them at this point. Although the clicks aren't costing that much, I'm not getting any actual sales out of there either. So what you'll notice is both of these have already went past the cost per conversion in the UK and Canada. And you'll see UAE and Singapore, I've actually got sales out of them in Saudi Arabia. So even if there aren't any this week, the cost per conversion is still pretty good. So what I have now is enough data that I could remove Ireland and New Zealand from the mix also. And if I look back at the last 7 days, how much have I actually spent? Well, I've actually only spent $20 there, which is not a lot, but then I haven't got any sales either. So what I can do on these, I can just put a bid adjustment for them in also. Decrease bid adjustment on these if I want to keep them in. I don't want to remove them. So I can do a little bid adjustment decrease since they haven't got any sales. And I can leave them still in at this rate. So I can afford a bid adjustment negative on the UK because I'm already #1 position on all the ads. So with a less 20% lower bid adjustment, it might give me a better chance to get more clicks in Canada. I also could just copy and make a new Canada-only campaign if I wanted to zoom in there, but I don't quite have enough data to show whether that's worth it or not. But going forward, I can have that option in mind also. So now what I've done is add some bid adjustments to places that aren't getting sales with the idea that Google will hopefully try and funnel more through Canada now. I've got sales in Canada, but not enough to just go crazy on Canada yet. So you can see it takes a lot of time and patience with Google AdWords to just sit back and get the data, see what's actually working and what's not actually working. And then the patience, I want to see what works over time, and I don't want to do too much work before it's clearly worth doing that work. So here's what I've done today. You can see it's taken me less than 10 minutes. I made a couple of quick changes to my campaigns. They're doing good. 800 and some clicks in the last week into my Udemy Instructor Success course, direct sales results, and long-term branding value out of this also. Very valuable for the long term. So I've got this optimized a little bit more, and I'll continue following up with you, showing exactly how everything goes. Thank you for watching this, and I hope this has been useful for you with your own Google AdWords campaigns. A big part of success in Google AdWords is what you do when there's a problem. So to me, having the conversion cost in the last 7 days go up to $84, that's a problem. If you'll notice, when I compared it before to the previous period, you'll see the cost per conversion looked good before. The week before it was $23. I'm thinking, okay, my ads are running good. The problem is, sometimes when you make changes, they appear to be good in the short term, but they're not good long-term changes. And so what I hope I can communicate here is what energy you want to get and what you can do when you've optimized too far, when you've gone in and found a situation where now you realize, okay, this needs a complete overhaul. Here's how you diagnose it and then figure out what to do from there. The benefit of doing this approach is the relentless cost per conversion allows ignoring things like the click-through rate, which you might see, well, that's a really good click-through rate. At $84 a conversion, it doesn't matter. So here's what I'm going to do. First, what I need to do is get more data and figure out where things have went wrong. Because as you've seen, things have clearly been going right a lot. And what I want to do is get enough data to go back and see exactly where I've went wrong with things. So I'm going to go back to March 15th because I know that's good data. Now, if you look at the entire campaign, 47 conversions, that's pretty good data. But the problem is I need to separate these by ad groups. So now what I want to do is turn on all but removed. And what you'll notice then, I can separate out what I've done on the $25 sales versus the $9 sales. The first thing I notice is that the $9 sales have $23 less per conversion. So what does that mean? That means I'm only offering the course for $16 more compared to $9 versus $25, but it's costing me $23 more per conversion to actually get someone to buy it. Not only that, but the conversion rate is a lot better with the lower price. Now, at this point, you might say, I'm not going to lower my product that much, or you might put up some objections in your own work. What I'm going to do, the logical thing to do right now is pause the $25 sales and turn the $9 one back on. I want more conversions, especially for lifetime customers. I want a lower cost per conversion, even if I don't make as much money off of it. So what I've done, I just went and switched this now. I can see the $9 sales much better. Now what I want to do is compare these campaigns really quick. I want to make sure I didn't go do a whole lot of work on the ads, because here's the thing, the longer you go do things, it'll be easy to actually forget what you've went and done. So I've got this many ads on here. I can click on this group and go to the ads here. Do I have about the same? Yes, the ads are about the same. In fact, they're probably copied, so good. I don't have to worry about that. So that's what I'm doing immediately. So now I'm giving people a course for a lot lower price. Now, what's the next thing I want to do? Well, I probably want to zoom a little bit so you can see everything. So I've got much lower cost conversions. What I want to do is get more data. What else went wrong? What else could I go back and switch? Because if I'm taking that $9 ad group, I need to also throw out some of the things I thought before. So if I did the locations just on this $25 sales, which I did, so now what I want to do is go back and put other countries that I removed back in. So you remember I removed US. Now I want to put the US back in. I removed Australia. I want to put Australia back in. So now I put those countries back in that I removed. So I hit save. So now I've got them back in. So now what I do is double check on enable enhanced cost per click. I can't do conversions yet, but what I can do is set a cost per click bid limit. I really don't want AdWords going so crazy with a $20 bid based on what I've seen it doing already. So I'm going to try a cost per click bid limit of, let's say, $2.33. It's bidding $20 now. So there's no reason I can't use a max $2.33 right now. So I've got that changed. The delivery method's fine. And I check my mobile device bid again. I'm getting no conversions off of those at all, so I don't want to use any of those. So now I've got the US back in. And even though the conversions were costing more before, a lot of the actual ad budget got spent through the cost per click on the $25 course. So now what I want to do is also remove my bid adjustments. Now that I'm doing this new ad group, I want to remove those bid adjustments and set it back to 0 to give everyone a fair chance. So now I've got that set. Now what I want to do is go check the keywords. Because the keywords, you can see, I had the keywords in here. This was 6 out of 10. This was 8 out of 10. So the landing page experience wasn't as good. What I want to do is look at all but removed keywords and see how my clicks came out. So what you'll see right here, I had a much lower cost per click on the broad Udemy keyword right here. So what I want to do is try this broad Udemy keyword again in the $9 sales campaign. I want the broad Udemy keyword, but I also want to put in the exact match keyword so I can compare it. So I'll go back into the ad group, and now I just want the all enabled. I'll go back in here and I'll add the exact match Udemy keyword so that I can then use each of these keywords separately in the same group. And now I can see at the campaign level I've got all of these negative keywords in. And what I can also do is double check my Google Analytics. I can see where my actual searches are coming in. So I can go look at my Google AdWords data. I go over here into my acquisition, AdWords, and then I go to search queries. And now I can see where my actual data is coming in and see if there's anything I want to exclude. And so I've got this over the last month. And so I might want to go back even farther and see if I actually got any conversions off of things like udemy.com. You'll notice I'm getting the exact match the best, But a misspelling of Udemy actually got me a nice cheap conversion there, more than likely. Udemy.com, low conversion percentage on those, but the total conversion percentage is pretty low. It's hard to see on that much data. So at this point, it may not be worth excluding .com out of there if people have put it in correctly. And if they've put in Udemy courses, I don't necessarily have enough data yet to exclude it. So what I can do is just leave these both in like this. I've got my negative keywords excluded here, which should give me better results than I originally got on this. And I've got my ads, which already have conversions. So now I've done everything I need to do at this point. I've switched back to $9 sales. I've put the US back in the campaign. And so all I have to do now is try this new formula out and see, okay, does this really work for me? And what you'll notice is everything with Google AdWords is iterative like this. You'll have to go through and fix things sometimes that go wrong. You'll have to go through and deal with things like this. And if you're willing to just do your best with it and keep trying anything in order to get the sales working as best as possible, then you can have the best chance to set up an ongoing solution that does the best job for you. So thank you for going through this with me, and I will keep you posted with how my results go now that I've switched over to doing this $9 sales campaign, adding the keyword exactly like this, and reestablishing the US and Australia into all of the ads. What you will have noticed by now is that AdWords maintains consistent challenges. There's so many deviations that are random or due to timing that you can't quite figure out. So you have to do your best to get something set up that works on an ongoing basis. So I've made a couple of changes here. Since the last lecture, I quickly looked and one day found Google was butchering my keywords. You'll notice the cost per click on the broad match Udemy keyword was much higher. And Google was also putting my cost per click up way too high also. So what I've done, I've lowered my bid. I've put in a manual bid and I've lowered my cost per click. And what you can see is I've got my cost per conversion down in the last 7 days by doing that. And I'm still getting plenty of clicks. So what I can even do is put my bid down a little bit more. I want my average cost per click as low as possible. And if I'm 1.0 position, I don't need to be paying that much for a click. So if my average cost is 34, I could probably even bid 34. I want more clicks at the lowest price because I'm getting a good click through, and if my ad position is 1.0, then I don't have a big need to be bidding high. Now, if the position goes down significantly, then I might want to bid higher. But for now, I've had to force the bid down on Google because I was allowing it to bid and it was bidding way too high. So now I've got the max cost per click down. And I also changed the budget to $99 a day based on the budget simulator. Now, what it says, if you'll notice, I don't get hardly any loss by turning my bid scaling down even more. And that's what's nice. I did this before and Google showed me my budget. Google showed me my budget and it showed if I put it up to $99 a day, I could get the maximum amount of clicks. So what you can see, even if I put my bid down a little farther, I still won't lose out on my clicks. And that's what I want, is to get the most clicks for the lowest price and to get the most conversions. So I put my budget up to $99 per day now because then I want to get all the clicks that are available that day, and I want to do it at the lowest cost per click. If I can get a lot of low cost clicks, then that's what I want to do. And Google said I can lower my budget even more. So I'm actually going to try and do that now. I'll put it down to 28, and you'll see now what it wants, 31 for a first page bid. So I'll put 32 on there, and now it should be working good. I've got a good keyword score And what I want is to just get the most clicks possible. You'll notice I let Google kind of do what it wanted to, as long as it was getting good click costs. But then what Google did when I scaled my budget up, it scaled my cost per click up, because Google would rather get fewer amounts of really expensive clicks than to try and get more low-cost clicks. Google wants those clicks to each be valuable. So sometimes you have to manually control the bid. And you'll notice then I paused the keyword. And what I've done now, I want to see how my conversions are doing. And so what I did is I put on a comparison for the last 7 days. And I can put it onto last 7 days right here, apply. And then I hit plus and I can see, okay, so my conversions, I have the same amount of actual conversions. And then I can look at the cost per conversion. My cost per conversions went down with what I've done, even as I've scaled my budget up. So that helps me to see, okay, the changes I made were probably good. Now what I can do, I can see my average cost per click went down also, but you'll notice my average position didn't change too much. And you'll notice the actual number of clicks I got didn't go down too much either. So I've got a nice setup now, and you'll just see it takes a lot of work to get this, and it takes it over time. You'll notice I'm always doing these lectures now on different days, often several days in advance. And the one thing, I've made the big change, I want those sales. I changed from a $25 coupon to a $9 coupon because I saw the data was giving me more sales, and ultimately more sales are better. And especially if you go over here and look at my conversions, what I want is to make sales on as many courses as I can. So what you'll notice, my Google AdWords in the last week got a sale also on my Flippa course, which is really cool. And if you look at the last 14 days, you'll notice I also sold my SEO and my YouTube course off of my ads. And if you go last 30 days, you'll see about half of my courses have been sold through my Google ads, and that's really cool. That's the value of having all kinds of different products. And so it's awesome to be able to get conversions on so many different things off of these ads, because what I want are students enrolled in my courses. So now I appreciate you being here with me as I continue to iterate my Google AdWords campaigns. I've really scaled my budget up now to the maximum of what Google says I should use. And Google now is going to just give me the best they can. So I will see what happens. I've got a budget now to get me all of the clicks I can possibly get. I've got a low cost bid to try and make more out of the budget I have each day. And what I'm ultimately looking for is something I can set and forget. Just leave running indefinitely. I appreciate the time you spent here with me, and I hope this is useful for you in your own efforts on Google AdWords. What you can see here are the changes I made worked really well to get me lower cost clicks and conversions compared to the last week. So if you look at my conversions, what I've done is the last 7 days, and I'm comparing the last 7 days from when I made these changes, and I'm showing you these now. So if I hit cost per conversion, you'll see my cost per conversion is way down from last week. I've worked hard to make some changes to the course in order to get the landing page to convert better, and the changes I showed you here worked really well. If you look, my average cost per click is way down, and that's a big part of why my conversions are down. And what you'll notice, I've only actually got 12 less clicks. Google will take as much money as you try and give Google. So I've got my budget maxed out, but now that I found what bid worked from trying so many different bids, I've got my cost per click down. And what you'll notice, my click-through was a little bit higher last week, but it doesn't matter because my average position was still good enough. My average positions dropped a little bit, but my cost per conversion's way down, and my conversion rate's up. So those are the key numbers. And what I notice now, what I've been thinking about now, is do I have all the conversions tracked? Am I actually tracking all the real conversions I'm getting? So what you'll need to do, if you have multiple products, you want to track all of them in AdWords. So what you can see, I'll zoom out a little bit. You can see these are the Udemy courses I have in here, and in the last 7 days, I've made sales on 3 different courses. The sweet thing is, when I'm advertising this one course, people can come in and buy these other courses. But here's the problem. If you look at my all-time, I guess this isn't as much of a problem as it is awesome. I'm getting conversions through AdWords on a bunch of my courses. This means now that I have 23 courses, if you'll notice in here, I don't have 23 actual conversions set up to track. So if you have multiple products, you're making sales through AdWords, you want to plan on advertising a one product that can lead to other products being sold. You'll notice these 3 of my courses, these 3 have sold significantly from the initial ads on here. Now I did actual ads on all these also, but I'll go back. If you look at the last 30 days, I've got sales on several of these courses when I've had no free coupons up and no ads running for any of them except this one. So it's important I go set up conversion tracking for every single course because I need to know every single conversion AdWords is tracking in. So that's one thing I'm going to do. Another thing I will do really quick is check out my settings again on this campaign. So I'll click on settings and I'll click this campaign and then I'll click locations to see if there's any campaigns that are proving to be big cost wasters. And now these are last 30 days, so I just want to do the last 7 days and hit apply. And you'll notice the US is again proving to be expensive, but interestingly this time Canada is proving to be cheaper. And I've gotten several cheap sales in Singapore. How cool is that? So those Singapore conversions have actually significantly boosted my conversions this week. And if I go back to conversions, I can see which actual courses they're on. And you'll notice most of these are on the actual instructor success sale. So that's really good. People in Singapore, for really cheap, I've bought my course this week. So that's the value of testing out all these different countries. And it is good to see in the US that I'm getting conversions also. Now what I can do is actually go in and look deeper. I can go in and look deeper at the US. And I can go in and see exactly where people were by state. So if I sort again by conversions, I can see 4 Singapore, 4 in the US, and 1 in Canada. What I can do now is click on the US, and I can click on state. And I can see I actually got 2 cheap conversions from Texas, 1 cheap conversion from Connecticut, and 1 cheap conversion from Missouri. Meanwhile, in California, I had 54 clicks and not even 1 conversion there. So if I sort by cost, I can see which states in the US wasted my money. The thing is, I don't have enough data with these recent changes I made to validate doing anything drastic at this point. And if I'm getting low-cost clicks anyway, it's not really helpful the way I've got this campaign set up now to be excluding areas because I'm already getting to the close number of maximum clicks possible. That said, all I now want to do is get more data. I've got it set up in a way I should be able to let it run like this indefinitely now. And all I really need is more data, more data, more data. So more data, then I can maybe do things like exclude states. But more data and more conversion tracking. I have several courses I need to add conversion tracking to, and I'll do that immediately after this to make sure that I'm tracking all of my sales. Because I wouldn't think someone would see my Google ad for Udemy and then go buy my Flippa course. But that's why Google AdWords can work really well with conversion tracking, is by tracking those little events like that would have went unnoticed if there wasn't good tracking on. And if people are willing to go buy my Flippa course off of this ad, I need to have every single course needs to have conversion tracking on it. So I'm going to put it on the rest of the courses that don't have it now. I appreciate you taking the time to continue learning AdWords with me. I hope showing you exactly what I've went through gives you a lot of the knowledge I've got out of doing this without you having to go through and spend all the money I've spent doing this. If I show you all time, I've spent now a few $1,000s going through and learning all of this. And I hope that by this point you are getting some good information you can use. And then you see you may have to spend a significant amount of money to get your ads to work, but maybe with using this course you don't have to spend quite so much. So thank you for watching, and I hope this has been useful for you. Today I have something amazing to share with you. It's been a few weeks since I made the changes, and what I'm showing you today is the first successful Google AdWords campaign I have running that's set up in a way that should be able to run good indefinitely. It's not that I may need to make changes or anything in the future, or that there won't be days where things don't work very well. What I've got right now is a setup that consistently is on pace to work good for quite a while. I may have to raise my bids. I may have to do changes later. Right now it's working just perfect, and there's nothing else I need to do for now. Here's what's happening. You can see $15 per conversion on average the last 14 days with the changes I've made. What's really cool is you can see some days huge amounts of clicks, hundreds of clicks some days at a good low cost per click. I'm showing ads absolutely everywhere when someone is searching for Udemy. And I'm showing them at a good cost per click. I'm avoiding the very most expensive clicks with the setup I used. I'm using the keywords in this campaign. I'm using a low cost offer to get into my course, and the conversion rate is good. If you look at the last 7 days, I made some changes on the course and the landing page in the promo video. Almost 2% conversion rate at 24 cents per click. Absolutely incredible recipe. $12 per conversion, 17 conversions. This, to me, seeing this is just a miracle. And now what I want to do is not mess with it. I don't want to go through and change anything. As long as it keeps running good, it's just perfect. So I just want to leave it. And the only small thing I'm going to do, I'm actually going to put the budget up to $250 per day. Because as you can see, over the last 14 days, I've only spent $402. If you look at the bid simulator, I'm already hitting the maximum amount of clicks. All I need to do is leave the clicks right where I'm at, because it already shows, according to Google AdWords' own data, I'm already grabbing the expected number of conversions at maximum that Google has to offer me. And what this larger budget does, it makes sure Google shows my ads every single time. At $99 a day, you can see days like this where there's only about 100 clicks. I'm only actually spending around $24 on these days. And then on these days, I'm spending up close to $50. So what I've done, I've opened my budget up so that if there's one day where there's a ton of search results, I won't run out of budget. Over the last 30 days, you can see the search results for Udemy are pretty consistent. What I've got now, if suddenly there's a new article that comes out about Udemy that creates a lot of press, and then there's all of a sudden there's thousands more people searching for Udemy one day, I've got a budget that's open enough that I can afford to be in all of those ads. I can take up to around 1,000 clicks in one day. And most days, there's not over 200 clicks available with the way I've got my bids set up. But you can see yesterday, I got 188 clicks yesterday, and I also got 2 sales yesterday, and there may be more sales coming in today from those clicks. So this is the beauty of having it set up like this, and the challenging part at the same time. There's always this drive to keep doing more, lower that cost per conversion. At some point, you've got to just say, okay, I've done it. This is exactly what I want. I'm going to set it up in a way with this bigger budget. If the search traffic goes up consistently over time, I can handle it on the bigger days. At the same time, I'm not likely to spend more than $20, $30, $40 most days. So I've got the ads set up now, using everything I've showed you. I've got them set up in a way I can just leave this alone and let it run. Because the magic is not to have a week like this. The magic happens when you can leave it running like this every week. To be there all the time when people search for whatever it is you have to offer. To be able to get results similar to these every week. That starts to be really powerful. And so if you notice, having them across multiple products is really helpful too. As you can see, my conversions are in different courses. I have 12 conversions in the actual course I'm advertising, but I'm also getting people to join my other courses and to even take my free course on the ad. So that's the beauty of doing it this way. All I want to do now is just leave it running and not mess with it. I want it to just do good work for me every single day. And so to me, it's just amazing that since I made this course, I've went and got a campaign like this set up. And you can see all that I did. You might be able to get your campaign set up easier. You can see all the learning that happened along the way. And this is where I've been trying to go. And now there will be changes in the future. I might log in one day and find I'm not getting any clicks because there's a bunch of new advertisers. There are all kinds of things that can happen. Right now, I can just leave this running indefinitely and not mess up what I have working. Now, I can make new campaigns from here. I can test new courses to sell. I can try lots more things from here. But on this one I've got working, I'm just going to leave it, not touch it, not turn it off, not add another keyword, not mess with the budget. I've set a budget that is sustainable now. If it actually spends $250 a day at this cost per conversion or even higher, I can handle that. At this cost per click, I pretty much can't lose. Even if days like yesterday, the conversion percentage is low, I still got 2 sales. And if you go in and check some of the things, you could try and look at certain days. I could go back over the last 14 days, and I could try and say, well, maybe I could optimize. The US has a higher cost per conversion. I could try and mess around more. The thing is, things are going really well. And I've got countries I know are good for making sales in here. And most all of the cost is going through the countries I'm making sales in. And some weeks I'm not making sales in the countries. But if you go back far enough, you'll see I am making sales in most all the countries I have listed except Ireland. And after only $30 spent in Ireland, I am still not sure if it's worth pausing or not, because I haven't got a conversion in there. And $32 spent last month with no conversions. Okay, maybe I can pause Ireland. Maybe I can exclude or take that out of the campaign. So that's one little change I can make. But you can see at this point I want to put my energy into other things. I don't want to spend a ton of energy trying to over-optimize it. It works. Sure, I can go take out Ireland. That'll save me a few clicks. Not that many. It'll save me a few clicks. It'll save me a few dollars. That's okay. So you can see from here, resist the urge to make all those changes. Resist the urge to go in and try and hyper-optimize. It's working really good, and I'm going to leave it. So thank you for going through all the way with me to this point. Whatever it is you're trying to advertise may take a different form in the keywords, the campaigns. The idea is at some point, all you have to do is get your AdWords set up like this. And then the real value of just leaving it and letting it run, that's where the real value is. So I'm grateful today to have a chance to experience the real value of Google AdWords with you. Thank you for being here with me again. It's now been nearly a month since I set up the campaigns and just let them run. The numbers are looking good for the last 2 months. And now it's time to see if I can do anything to get this cost per conversion down a little bit. I look at the simulator that Google gives me, and it says if I put the bid up a little more, I might be able to get just a few more conversions. The problem is I don't want to simply spend more money. I want to cut where I'm not going well. So what I do, I'm in the campaign view, I go over to settings, and I click on locations, and now you can see some patterns by location. It's sorted by cost. And the key here is I have 2 months of data with relative stability. So that means I haven't been changing a whole lot of things. I've got 2 months of relative stability where I'm doing the same thing. So what I want to do with these 2 months worth of data now is see where I can cut my costs a little bit. See if there's countries like Australia and New Zealand here that I can exclude who are not getting good results out of my ad budget. So you'll notice $52 for a conversion, $67 here in New Zealand. I want to remove these 2 countries. So I can easily go do that. I go into the campaign here and I'll click here on Australia, remove, and New Zealand. And it doesn't help me to try and guess why. I don't know why they're not buying. I do know that the ads are not getting a great return though. So there, now I've went and took those out. Now I can go back to settings, go to locations, and I can see what else is left for me to do. Now I notice the US cost per conversion seems pretty high. And I'm going to guess it's not likely every single state that is going well. So what I do is click on where your users were, and now I have the view. So if I go back here to all countries, I click on the US and I click on by state, and now I can see, oh, California, $100 per conversion. That's pretty bad. And California itself is as big as lots of the countries I'm advertising in. So that's a big drain on the US right there. I would guess there's a lot of people who hear about and are searching about Udemy in California, and there's some kind of little difference there. But you can really see it doesn't help to guess why exactly the ads aren't working. The truth is I don't know. What I do know is they're not working very well in California. So then I can go through here, and now because I don't want to remove the entire US, I removed all of Australia and New Zealand. What I want to do is exclude a location. I want to go in and type California, and I want to select exclude so that the ads stop showing in California. Now I've got California removed from the search. I can go back, and you'll see without California in there, you'll also notice the average position is lower in California. So I'm getting a lot of clicks that aren't working for conversions. Now the rest of the states, I don't have enough data, or the cost per conversion is not necessarily high enough to just eliminate that state. But California spent $100 and only got 1 conversion. Definitely high enough to eliminate that. So what am I going to do about this now? Well, I can go in and look at the ads and see, is there a certain ad that has the lowest or highest cost per conversion? Well, Google's already running this ad, which has one of the lowest cost per conversion. But what you'll see is this ad actually has an even lower cost per conversion, only $7 per conversion. So what I can do, now that I have this much data, I can pause the ads. What I want to do also is check and see how this is coming out recently. If I go last 7 days, you'll see that Google's been running just this one ad the last 7 days. And if I go last 14 days, you can see Google's been running this ad consistently. But if I go last 30 days, then I can see this one that Google hasn't been running that much. I can see that it has only $7 and a very high conversion rate. Now that could be some kind of artifact, because if you look at which ad that is, teach it as the learn right here, take this 9-hour HD video complete course. And so if I go back to last 14 days, you'll notice it's getting conversions here, but Google's still not running it that much. And if I go last 7 days, well, it turns out Google's not hardly running that at all. So what I can do is try and help Google be a little more smart. I go back in and set the date, so I've got a full 2 months of data. And now I can force Google to stop running the ads I don't like. So I can pause this one, $37 per conversion. And this one's got a good conversion rate. I don't necessarily want to pause it because this one might not be as good. What I do want to do is see if the 197 clicks on this are really indicative of a pattern or if there was some other reason that happened. And the ones that aren't converting, so if I go up here to clicks, that gives me a good idea of what I've consistently spent money on that has not actually converted. I will pause this ad, I will pause all the other ads and then make ads exactly like this ad so that I can then try these new ads that look like they're working the best. And then I can always unpause them if they're working better. So I'll pause the video and come back to that. What you'll see is I paused all of the other ads and then I made 4 new ads with the same basic format I was using before. I paused the old ad that was working and then I made a new ad based on the format of the other ad that was working. And so what I want to do now is get good data on which of these ads works the best. So now that I am using the ad setup like this, then what I want to do, I want to actually allow Google AdWords to rotate and then optimize. Because if Google AdWords doesn't effectively test all these ads against each other, how do I really know which works the best? If I sort this way, you can see Google AdWords decided this ad ran the best early on, and I don't really have enough data to decide how these other ads compared to it. If they'd all ran evenly, the cost per conversion might be higher, but I'd have a more clear understanding of exactly which ads worked better. To get your remarketing set up with Google AdWords, you'll need 2 of your interfaces here. Your Google AdWords interface, and you'll need your Google Analytics. Almost everything will happen in Google Analytics though. And so what I'll do first is show you what it looks like when it's set up properly. So if I go into the jerrybanfield.com all website data, and I click on admin, and then you can see in the property here, AdWords linking, I have 1 linked AdWords account. You've got to link your AdWords account in order to do remarketing. So then down here, when you click on remarketing, you click on audiences, now you see I have a remarketing audience here. And if you click on it, then you can see it's linked. I'll zoom in a little bit. It's linked with my AdWords account, and then it has my audience name. It has my display audience size of 26,000 right now, and then it has 90 days. So I'll go in here and show you where the audiences are. So I've got my remarketing set up here, and these are on the display network. So what I have when I go in here, if I click on interests in remarketing, you can see I've got my YouTube remarketing audience set up in here, and there's my jerrybanfield.com 90 days. So if I want to add an audience from here, I can click on plus targeting. I can click on the ad group. And then what I can do is go down here, edit interests in remarketing. And what I can see then are my remarketing lists right here. And now all of these are my remarketing lists that are over from these other properties. So I already set all these up. So you can see here then all of my lists, and I can sort by list size. Now I just put most of these on yesterday, and so I'll have to wait a while before I have a good enough size list on most of these. You can see not that many on most of them so far. So these are my remarketing lists I've set up with Google Analytics, and this is where they're at. And I'll show you how to create ads with them once we've got them set up. So I'll go back to campaigns, and I'll show you how to set all of this up from beginning to end. You've seen what it should look like when it's finished, and I'll show you from start to finish getting it set up. I will show you now start to finish how to get this set up without even having the analytics account created. So over here, what I have is a Udemy course, my 5-hour Udemy course. It does not yet have a Google tracking ID, and I haven't even put a conversion ID on it because it's still new. So what I'll do is I need to start from scratch on this. So what I do in this is I need a new property. So I click on admin, and I go to my account because I'm in my Udemy courses account here. And then what I want to do is make a new property in this account. I can do that by clicking on property up here, and I click on create new property. So then I go to the website name, and I want to name everything in line with before. So I've already got this in the Udemy account. All I need to do is 5-hour course. And I'll call it that, and then I need to go put my URL in it, the full URL of the website. So I copy it here, and then I'll shorten it down to just Udemy/5-hour course. And so I've got the URL in here, and then what I can do is go scroll down, and I can put in a category. It's not that important. It'll help you with comparison. I can put HTTPS in here. Sometimes it won't work as well, but I'll put it in there and let it go to work. And I'll see that. And I'll even put www in here because that's exactly how Udemy has it. So then I'll click on Get Tracking ID. And now I've got it up here. And now what I need to do, I click on Property Settings, and I've got my tracking ID right here. So if you've got some other platform that allows you to just stick in a tracking ID, as WordPress, many WordPress themes will have that. And if you have a Udemy course, you just go down here into third-party integration. I've probably shown this earlier in the course, but I'm taking you through the full steps here. You click on Save, and now this tracking ID is in the Udemy course. If you've got a WordPress website or something, all you need to do is find, usually it'll be in your theme options or somewhere in your settings, depending on where your theme is. All you have to do is find where it gives you the Google Analytics tracking code. So right here, my theme has a tracking code section. And so all I have to do for that is I actually just need to see the tracking code. So in order to see the tracking code, you just click on tracking code right here. And then you have the actual code. So regardless of the kind of page you're using, this is what code needs to be on there. If you've got a third-party software, they can allow you to just put in this right here. What you need to do if you've got your own software is put in the tracking code. However, you want to do the tracking code if you're putting it on your own website after we go through and set up the remarketing. So I'll take you through the next steps of that in the next lecture on this. So you've seen how to get the Google Analytics set up, and now one more lecture and you'll see how to link up the remarketing. Now that you've got your new property created, what you want to do in that property is to get your AdWords account linked. Well, you also can do that with remarketing in the tab here. It will require you to link your AdWords account. So if you click on remarketing and you click on audience, then what you'll need to do is link your AdWords account. Now I believe I've showed earlier linking the account, so it should appear right here. So once you've got your account right here, if it doesn't appear right here, follow the directions to get your account linked up. Then you click continue, and then you put in a name for your AdWords account. This is my jerrybanfield.com AdWords account. You put all website data and you link accounts. And once the accounts are linked, Now you can click done. Then you can go back to the remarketing tab and hit audiences. And now it's important to understand you still don't have remarketing until you complete this step. And I didn't get this the first time through, so I'm glad I have the chance to show it to you here. Once you've got this set up, you have your all website data that you just linked, your destination account, you hit next step, then you hit enable remarketing. And so now once you've got your remarketing, then you can edit your audience. And now I edit mine to have a longer membership duration, 90 days, and I edit mine to have the course name in it. And I need to put Udemy because I have a website in there also. So I call this Udemy 5-hour course, 90 days. So now I save it. Now I've actually got remarketing set up. Before this point in it, I did not have remarketing set up. So now what you can see, I'll go back in and show you that it's set up. So then what I do, after clicking on the campaign I'm in, I click on display network, and now I choose the ad set that I want. And now I can see my interest in remarketing. I go to edit, I click on remarketing lists, and now what you'll notice in here, I've got my Udemy 5-hour course in here. Well, I should have it in here. Let me refresh. If you don't refresh the interface, sometimes the Google AdWords will give you the old data. So I refresh it, and I go to website and channel, back on interest in remarketing, remarketing lists. And so what you'll notice, it's not actually, there it is. I was preparing to tell you what I was going to say if it wasn't there. It is there. The Udemy course, 5-hour, 90 days, it's right here now. So as you can see, there's a dash. There's no actual people on the list yet. As I get more people on the list, then it will be populated. So that's all you have to do for each property you want to use remarketing with. You go through, you take the steps to set up remarketing through Google Analytics right here. Once you see this, you go back over to property, you go to remarketing audiences. Once you see this, your remarketing is working. If it doesn't look like this, and you can't see it in AdWords, where you can target remarketing, it's not working. So I hope this is useful. I wish I would have had this when I first made the course. It would have saved me a lot of time in getting these created. So you've got it right here, and I appreciate you watching this. I'll show you how to make more display ads with this now that you've got these lists. Here's how you make an ad group for display ads. I've already made an ad group for blog posts to make sure this all works right, to learn it myself. So I've done that now. The ads are getting 2-cent clicks. So what I want to do is make another one. Ad groups, you can only use one URL per ad group. So what I want to do is now make an ad group promoting my podcast. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, and I'm going to just call this podcast. I'm going to put 2 cents in, and then I'll copy and paste my landing page for my podcast on my website. Now, if I wanted the maximum actual podcast listeners, I would go straight to iTunes. However, what I want to do is get people on my website. And so I will click Allow AdWords to find new customers. And what I'll now do is remarketing, the same as I did before. And I'll do remarketing lists right here. So what I can do now is add all of my remarketing audiences on here very quickly. So I'll just do that. And I'm not using similar audiences yet. I'll make that in a different one. Similar audiences are what Google thinks are similar to these existing lists. So right now I put all my similar remarketing audiences on from my website. Then what I do is go down to video viewers lists, and I'll put all my video viewers on here also. And now Google will give me a potential reach per week. I have a nice solid reach. However, at 2 cents a click, we'll see how it comes out. So now I save and continue. And now I go into the actual ad. So what I want to do then is make an ad. I want a headline to get people to listen to my podcast or go click on the ad most importantly. Well, what I don't know is exactly what's going to work right. So this is just a brute force approach. You just make a bunch of different ads and let the data show you what works. So changing up the headlines and the description is what I'll do. So I'll pause the video while I make a headline and description and then talk about it. What you can see on this ad, I just made a really simple ad to start. Often being creative and doing your best work on the first ad can be difficult. So all I want to do is pump out one ad right here, and it's really simple. Jerry Banfield's podcast. New episodes every day to inspire you to fully enjoy today is what I wanted to say. Fully enjoy today. And Google's not big on exclamation points. If you try and get cute with an exclamation point, it will tell you to stop it. So Google likes things real down low and patient with periods and question marks. So I'm just starting off this ad really simple. Jerry Banfield's podcast, new episodes every day to inspire you to fully enjoy today. And I could make new ads right now, but really all I need to do is make sure this URL and this ad gets approved. Again, I don't think it's likely that my podcast is going to get disapproved. But whenever I see that it is approved, just like the ads on all of these blog post ones are already approved, then I will go through and make more, because the one thing I don't want to do is waste time. So one quick simple ad to start. Once it gets approved, then I can go through and make a bunch more ads for my podcast, and then I can see which ones are actually the best. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this is useful for quickly showing you how to make a display ad campaign to get people to your website using remarketing audiences. Now that I got these approved, if I go in here and show you, I look at my ads, this is approved. So now what I do, I copy and make a bunch of different ads in this one ad set. So you can see in the blog remarketing, I did over in the blog posts here, I made a bunch of different ads so that Google can find the ones that work the best and get the highest click-through rate, because that will give me a cheapest cost per click, and then everything will work the best when I have the cheapest cost per click. So now it's just a matter of I go into this and I click copy and edit, and I make slight variations on my ad over and over again. And that way I can find the ads that convert the best, get the most clicks, and that give the best click-through rate at the lowest cost. So what I'll do now is show you how fast this goes. I'll pause the video and tell you how much time it took. And I just do these as fast as possible because I can always edit according to the data later. So this ad, you can see I made a slight variation on the actual text here. So one ad says, get coupons here for 87% off of any of Jerry Banfield's Udemy courses. The other one says, get coupons here for $25. So slight variation. Now what I can do is mix and match the title with the text. So I can mix and match all the titles and text together. So I really only need about 5 or 10 titles and a couple different text variations, and I can have a lot of different ads. So what I'll do now is quickly create more variations of the text underneath, because it's easiest to copy and paste the titles. So I'll make a couple more variations of the text, and then what I'll do is make a few titles and go through and copy and edit all of them quick. So again, another simple variation on the text. Take any of Jerry Banfield's Udemy courses for $25 using coupons, not couples. Coupons here. Save. And I copy and edit so that I make sure I don't mess the URL up. And then I easily have different variations. So I've got 3, and I can make one more for the discount. And so I can make that the exact same way. So now another variation. So that gives me, try one of my Udemy courses today with an 87% off code here. I've now got a total of 4 different variations here. So all I have to do, I can make something like a little notepad window here and make some different titles. So I can go click on this one, copy and edit, make a different title here, and then just go through and do that on all the other variations of it. Very quick and easy to do. So I'll show you very quick. So here I've made a new title on this one, so I can hit save. And the easiest thing to do, since these pop up in order, I can just run through and paste, go down to the third one, run through and paste, and then run through and paste. So I can keep doing that. I don't even actually need the notepad file. I can run through and do that repeatedly to quickly make different title variations off the most recent ad I just made. So I click copy and edit on the bottom one. I go make a new title. So I've got online marketing courses now on this title. I go through and save, and you'll notice it pops a new ad up on the top. So then I just go up to the next one, copy, paste, save, click on the next one, copy, paste, save, and then click on this one, copy, paste, save. And so now I very quickly am making lots of different ads, and then I can let the data show me what works the best. So I'll make a couple different titles, do the same thing a few times, and you'll see how many ads I have. So now I'll try this title, Facebook Marketing Course, and I roll through, and then I can do the exact same thing I've been doing. I go one up, paste, and so it actually stays in the same position. So I just can keep pasting in the exact same position I just was in, paste. So now I've got 4 more with this, and I keep doing it. Now what I've made are 28 ads already. And so what I want to do is make a few more, because each ad group can have up to 50. And with display ads, I want to rotate at the maximum possible ability. So what you can see, I've got all of these different headlines down here. Often they're giving details for an individual course. So I'm just continuing to do that now as I build up the ads. So all I really need to make at this point are about 5 more titles, and I'll have 48 ads. So now I have 48 ads. I've sat here for about 5 or 10 minutes after pausing, and I have 48 different ads in this ad set. The idea is, for these display ads, I want people to really know everything I have for them. I want these display ads to cater to people who see them over and over again. So they know I have an entrepreneurship course, Udemy courses, Genius course, advertising courses, marketing courses, Facebook marketing. The idea is the people who are getting hit with these over and over and over again will get to know everything I'm doing. And so since I'm doing this, I want to just call this jerrybanfield.com Remarketing Global. And now I've got a campaign that's remarketing my entire website all over the place. And this way, I have ads that are comprehensive, ads that advertise every different aspect of what I'm doing. I made sure the URL got approved. Now I put all these other ads in here. And once all of these other ads get approved, then I can start copying them and making different campaigns, because I don't want to go through and make different campaigns until I've got my display ads fully complete and all approved. Once they're approved, then I'll show you making additional campaigns using all of these display ads so that I can reach into countries where I'm most likely to get sales. Thank you for watching, and I hope this is useful for you. Now it's another day or two later, and I've made all of the ads, and they've all, thankfully, got approved in all of these ad groups. So my Remarketing Global campaign now, I'll scroll down here, it has a total of 112 ads between 3 different ad groups. So now this is worth copying. I've got this set up so that I can see exactly what works in all different targeting situations. So what I want to do now, this is a global campaign, and very quickly I'll show you I excluded a couple of countries in here because they were getting a high bounce rate. And this is important when you're doing your Google display ads, especially, to notice what your bounce rate looks like. So what I did, I went into Google Analytics and I went into Geo down here on the left side. I clicked on Location, and then I scrolled down to Secondary Dimension. I clicked on Advertising, and then I went down to Campaign. So then this setup allows me to see by the biggest traffic countries where my bounce rate's high. So what you can see here, this Vietnam has a 99.29% bounce rate. There's probably a lot of fraudulent clicks in there, or some other thing going on I don't understand. Same thing here with Georgia, the country. Although 97% bounce rate's a lot better, what you'll see is no one's actually spending time on the website. So I added these countries to exclude in here. And all I have to do is keep doing that over and over again until I find a few countries globally that are good for me to advertise to remarketing. However, I can guess that the US and Canada and the UK and countries where I'm making sales on my Udemy courses, I can guess those are probably good to do. So what I'm going to do is just copy the campaigns I have and make campaigns just to those countries. And what I'll do to make room, I'll put this budget down to $5 a day here. So now I'm going to copy this entire campaign, and what I will do is change the locations on it. So I hit edit, copy. I could do Control C, but I show it to you so you can see what I'm doing and where you can do it, and Control V or use the edit command to paste. So what I do now is I hit paste and I wait very quickly, and I'll pause while it's pasting. Now it finished pasting, and so what I've got is jerrybanfield.com remarketing, and what I want to do is split this up by countries. So the first thing I'm going to do on my new campaign, you don't want to do it on the old one, the new campaign, jerrybanfield.com remarketing USA. So I click on that, and now what I do is immediately go edit the countries. I remove those countries because I don't need to exclude anymore. I'm now targeting the US, and now in the target I have people in my targeted location. So I don't want people searching about the USA. I want people who are actually in my target location only. Google wants you, the recommended settings, to do what's in their favor usually. Well, I want to do what's in my favor. So I've put that on there now. So now I've got it changed over. However, there's one more critical issue I need to work with. These bids more than likely won't get any impressions in the US. So what I want to do now are try some different bids as low as I can think will probably work and see how many actual impressions, if not clicks, they get. So I'm going to start off with these 11, 8, and 6. And what I can do then, if I'm not getting any clicks, I can raise the bids. If I am getting clicks, I can try seeing exactly where I am getting clicks at the lowest cost. For example, in the blog posts, if I'm not getting any impressions there, that means the bid's too low. If I get it in the podcast, then about 8 cents is right. So I could raise up this. So I've set the bids staggered like this in order of what's most valuable. I want people going to look at my Udemy courses and thinking about buying one. So I've set the bids up like that. And so when I go back to all campaigns now, what I'll do is also raise the US budget to $10 per day because I want my ads to show enough to get some good data in it. And what I can do now, I can copy this again and make more new campaigns here so that I can then see exactly how these work in other places. So I'm going to do is copy, and this time I'm going to paste. However, I want to make more than one copy. So if I want to do that, I can copy, and then I can go to paste, and then I can just do it repeatedly. But what I want to do first, I want to check and see which countries are worth advertising in. So there's 2 ways I can do that. And the easiest way, which I always try and do things the easiest way, I can just look at where my sales are coming from right now. So I go back to Google Analytics, I hit location, and now I just check where are my actual sales coming from. So right now my sales are coming from, on the hacking course, the US, UK, and especially I want to look at conversion rate too. So I'm getting a good amount of sales from India, which is really cool. 930 users from India and 45 tracked sales from India. That's awesome. So I could actually consider an India display campaign at some point. The challenge with India, there's a lot of free traffic. So what I'm going to do, and I'll note there's actually a sale track from Pakistan here. How cool is that? What I'm going to do is a campaign for the UK, Canada, and Australia, because these are the countries where I'm making the most sales. However, with display ads, it can be really good to dig down into some of these countries sometimes, because these countries can often be a lot more low cost. You'll see 21 sales from Mexico. That's incredible. Lots of sales there. But what I want to do is start off and just make some ads for the places I know are getting sales, and especially the ones that have the high conversion rate. So that's the US, UK, Canada, and Australia. Very high, good conversion rates. And then I can experiment with display ads in other places also. So for now, I'll make 3 new campaigns here. One for Canada, one for the UK, and one for Australia. And so all I have to do is do the exact same thing again, except this time, all I have to do is change the country targeting. So I go through and just change this to UK. I'll do the UK first since that was the easiest letter to change. I go straight through to US, remove, and then I just put United in, put Kingdom in. Now the UK is a lot smaller, so what I'll do, I'll put a little bit smaller budget on this also, especially while I don't know what the bids are, because I can always raise the display ad budget. That's not a problem. Now, if I want to speed this up, since I said I wanted 3 new campaigns, I can copy both of these and paste both of these together, and then I can just edit each one. So I'll edit one into Canada and one into Australia. And what you'll see out of this then is how I very quickly turned this established remarketing campaign for global clicks now into 4 more campaigns that are especially, I'm hoping, relevant for sales. Now, just because I'm hoping and because I spelled Canada wrong doesn't mean that it's actually going to happen that way. However, I can expect I have a better likelihood of success with that. So that's all you can do, is just try and fish in places where you might catch fish, so to speak. And so I'm going to then put that down to $5 a day, because the country is a lot smaller than the US, and I can always raise the budget in the future. I don't want to spend my money faster than I can handle to. And so finally, I put in here Australia, add, save, and this one already has the $5 budget. So now I have remarketing campaigns set up globally with a couple of countries excluded, and then I have 4 set up in specific countries. And the nice thing is I can control all of the budget specifically in each of these countries too. I can adjust the bids in each of these countries based on what kind of clicks I get. So that's how you quickly expand up your amount of ads in your display campaigns and turn all of that effort you put into that first campaign into effort you can focus more by country. So thank you for watching this, and I hope this is useful for you in quickly scaling up any campaigns you have. Now that I've spread my remarketing campaigns out, what I want to do is expand my potential audience also, and I will test this out on the global first. So what I'm going to do is try this remarketing global campaign into a similar audience campaign and see if I can get cheaper clicks and see what kind of results I get from this campaign. So I'll go to copy this one and paste it. And what I will do is change the targeting within this campaign individually in each ad set. So this will take a little more effort per campaign to copy. But once I get it up, then you can see the value of it. So what I will do is edit the name of this, and I'll change this to similar, because these will not be people who've actually been to my website before, but they'll be people that Google knows are very similar according to their data based on what I'm targeting in my existing ad sets. So what I'll do now, I go into interests and remarketing, and what I want to do, you can see these are all done at the ad set level. So what I want to do is select all rows across all pages, because I've got all of these targeted on all my pages now. So what I want to do is pause all of these, because I don't want to use any of these targeting. And so I make changes. Google's warning me that I may not have any ads showing anymore if I do that, and that's okay. And now what I'm going to do is put this in at the campaign level. Before, what I did, I put it in at the ad set level. So now I have to go edit it that way. So what I can do is hit the targeting, and I can choose the ad group right here, that way. And then I can go down here to add targeting, and I hit interest in remarketing. And so now I go down to similar to remarketing lists. And so you'll see Google has lists that it thinks are similar. I'll zoom in so you can see what this is. Google has lists that it says are similar to jerrybanfield.com. So Google has data on the users I have that Google then thinks are similar to the ones I'm currently using. So what I can do, I can add all of these in. I'll zoom back out here. I can add all of those in, and now Google can use an audience similar to what I've already got. And so for better or worse, I can use this audience and find out if it works good or not. And I can use it to essentially introduce myself to new people. So now what I've done, I added that targeting in to just one ad set. So I can sort now by what's on, and you'll see this is only in the blog post now. So what I want to do is do the same thing again. I can do that same targeting. I can choose now the podcast, and I can put the same targeting in there. I can go back down to similar to remarketing lists, and I can put all them in again. And so since I copied this, I've already got certain countries excluded too, which is nice. And so I can do this one more time very quickly to my Udemy courses. I click add targeting in, and I put similar, and I put all of these in again. And so now I hit save. So now I've got all of these new placements here. And so these are only similar to jerrybanfield.com and a few of my Udemy courses too. They're not doing the YouTube videos. So what I can do is make another campaign. So I can call this similar web and Udemy. So I can call this similar web and Udemy global. And I can clean it up a little bit on the look here. And what I can do is make a similar type of campaign. I can copy it again and then do one for YouTube. And then I can look at all this data and see which one works the best, if any of them at all work. And once I have that data, then I can zoom in on what's actually working. Because more than likely, something will work better than something else. And so the remarketing I know is good. But the similar, I'm not sure how good these could work, so I'll start this off on global and at least see if the clicks are low cost here. So what I can do then is I call this similar YouTube global, and I can remove the 2 off of it. So I go into this new campaign, and then I go into the display network here, and you'll see what I can do is select all of these, and I just need the ones that are already there. I can pause all these, and then what I can do, I can go in, and then I can make new targeting. And so when I go in here, then I can try the targeting just on my YouTube lists to split it up. So I have similar to video viewers. You'll see these lists are a lot smaller. The other one had 15 million for my website visitors. So Google doesn't have quite as many on this list. And do I have any idea why? No, I don't need to know why. So I go into targeting, I do the exact same thing again. I pick each other one of these ad groups. I put interest in remarketing in. I go down to video viewers, and I just select all of these. And now these are all new people more than likely. But Google has a lot of data on people. And so that means Google knows a lot about these users. So Google knows these are very similar to the people who've already interacted with me. So I go down here and hit save. So now I've got this set up with just my YouTube channel. What I'm going to do on this, I will leave the bids on these the same, and what it'll be interesting to see is how many clicks I get each day comparing all of these. So now you can see I've drastically increased my daily budget too. And what I will want to do is see which of these actually work, especially to get conversions. If any of them work to get conversions, all the budget will be diverted that way. If none of them work to get conversions, then I can look at the lowest cost per click and use my Google Analytics data and go into my actual campaign in the secondary dimension. I can go in and look at by campaign and see which campaign produces people that spend the most time and energy on my website. I'm doing this section of it to build relationships with people. I want people coming back to my website, thinking about me, talking about me, reading, and so these are less conversion focused. However, if any do actually get conversions, those will be given priority. I'm creating a lot of these to give myself opportunities to succeed. And so I don't plan on running them all at these budgets indefinitely. I plan to see which work the best, if any, and then from there I optimize. So thank you very much for watching this. I hope this is useful for you in doing your Google AdWords display campaigns and scaling them up. Now that all of these remarketing campaigns have got me a decent amount of data, you can see there's clicks on all of them, and there's hundreds of clicks. Now the exercise is to figure out which one of these is actually doing some good. Now you can see there's no conversions immediately, although there is a view-through conversion counted here from the UK. That's really sweet. So what I need to do, and that means someone viewed the website and then ended up converting later. They didn't convert immediately, they converted later. So that's really sweet. So none of these others, I definitely will keep the UK one on. What I want to do is see what I'm getting out of these other ones. And so in order to do that, I need to go into my Google Analytics. And then what I need to see, what are people doing once they visit the website? And so I can do that if I go over here to, there's a couple different ways to do it. So I can go to acquisition and I can go to AdWords, and then what I can do is select campaigns. And so then I can see what people are doing through the campaign on my website. And so you'll notice this Udemy instructor is not going to my website, so I don't see it there. What I can do is see what each campaign is doing on a complete scale. So what I can notice here, the bounce rate is very high on all of these. People are not coming and staying on the website. They're just clicking on it and they're leaving pretty much right away. Now the similar category is actually doing decent. The remarketing global, considering how cheap the clicks are, that's decent. In the US, even 96.56 bounce rate. That's pretty severe. And so when I click on this, Google doesn't have a whole lot more data that can help me. What I do see is that the blog posts have a lot lower bounce rate. That means people are spending more time on the website when they go over and look at the blog posts. And they're going around and at least clicking on and getting to know my website a little more. And so that gives me the idea. I could actually pause the Udemy courses here, and I could then eliminate that part of the campaign and focus it on the podcast and blog posts if people are not actually buying the courses. Now, based on this, I've spent $81, and it has not counted a view-through conversion yet. So what I'll do is I'll give that a try. Because people are converting in terms of looking at the website, which is what I care a lot about. So I can put the bid up a little bit if I want to. I could put it up to say 20 cents here. And then what I can do is pause the Udemy courses because I want people that are interacting on my website. I want people that are genuinely interested in my website. And so what could happen on the Udemy courses is that people go straight there and they click away. However, if Google's not getting a view-through conversion out of that, then there's no point in me running the Udemy courses remarketing just like that. So what I've done, I've paused that for now. And what I can do then, I can take a look at this UK campaign and see that the view-through conversion did come on this Udemy course one. And so since I've only spent $33 on the UK one, it does seem like a reasonable value to continue for now, leaving the UK one running. And so I can look in Canada. Almost all the money in Canada has been spent through the Udemy courses. So what I want to do is put the bid down so the bid's even. And so then Google will rotate the ads more evenly. You can see all of the work that comes in with getting this done properly. It's quite challenging in terms of there's a lot of different data you can potentially look at. And the challenge when you have so much data is that you can get lost looking at the data. And so I'm trying to stay with simple things. For example, look at the campaigns, see where the bounce rate's the highest. And on these at least, the bounce rate's much higher. On the Udemy courses. The blog posts and the podcast, it's lower. And I'm getting more sticky audience, I guess I could say. So this is on the remarketing campaign. So again, if no one's buying, I can see the cost is $136. If no one's buying the Udemy courses from me, there's no point in promoting them. So what I do, I pause that ad group on here, and then I go back to campaigns, and I keep looking around. So I'm just trying to optimize each campaign here to get the best results. I check on the similar YouTube, and what you'll see, Google's put almost everyone through here because of the bid I set on it. So here then I go down to make sure the campaign's the same. It says similar YouTube global, similar YouTube global. What I do then is I just pause this one and force it to use the 1-cent bids. What I want to see is will it actually give me clicks then in there for 1 cent. And so now I have the option in here. I can do the same thing. I can pause this and see what it makes out of the 2-cent bids right there. And I go back and I can double check that that actually came out because I have similar website YouTube here. And again, the bounce rate on the Udemy courses page is very high because there's nothing you can do there except buy a course. What I want out of remarketing is a sticky audience. I don't want people to just come and leave. Now you'll see with Australia, I'm having the same issue. The Australia is only put clicks through the Udemy one, so I'm in the same boat here. I pause, and then what I'll do, I'll put the bids up a little higher on this one to see if I can actually get some clicks. And so now I've paused it on that one. So I've only left the Udemy one running on the UK because the UK got a view-through conversion. So someone actually converted there. And meanwhile, I went through and paused the rest of these. And if you scroll down, you can see my ad groups. I have the remarketing going on Canada still also for the Udemy courses. So now most of what I'm running are blog posts and podcasts, with the idea being to make a sticky audience out of people that have already heard of me, that have already more than likely been to something they've seen me create. So now I've optimized all of these in order to do a better job on putting my ad budget through an area that actually gets a return. Now, the second part of this, I will show you how to then figure out more optimization in terms of these are just by campaign. What I can probably do on the global ones is optimize more by country. So in order to do that, Google doesn't give you a secondary dimension on here by location. So what I do instead, I go up here to geo and I go to location. So the nice thing, these are all segmented. The US, Canada, UK, and Australia are segmented already by location. But what I need to do now is segment in here by advertising, and then I go down to AdWords campaign, and I can pick this here. And so now I can see these based on what campaign is running. And so if I hide this, there's more room. So now I can see what countries are just giving me a really high bounce rate. I already excluded Vietnam. And so now I've got Cambodia. Well, my bounce rate's not nearly as bad from Cambodia as it was before from Vietnam. And so I can put the countries out here and see where my campaigns are getting the most clicks. So what I'm looking for are places to optimize the very worst in terms of wasted clicks. So Serbia on here, 99% bounce rate, that's pretty high. I'm not sure whether I excluded Georgia or not, I'll go look. But you'll see a lot of other places the bounce rate's not nearly so high. What I want to do is eliminate the countries where the bounce rate is fantastically high, and especially where the average session, like in Serbia, 1 second, I certainly don't want to be paying for 1 second of someone's time, even if it is 1 cent. So I go into the remarketing global campaign, I go up here, and now I can start excluding additional countries. It's okay if countries waste a little bit, but I want to exclude the very worst in here. So Georgia, the session duration's less than 1 second, even if people don't bounce. That's awful. Well, you'll notice up here, the Cambodia, at least, the average session's up to 14 on this one and 6. There are at least some people looking around, but I could probably exclude Cambodia too. But by comparison, if you see by comparison, the Serbia and the Georgia statistics really look awful. So I'll go in here and exclude Serbia. What I want to do is have this ad campaign out to as much of the world as possible. And so I've excluded some of the places that are producing the biggest waste. So I can go in here into Bosnia. You can see even Pakistan here, 25 cents average session duration. And that means most people are just leaving right away. But some people are staying for a while, and that's what I want. So I've excluded these. I could exclude Cambodia at this point because there's so many clicks coming out of Cambodia. And at an average of 10 cents per session, with the new session rate being pretty low, you can make an argument as to whether it's worth excluding or not. For now, I'll let it run a little bit longer so I have more data. And I scroll down here, anything over 100 that has a complete bounce rate with a very short session, I want to get rid of that. So what you can see, most of these don't have a session that is here down to Tunisia now. That is looking about how those other ones. But even 100 clicks, it might not be enough to get someone back. So for now, I've excluded some more of the big wasters. For now, Cambodia is up there on one of the top. And for now, I want to see if I can get any more traction in Cambodia. Because ultimately, what I really want to do is get people that are spending a lot of time on my page. And so you can see this went successfully in the Dominican Republic. I paid likely a very low cost to get someone to spend 28 minutes on my website. So some of these places are working really good. And some of the other places are not working as good. But what I can do, I can go down here and see where exactly people are spending a lot of time on my website. The USA, I got a minute 27 there. Estonia. And then I can scroll down over time. I can go to the very bottom and I can scroll down and see where people are absolutely wasting time and clicks. So this is a recurring process. You just keep going through it over and over and optimizing your ads like this. And do your best to not get too overwhelmed in the data, because you can see this is a lot of data. And there's a significant risk of getting lost in the data. So I try not to make too many changes at once. I went and excluded 2 more of the worst countries in terms of going to my website quickly and not actually doing anything. So $5 a day on these is a good budget in terms of providing data over time, because I don't want to hit people a bunch in one day. I want to be able to do this over a long time. So I don't want to run these forever if they're not genuinely doing anything. But for now, they're running good enough to continue testing. And then at some point, when I get more data, then I can continue to decide, do I want to run these remarketing ones at all up here? Or do I want to pause or increase the budget So what I've shown you is how I go through and optimize what I'm doing. And that tends to be a lot of the ongoing work, is optimizing what you're doing. So these are looking good for now. And then the next thing to try is see if I can make some similar website by country. You'll see these similar website, I've got lots of clicks from these, and these are introducing new people. But for now, I don't want to make anything new. I just want more data on what I have, and then I can make an educated decision based on that data going forward from there. So thank you very much for watching. I hope this is useful for you, and I appreciate you being a student in the course. Google AdWords for video is one of the most powerful things you can do in all of advertising in order to get earned organic traffic. And what I mean by that, I'll show you from my channel. So if I take you to my channel and paste it over here, and then I'll show you, I'll scroll down, take a look at this video, 185,000 views on this video. Now what you can see, if I go to all time, this includes most of the ad views, 92,000 plus here 23,000 views on ads from this video. What I've gotten out of it is instant high search placement. So if you search for hacking for beginners here, what you see, my video comes up #1 above even established people like Eli the Computer Guy and all these other tutorials. And even on the basic term hacking, it's now up on the very first page, #4 right now. So YouTube ads are fantastically powerful. And this isn't Google AdWords for video. It's just adwords.com, adwords.google.com/video. You click on video and it will automatically load your video campaigns. Fantastically powerful to get that incredibly valuable organic search traffic from YouTube and to get in those suggested video traffic from YouTube. I am showing you the campaigns I'm using right now in order to get that hacking video so high up there. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put another video into the mix and do the same thing I've done a bunch of times before using Google AdWords to get a video up high in the rankings. Once it gets up there in the rankings, then it gets tons of free traffic. And the best part is, it doesn't even matter if the ads actually work. Occasionally the ads work, but most of the time the ads do almost nothing other than get it up there in search rankings. So think of Google AdWords for video as paying for SEO on YouTube. You can straight up pay Google to boost your video on YouTube, win the rankings, and that's exactly what I do. So I'll show you how I do that now. Here's how I quickly make a 1-cent cost per view advertising campaign on Google AdWords for video. The very first thing I need is my YouTube video. So I'm actually going to promote my new Google AdWords video that will help make sales for this actual course. So that's what I'm promoting. And this will be my landing page also, because people that like the ad and want to watch more of it then need to actually get to the video page. The way the ads run, it's not easy. So this will be my landing page also, because what I ultimately want is to maximize my organic ranking. I'm not likely to get any actual sales, although I did actually make a sale on this hacking tutorial. So here's how to do it. First, I'm going to knock down my budgets that are running right now to free up a little bit of ad spend for this new campaign. That's step 1. So I just stripped right there $30 a day off the budget, and that'll make room for these new campaigns. Now I'm only going to create one campaign to make sure my video gets approved. Occasionally, YouTube will randomly reject a video, or it seems random at least. So one campaign at a time, as I've done in the rest of this AdWords course. I'm going to call this Google AdWords Tutorial 2015. And then what I will call this is global, because that's what it's going to be. I'm going to start it at $20 per day, because that's 2,000 views per day. And that's exactly what I want. A huge boost in organic ranking. So now I paste the video right here, and this is the video that shows up. This is how it looks as an ad. So you can see down here, I'll zoom in a little bit so this is a little more clear. you can see down here how it shows up. Visit display URL. Now, if I put some URL people don't recognize, I'm not as likely to get clicks. And also, if I put the YouTube video as the URL, if people like this, they can essentially save it for after they're watching the video they are watching instead of skipping it. So this is a huge power trick I've found just by listening to my friend Joseph complain that he couldn't find a video he liked in an ad after he watched it. So I thought, oh, why don't I do that in my ads? So this is what I do. I put the display URL right here. I strip the beginning out. And the nice thing is you'll notice it fits perfectly in here. And then it hits the user trust thing nicely too, because the user is very comfortable going to watch another YouTube video since they're already on YouTube. So I put the display URL here, the final URL here, and then it comes out the same. And what I do, I then turn off display ads. I don't see the point in using display ads right now because then I have to put a lot more work into it, and really I just want the views as easy as possible. Yes, I recognize how lazy that sounds, and it's the truth. I just want the views. Finally, one little thing I check, I limit campaign to 1 impression per day. 1 impression per day so that YouTube doesn't hit the same user over and over with it one day. Now, as soon as I'm done, I hit save and continue, and it's nearly done already. Isn't that fantastically easy? I'll add another targeting group. If you don't put your targeting group big enough, sometimes you won't get any views at all. So now what I'm going to do is do a similar remarketing audience here, and I'm going to do all similar audiences. So these are people Google thinks are similar to my existing courses. So I can go through and just add all these similar right here. Google knows these people have something significantly in common with my existing list. Google has a lot of data it's not going to share with me as to why these users are similar, but I don't need to know why they're similar. All I need to know is that Google thinks they're pretty close to what I'm already doing. And so then you can see I added a few too many on here. I can easily then remove some of those that I added in as duplicate. So I go up here and remove these. No need to have duplicates. And then if I removed anything I wanted to add in, I can easily add it in back there. So you can see what I've got now. I've got similar users according to Google. I hit done. And so now I have a similar targeting group right here also. So I've got people who've watched videos and are similar. Now what I want to do is make 3 different targeting groups here to make sure this video gets views and make sure it gets in front of my audience. So first I'm going to call this remarketing. And I'm going to put, this is only my remarketing audience. So this will be people who've already watched one of my videos or visited my website. So the beauty of that is, then I get people who I know are more likely to be interested in what I'm doing. So I add all of my remarketing lists down here. Anyone who's viewed my Udemy courses, now there's not a lot of users on here. That's fine, there will be more users in the future. So I add all of my existing Udemy courses on here. And then actually, I don't want to do similar yet on this one. I just add all of my remarketing audience right here. And then I go down, visited channel page, liked a video, viewed my channel, subscribed, or watched a video. So now this remarketing list gives me everyone who's already watched something from me, whether it's a Udemy course or visited my website. So I hit done. So that remarketing list, really powerful for reaching repeat users. So I hit save targeting group here. And so now the video goes into review. Now there's not a huge point in doing much more work before it gets approved. What I will quickly do is show you how to make a couple of more audiences in here. Now I'll make one more targeting group. And this group will be AdWords. I will target people who are watching videos about AdWords by keyword. And so I can just easily do this by putting in AdWords and seeing what Google recommends. I can do that and I can do this here. And then I can see if there's anything else I want that's similar in here. I can put things like Google in if I want to, but I'm just going to keep this pretty narrow with AdWords. And so what I want to do is look at this then to see how many views Google thinks I can get. Now it doesn't think I can get very many, so that's fine. I've made a very narrow group. What I'll do is hit save again, and then I'll make one more quick targeting group. I'll make one for advertising also. Now between all of these, it should be pretty easy to get all of the views on this. So I can go here, down to business services, advertising and marketing services, and I can even go up here and then look for things like business professionals. And that then is a pretty wide audience. So these all together can be a bit unnecessary in terms of you may not need to put all of these on there. So I'll scroll back down here and I'll show you, for example, in the hacking global display, I've got all these different targets in here. So what I've done, I can see which actual audience is getting the views after I've set it up. So on this hacking course, what I've done, I went to targets, and then I scrolled down here and I clicked columns and I clicked on views. So now what you can see, I can see where my actual views are coming from on this video. And what's even better, I can see how much people are really watching by the audience. And what I want are the longest watch times and the most earned views. So I can see here the tech audience is working really good, and my remarketing audience is working good also. So I've done the same strategy on my Google AdWords campaign, and you can always add in more targets after the fact. But right now, I don't want to do any more work until this starts serving. So this is how I make ads on Google AdWords for video. I appreciate you watching this, and I'll follow up with you on how I scale this campaign up. To scale up my Google AdWords for video campaigns and to get the highest ranking, what I prefer to do, and I'll zoom in so you can see a little better, I prefer to often turn up the display ad budget is one thing good to do, and or copy and make campaigns to specific countries like the US and Canada. So what I'm going to do now, the ones in the Canada Plus category, the countries in there have worked very good to get low cost views in countries that potentially lead to sales and one that actually did lead to a sale. It works good in countries where the costs are low, and at the same time, I can get good video views. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the Google AdWords tutorial one, and I'm going to just scale the Wireshark one up by turning the global budget up a little bit. And what I'll do on the Google AdWords tutorial, I'm going to copy this one and then paste it, and I'll make a Canada UK targeting and see if I can get up the view rate on it then. Because when more people watch it in a certain country, it'll help it rank higher in that country. So what I'll do is call this Canada Plus because I put some other countries in. And so these views will be cheap, but they won't be quite as cheap. It'll give it a more well-rounded profile though, and I do want to edit the budget. You don't usually want the budget as high on these campaigns. And so I then go in to edit the locations on here. And I'll put Canada in, and I'll also put Australia in, and some similar countries where it's possible I could make sales, and where it's possible I could get some views on here that will help the video rank high. And I'll also put it in Saudi Arabia because I'm getting good conversions there on my courses, and I'll also do Israel also. And so I put these on, and now that's the Canada Plus. And it's got all the same targeting settings as the one before, except all I need to do now, I need to increase the bids. Because these 1 cent bids won't work very likely. But what I can do, I can put it up to, say, 4 cents for the remarketing, and then I can do 3 cents on all the other bids. Or I can even go 4 cents on the best ones here. the most relevant, and then I can go 3 cents on the broader category. And so this should do a good job of getting me low cost views that have a good chance to be a high watch rate. So in other words, the maximum for organic ranking. And so I can do the exact same thing. I can do the exact same thing with the USA, because that will help these videos rank higher in the USA, because that's where the bulk of the organic search results I'm liable to get. I say bulk, around 50%. So I copy this and I turn this one into a USA campaign. And that way the views are going to be more expensive, but the main thing I just want some significant time watched in the US so it ranks higher. That's all I care about, is that organic ranking. So I go to edit and I put US in here. And so then I go over to targets, and now I have to put the bids up significantly higher in the targets. And again, I'm hitting my remarketing list. Everyone in the US that's watched my video is liable to get this ad. All similar users. And then I'll even put in a bid for AdWords here up to 8 cents if people are trying to watch an AdWords video. And then I'll go down and put 6 cents on the business one. So now I've got this done by the US, and I've got a Canada one in here also. So these won't be 1 cent, but these will help me make a more well-rounded profile for the video, and that will help it rank higher. The easiest way to scale up is simply what I did here. I bumped the budget up $5 a day, and that will help get some more views on it. And now it's $50 a day total for the Google AdWords tutorial. I've still got tons of good view retention, and I say good because 2% of the people playing a 4-hour video 100%, that's a lot of watch time. I'll do the math on you real quick to show you how this works. So if 2%, if the video will just round it to 4 hours, 4 times 60 minutes, that's 240 times 0.02. And that means that 2% of people bumps up the average watch time 4.8 minutes. People usually only spend a few seconds to a minute or two watching a video. So that little 2% there does a gigantic bump to the organic ranking. And the 7%, so we'll just do the 5% that don't make it all the way through. Then you go 60 minutes times 4 hours times 0.05. Then the 5% that watch it 12 minutes bump it up huge also. So that 5% drops an average of 12 more minutes on the watch time. And so all those people that only watch it for a few seconds, the 5% here and the 2% add huge organic ranking increases because of all those minutes watched. So that's why I absolutely love Google AdWords for video. It greatly boosts the organic ranking of all videos. And if you can get some of that boost, like you can see the complete free hacking Canada Plus, it even actually got a conversion. But then all of this gives a huge boost more country specific. So you combine the total with country specific and you have a magic recipe for ranking high. So that's what I'm doing, and this is how I do it. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope this is useful for you.